Chapter 1725. 3 days later, a bright moon hung in the night sky. The grassland's night sky was unusually clear, and the stars scattered around the moon. "It's time, let's go." Kuan Fian floated up from the ground, his face expressionless. Waiting for Sun Shu and the others to get up, Xiaohua waved his hand and dozens of shiny talismans flew from the ground. It was the array that Xiaohua had set up. During this period of time, although Xiaohua didn't stop studying the rabbit talisman, he also had some gains. But because Sun Shu and the others were by his side, he didn't make any new talismans, so the array was still the original array. But Xiaohua's method of setting up the array was getting more and more skillful, and he even faintly felt that there were other arrays in his memory that were about to be recovered. Xiaohua kept the talismans and put on the camouflage, and followed the three of them to fly towards Zhongqing City. Although Zhongqing City was on the grassland, because the buildings were relatively simple, the area was huge, and it was actually half the size of Weeping Moon City. In the northeast of Zhongqing City, there was a place with bright lights. It was a manor that occupied a large area. Under the night sky, under the moonlight, there was an archway with the words Ling Pei Mountain Villa written on it. Under the archway, there were dozens of boys in Taoist robes. They were all about the 4th or 5th level of qi refining. All of them had bright eyes and stood with their hands behind their backs. Xiaohua and the others landed on the ground. Looking at the deserted, decorated archway, they walked over. When the servants saw the cultivators coming, 2 of them hurriedly came forward to greet them. They bowed and said, "Greetings to the 4 seniors. May I know why the 4 seniors have come to my Ling Pei Mountain Villa?" "We are here to participate in the spirit gathering. Please lead us." Kuan Fian walked in front and said in a deep voice, "We welcome the 4 seniors to participate in the spirit gathering. Please show us your tokens." The slightly taller boy said respectfully, "We are the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. We came in a hurry and didn't have any tokens." Kuan Fian clapped his hands and took out the token of the Imperial Thunder Sect and handed it over. "This is the token of the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. Show it to your master." "The Imperial Thunder Sect?" The boy was obviously surprised. He looked at the other boy and was at a loss. Although the other boy was short, he had an extraordinary bearing. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately bowed and said, "So it's a senior from the Imperial Thunder Sect. This junior really admires the reputation of your sect. To be able to meet a senior from the Imperial Thunder Sect is truly a blessing for this junior." Hee, Kuan Fian smiled. However, the boy immediately changed the topic and said, "However, the order I received was to check the tokens of the Lingji gathering. The 4 of you don't have the tokens of my Lingpei Mountain Manor, so I don't dare to let you in. Seniors, please wait here for a moment. Junior will take senior's token and go in. Let's see what the Manor Lord decides." Go. Kuan Fian's face was a little unhappy as he threw his command medallion to the boy and said impatiently, "Senior, please wait a moment." The boy took the command medallion, turned around, and left quickly. Not long after, a cultivator around 40 years old hurried over. The messenger boy wasn't behind him, and this cultivator's expression was very busy. It was obvious that he left the boy behind and rushed over himself. Seeing the expression of this cultivator, who was also at the 12th level of qi refining, Kuan Fian was secretly pleased. That cultivator went forward and handed over Kuan Fian's command medallion. He said respectfully, "I am Ming Chui Mountain Manor's disciple, Chu Ming. Seniors from the Imperial Thunder Sect are here, so this junior didn't welcome you from afar. Sorry for making senior laugh." Although Kuan Fian was arrogant, but seeing that he was also a cultivator of the same level, he quickly took his command medallion and bowed as well. "Fellow Chu is too polite. I am also at the 12th level of qi refining. I don't deserve to be called senior. It's better to call me fellow." Hearing that, Chu Ming's heart relaxed, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he said respectfully, "No matter what, since you are from the Imperial Thunder Sect, you are giving face to my Ling Pei Mountain Manor. I will welcome you." However, without waiting for Kuan Fian to speak again, Chu Ming changed the topic like the boy earlier. "It's just that the Ling Pei Mountain Manor's Lingji meeting this time is a private meeting between the disciples of my Ming Chui Mountain Manor and the Lanli sect. There are some secrets in this, so only those who have the token can enter. Since you don't have the token." Chu Ming didn't finish his words, but his meaning was very obvious. He was waiting for Kuan Fian to leave by himself. "Lanli sect," Kuan Fian said softly. Lonely Sect and my Imperial Thunder Sect are on good terms. Usually, if there are any matters between the two sects, we will also communicate with the Lonely Sect fellow. Fellow Taoist, I'm very sorry, there is indeed a secret to this Lingji gathering. Otherwise, my Lingpei Mountain Villa would definitely open its doors and invite the four of you in. No matter what Kuan Fian said, Chu Ming replied apologetically. Fellow, are you not giving face to my Imperial Thunder Sect? Kuan Fian said with a cold smile. Isn't it just a condensed knowledge treasure? It's not like my Imperial Thunder Sect hasn't seen it before. Chu Ming's eyes narrowed. Although he didn't say anything cold, his tone had already changed. Since you know that there is a condensed knowledge treasure, you naturally know the stakes. My Lonely Sect didn't invite many of our own disciples. How can outer sect disciples casually enter? It's just a small Ling Pei Mountain manor. Qian Dihing at the side was also a little angry. Could it be that it's even harder to enter than Lonely Sect's Limo Ridge? I don't know if it's hard or not. I have always walked through the door. Chu Ming also sneered. If you want to know, you can try to enter. However, if there are any mishaps, don't blame I for not warning you first. Seeing that things had turned bad and seeing Chu Ming's fearless look, Kuan Fian was a little dumbfounded. Although they didn't take off the fog, but not only did the Imperial Thunder Sect lose face, even her own heart was extremely tangled. Just as both sides were in a deadlock and Kuan Fian was riding a tiger and couldn't get off, Xiao Hua, who was standing at the back, walked up and cupped his hands. Fellow Chu, how should I address Ming Chui Mountain's senior Shi Wuming? Senior Shi is I's martial uncle. Chu Ming's face softened and nodded. However, even if you are acquainted with martial uncle Shi, I'm afraid that today's matter won't work. Hee, it's like this. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Senior Shi once owed Junior a favor. That day, he once said that this poor Taoist can use his name to do something. Of course, this matter cannot be against reason and nature. This poor Taoist feels that this is the right time, right? Chu Ming thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Martial Uncle Shi's disciple. I have also given him a token. If what you say is true, I can help Martial Uncle Shi return the favor. However, where is Martial Uncle Shi's token? Fellow can use Martial Uncle Shi's token as a token for this matter. I can also use Martial Uncle Shi's token to report back. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said without hesitation, Senior Shi only said one sentence. He didn't give I a token. Haha, fellow says it so easily. Since you don't have a token, then aren't you just saying it for nothing? I's martial uncle, she is also not in Ling Pei Mountain Villa. There's no proof. Chu Ming laughed. AI, there's no other way. Xiao Hua sighed. That day, Senior Shi said so. If Ming Chui Mountain doesn't care about I, there's nothing I can do. Then, Xiao Hua turned to Chu Ming and was about to speak when Chu Ming's smile deepened. Haha, fellow, just now I was just testing. Martial Uncle Shi cough often like this. May I know where you saw Martial Uncle Shi? What was his appearance like? Ah? This time, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought that Shi Wuming was just talking nonsense. Now it seems that Senior Shi really has this habit. Xiao Hua took a step forward and described Shi Wuming's appearance to Chu Ming. He then transmitted a message to Chu Ming about what happened that day. Naturally, Chu Ming wanted to examine the demonic spear tip. Xiao Hua took it out from his space and handed it over. Haha, no need. Chu Ming saw that the magic spear tip didn't even take it. He waved his hand and said, I have seen this thing before. Hee, and this matter, I also know about it. So it was the fellow from the Imperial Thunder Sect who bought this thing. Chu Ming looked at the magic spear tip with a strange expression. Even his words were strange. Since it was you who took this thing, Martial Uncle Shi's favor is understandable. Fellow Taoist, please keep it well. Xiao Hua was confused. However, since Chu Ming admitted it, his goal was achieved. Sure enough, after Xiao Hua kept the magic spear tip, Chu Ming clapped his hands and smiled. Since Martial Uncle Shi has done us a favor, the four of you can participate in the Spirit G gathering. However, I would like to ask the four of you to take down the mystic insect. Xiao Hua and the others kept the mystic insect and greeted Chu Ming again. Chu Ming saw that the four of them were at Qi refining stage level 12 and knew that they were here for the foundation establishment stage. He didn't ask any more questions and personally led the four of them into Ling Pei Mountain Villa. For fellow cultivators, please. Chu Ming led the four of them into a hall. Inside the hall, there was already a good number of cultivators. Without exception, all of them were energy refining stage cultivators. Additionally, it was clear that many of them were familiar with each other. Whispers could be heard within the hall as many of them were discussing something. When these cultivators saw Chu Ming leading the 4 qi refining stage cultivators in, they stopped and looked at the 4 of them in surprise. Chu Ming didn't explain and led Xiao Hua and the others to a table near the center. He raised his hand and said, "For fellow cultivators, please sit. The Spirit Ji gathering will begin in half an hour. I hope the 4 of you are fated to be here." "Thank you, fellow cultivator Chu." Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands. "Hee, no need to thank me. If you want to calculate, I have taken advantage of you." Chu Ming cupped his hands and quickly left. After Chu Ming left, the hall was silent for a moment. Then it gradually became louder. A cultivator not far from Xiao Hua looked at the 4 of them and walked forward. He cupped his hands and said, "I am Meng Yang. Which branch of my Lanli sect are you from? Forgive me for my poor eyesight, but I have never seen it before." Chapter 1726. Seeing that Meng Yang was also at Qi refining stage 12, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "I and the other 3 are disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, and we're just passing by Jiangqing City. Since Ling Pei Mountain Villa has such a grand event, I also came to try my luck." When Meng Yang heard Xiao Hua's words of trying his luck, his expression changed and he said in shock, "How is this possible? The Spirit Ji meeting is a strictly guarded secret of the Blue Li sect. How did you Imperial Thunder sect disciples know about it?" Meng Yang's voice was quite loud, and the people around heard it too. They immediately stopped talking. Many people in the hall were already paying attention. Now that they saw the commotion, they became silent again. "How did the 4 of you get the news?" Meng Yang's eyes narrowed as he looked around and said, "We haven't found the opportunity for the Blue Li sect disciples, so we didn't ask the outer sect disciples to come and find it." "That's right." The disciples of the various branches of the Blue Li sect all shouted. How could Kuan Fian explain this to them? His eyes were full of disdain, and he didn't say a word. The arrogance of the Imperial Thunder sect disciples was obvious. "Fellow cultivator, there are some things that I still have to say. Otherwise, it will be very disadvantageous for you." Meng Yang seemed to have some grudges with the Imperial Thunder sect. Seeing that no one spoke, he sneered. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and smiled. "We are here to participate in the Spirit Ji meeting. We don't have any intention of snatching the opportunity from your sect's disciples. And this opportunity to condense the treasure can only be unique. If it is your sect's disciples' opportunity, we can only clap and congratulate him. Do you think we will snatch it? You actually know about the treasure?" Another disciple was even more shocked. "Not only that, I came with the permission of Senior Shi Wuming to participate." Xiao Hua said coldly. Hearing that Xiao Hua was Shi Wuming in advance, everyone shrunk their necks and looked at each other. Meng Yang was also quite embarrassed and forced a smile. "Since you are Marshal Uncle Shi's guest, just say it directly. Why hide it?" Xiao Hua glanced at him and closed his eyes to rest. The Blue Li sect disciples around them started to whisper again. After a while, a few more disciples gradually entered the hall. They were all around the 11th layer of qi condensation. At the head of the hall, there was a table that had been empty all this time. No cultivators sat there. Almost an hour later, they heard the sound of footsteps followed by the sound of rustling clothes. Xiao Hua and the others looked up and saw an early-stage foundation building cultivator leading several disciples around the 11th layer of the aura refining realm into the hall. "Greetings, Senior Hu." "Greetings, Manor Lord Hu." The group of cultivators stood up. Xiao Hua and the others looked at each other and also stood up. "Disciples, please have a seat." Manor Master Hu walked to the table at the head of the table. His gaze turned and paused on Xiao Hua and the others. Then he said, "This humble manor is fortunate enough to hold this gathering for the future of my Lanli sect. Perhaps some disciple will have this opportunity. If this disciple can come out of my Ling Pei Mountain Villa, I hope that you will take care of my Ling Pei Mountain Villa in the future. Of course, the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples are lucky enough to have this opportunity. I welcome the arrival of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples." "Thank you, Manor Lord Hu." Xiao Hua and the others didn't dare to neglect and said in unison. "All right, I won't say any more. This condensed treasure has already been tried. I have no fate with it. I's disciples haven't tried it yet. They will try it with everyone." Hearing that the Ling Pei Mountain Villa's disciples haven't tried it, the group of disciples showed respect on their faces. They smiled and said, Manor Lord who is truly righteous. You are a capable disciple of my Lonely sect. Junior and the others admire you. Haha, disciples think too highly of I. Manor Master who laughed and waved his hand. The disciples behind him all sat at the head table. He then said, I'll invite fellow Taoist fan over. Let's see who among the disciples here has the opportunity. Thank you, Manor Lord who. Everyone bowed again. Manor Head, who had only been gone for half the time it took to brew a cup of tea when he returned with a cultivator, who was also in the early stage of foundation establishment. The cultivator was not tall and looked very simple and honest. He had thick eyebrows and a dark face. He looked just like a farmer. Manor Lord who led Fan Qingmu to the main hall and said with a smile, Disciples, this is Senior Fan Qingmu. He is a good friend of I. This time, he came to my Ling Pei Mountain Villa because of I, Junior's greet Senior Fan. The disciples naturally respectfully saluted. Fan Qingmu's tone was very cold. He waved his hand and said, Since you are all Manor Lord whose juniors and Manor Lord who has gathered all of you here, then Manor Lord who has already considered you all as his own nephews. Since we have such a relationship, I won't be polite. There's no need for any of the so-called etiquette. Today's matter was facilitated by Manor Lord, who gave all of you this opportunity. In I's opinion, no matter who has the opportunity or not, they must remember Manor Lord whose intentions and remember them in their hearts. We understand. It is because of Manor Lord whose righteousness that we have this opportunity. The disciples all said in unison. Xiaohua slightly frowned and glanced at Sun Shu and the others. Sure enough, the three of them had a strange expression. Of course, from the current situation, this wasn't a spirit gathering. It was more like a loyalty gathering. Haha, I's intention was to give all of you a chance. I didn't think too much about it. Manor Lord who said with a red face. At this moment, a red light flew over. It was a voice transmission talisman. When Manor Lord whose divine sense swept over it, his heart thumped. He thought to himself, this guy, why did he rush over at this time? However, Manor Lord whose expression didn't change. He said, All right, I won't say any more. I'm sure all of you are already anxious, right? As he said that, he patted his hand and took out a disc array from his storage bag. I will open the seal in the hall. For such an important matter, it's better to keep it a secret. Manor Master, who tapped the disc array with his hand, and several orange-red threads of light flew out from the disc array. The threads of light drew an arc in the air and landed at the four corners of the hall. The moment the threads of light landed, it was as though something had been ignited. Surging flames roared and engulfed the entire hall. Ayo! Xiaohua was slightly shocked. However, when he looked at the calm Lonely sect disciples around him, he narrowed his eyes and released his divine sense. The surging flames quickly covered the entire hall. Just as the flames were about to close, a soft chi sound rang out, and the flames in the hall disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Xiaohua's divine sense was immediately repelled by the restrictions on the four walls of the hall and could no longer penetrate through. Chapter 1727. All right, I'll leave for a moment. Manor Head who scanned the area with his divine sense in satisfaction. As he spoke, he pointed at the disc array and a similar thread of light shot out. Manor Head who followed the thread of light out of the hall. Xiaohua looked at Manor Head who's back thoughtfully. But all the other disciples, including Kuan Fian and the other two, had their eyes focused on Fan Qingmu. Disciples. Fan Qingmu naturally understood what everyone was thinking. He clapped his hands and a strange-looking magic tool appeared in his hands. That magic tool was like a turtle shell. Except for an opening in one place, everything else was tightly sealed. There was nothing special about it. Everyone scanned it with their divine sense but couldn't penetrate it. I know what everyone is thinking. I will get straight to the point. The condensed knowledge treasure is in this Qing Wu. Which disciple has the opportunity to become the owner of the condensed knowledge treasure? You only need to reach your hand in, and you will know. Fan Qingmu's voice sounded in the hall. However, before everyone tries, I have two requests. Xiaohua retracted his gaze from where Manor Head who disappeared. Looking at the eagerness in Sun Shu's eyes, he transmitted his voice. Senior Sun, is what Senior Fan said correct? Just reach out and touch it. Can you be sure? Sun Shu's eyes flashed with excitement. She transmitted her voice with a smile. Exactly. That year, That senior from the Imperial Thunder sect also coincidentally came to the Soon Thunder Palace for business and accidentally damaged the magic tool that contained the condensed knowledge treasure. When he touched the condensed knowledge treasure with his hand, the condensed knowledge treasure immediately seeped into his skin, and all the realms were absorbed by him. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Senior Sun, are you sure you're not telling a story? How can the condensed knowledge treasure be placed in a magic tool? Don't you know how to use a magic tool to protect it? Junior Xiao is different. The condensed knowledge treasure is important, but the problem is that the reincarnated disciple's cultivation is so high. If we use a magic tool to protect it, Golden Dan cultivators can't touch it. What's the use of the condensed knowledge treasure? Sun Shu smiled. As for all these coincidences, maybe it's heaven's will. Heaven's will. Xiaohua shook his head. If the heavens have feelings, the heavens will grow old. If the earth has no hatred, the earth will be peaceful. Illusory, Xiaohua said casually, but as soon as his words reached Sun Shu, Xiaohua's heart trembled. The karma hand in the air flickered slightly. Karma. 2 of the 3,000 great Daos. Perhaps karma doesn't just apply to one life. Even if it's 3 lives, the karma heavenly Tao will still work. After Xiaohua comprehended this point, the hand of karma became a little clearer. On the other hand, Sun Shu's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion and a trace of tenderness. He looked at Xiaohua and unconsciously muttered in his heart, "That's right, if the heavens have feelings, the heavens will also grow old. Why is there so much love in this world?" In the hall, Fan Qingmu's voice sounded, "My first condition is that every disciple must pay I a piece of top-level spiritual stone before they try." This. Xiaohua was stunned, then the corners of his mouth curled up as he thought to himself, "This senior is really good at making money." But thinking about it, that was indeed the case. She had no reason to let him try anything. How could there be no benefit? This piece of top-grade spirit stone was probably because it was in Ling Pei Mountain Villa. If it was somewhere else, it would be even more. Senior Fan has worked so hard, we should be filial to you. At the head table, a disciple of Manor Master who stood up and said, "This junior is not talented, but I will help senior collect these spirit stones." Thank you for your trouble. Fan Qingmu squeezed out a smile from his face. Obviously, he knew this disciple, and the other disciples also knew him. Someone even handed over the spirit stones to him, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Senior Brother Ling." Xiaohua and the others didn't say anything. When Senior Brother Ling came over, they all handed over the spirit stones to him. After Senior Brother Ling collected the spirit stones from everyone in the hall and handed them to Fan Qingmu, Fan Qingmu accepted them without even looking and said, "My second condition is also very simple. Before you put your hand into the Qing Wu, you must make a blood oath that if any disciple is the owner of this treasure, you must do your best to help I step into the gold core stage." What? The Lonely sect disciples didn't know what they were thinking, but Xiaohua and the others couldn't help but frown. Do your best to help him step into the gold core stage? Brothers and sisters. Senior Brother Ling, who just received the spirit stones, stood up and said, "Senior Brother Fan was lucky to be able to obtain this treasure. Naturally, he has some luck with the owner of this treasure. For him to take out the treasure for us to try is in itself a very righteous thing to do. Think about it. If one of your fellow disciples is the owner of this treasure, and Senior Brother Fan doesn't come at all, will this fellow disciple have the luck to reach the realm of his previous life? If this fellow disciple doesn't return Senior Brother Fan's favor, will he be able to break through the realm of his previous life and go further? Senior Brother Fan's condition is also to help this fellow disciple. Moreover, Senior Brother Fan also said that he will do his best. If this fellow disciple doesn't have the ability, then Senior Brother Fan's words are in vain. Senior Brother Fan is also leaving a lot of leeway for everyone." Xiaohua and the others looked at each other, and there seemed to be some realization in each other's eyes. The matter of a meat pie falling from the sky has never happened before. If you want to get something, you must give something. Fan Qingmu's condition was inevitable. The Bluely sect disciples in the hall pondered for a moment, and then someone shouted, "Senior Brother Fan is right. We only need to pay the price of 1 spirit stone to obtain the treasure. It is really easy. To help Senior Brother Fan step into the gold core stage is the obligation and price of the treasure's owner. I agree to make a blood oath." "Good, this fellow disciple, come over and try first." Fan Qingmu was overjoyed and pointed with a smile. Yes, thank you, Senior Brother Fan. The disciple stepped forward and bowed. Fellow disciple doesn't need to be like this. If you are the owner of the treasure, I will have to call you Senior Brother. Fan Qingmu patted the disciple's shoulder and forced a smile on his face. I don't dare. If this disciple is fated, I will never forget Senior's grace. That disciple was very flattered and hurriedly discovered the blood oath. Then, with a trembling arm, he slowly extended a hand into the Qingwu. Evidently, Fan Qingmu was also extremely concerned, his eyes fixed on that disciple's reaction. Unfortunately, after the disciple reached his hand in, he was first stunned, then at a loss. The previous anxiety had long disappeared. Forget it. Fellow disciple, please take out your hand. Fan Qingmu was not surprised. He smiled naturally and said, It seems that you are not the owner of the treasure. But the disciple helplessly took out his hand. 3 of his fingers seemed to be still moving, as if he wanted to continue. The disciple also had something to say and wanted to argue. However, he looked at Fan Qingmu's appearance, and then looked at the other disciples who had already walked behind him. He did not say the rest of his words. He turned around and walked back to his seat, sitting there in a daze. The disciple next to him naturally wanted to ask, but looking at the disciple's appearance and thinking that he would be able to touch the treasure soon, he did not ask any more. Although there were many disciples in the hall, it was easy to reach into the treasure. In just half an hour, except for Xiaohua and the other 3, all the disciples in the hall had tried. The entire hall was silent. No one spoke. If a needle fell to the ground, one could probably hear the sound. It was as if the air in the entire hall had condensed. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Xiaohua sighed. He stood up and walked in front of Fan Qingmu. He cupped his hands and said, Junior Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder Sect greets Senior Fan. Manor Master who just told I that the 4 of you are Senior Chu's favor. Senior Chu also has a favor for I, so I cannot refuse. Please. Fan Qingmu nodded slightly and said. Xiaohua casually swore a blood oath, extending his hand into Qingwu. Why is it so soft? Xiaohua only felt that there was something slippery and soft at the place where his fingers touched. Very naturally, 2 of his fingers slightly pinched. And at the place where he pinched, that slippery thing was like liquid, sliding out from his fingers. A kind of coolness was produced. It seems that there is no reaction? Xiaohua's eyes turned and thought very strangely. Hee, little friend Xiao, you don't seem to be the owner of this treasure. Fan Qingmu smiled and said, Please take out your finger. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua did not have much hope. Hearing Fan Qingmu's reminder, he took out his hand and looked between his fingers. There was no wet place. Immediately after, Kuan Fian, Qian Diheng, and Sun Shu each went forward to try. Without exception, there was no change. The disappointment on the faces of the 3 was needless to say. The faces of the Lanli sect disciples were also filled with joy. Forget it. Fan Qingmu clapped his hand and the treasure flew into the air. As he kept it in his storage bag, he raised his head and shouted, Manor Master Hu, please open the enchantment. Among the disciples of Ling Pei Mountain Villa, except for a disciple at the 12th level of Qi refining who did not move, the others also stood up and walked towards the entrance of the hall. However, at this moment a sudden change occurred. At the entrance, a ball of orange flame was produced. The flame condensed into the shape of a rocket. With a whoosh, it shot towards Fan Qingmu. Fan Qingmu was in the middle of putting away his storage bag, so he wasn't on guard at all. It was only when the fire arrow was about a foot in front of him that he realized it was coming. Fan Qingmu didn't have time to say anything. He formed a seal with his hand and waved it forward. A thunder palm appeared from his palm and struck the fire arrow. With a light kacha sound, the half-foot-long thunder palm hit the rocket. The orange flame was completely shattered and fell to the ground. Manor Lord Hu, what do you mean by this? Fan Qingmu's expression changed as he said coldly, Do you want to leave this Ningji treasure behind? Chapter 1728. Manor Master Hu, don't you want the lives of your Lanli sect disciples? Fan Qingmu clapped his hand, and a magic weapon that looked like a crutch appeared in his hand. He sneered, Moreover, I have made it clear that if you don't have I's spell, no one can open this Qingwu. The condensed knowledge treasure inside. You can't get it. Who knew that it would have been better if Fan Qingmu didn't say that? As soon as his voice fell, more than a dozen orange-red brilliants flashed from around him. Each brilliance formed a fire arrow and shot towards Fan Qingmu's body at the same time. Go! Fan Qingmu's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He released his pressure and filled the entire hall. Then he waved his magic weapon again, and several rotating brilliances came out from the crutch. They shot in different trajectories towards the Ling Pei Mountain Villa disciples who had walked to the entrance of the hall and were already alert. They took out their yellow talismans and prepared to defend themselves. Puff, 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 there were a series of muffled sounds. How could the Ling Pei Mountain Villa disciples' yellow talismans be a match for Fan Qingmu's magic weapon? They were easily broken by the brilliance. Moreover, the brilliance that pierced through the yellow talismans was like a sharp sword. It didn't lose its momentum and pierced towards every disciple's body. Kacha kacha, just as the brilliance pierced the disciples' bodies, the brilliance on their bodies flickered and disappeared. Then there was the sound of the brilliance shattering. The yellow talismans on their bodies couldn't withstand a single blow and were all pierced by the brilliance. The disciples without the yellow talismans were like chickens waiting to be slaughtered under the pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator. Their bodies were easily pierced by the brilliance, and they didn't have any power to fight back. They all fell into a pool of blood. The disciple who was at the peak of the 12th level of Qi refining realm, who was sitting at the head table, just now didn't get up. Although there was some panic on his face, he wasn't as frightened as the surrounding disciples. When he collapsed to the ground, he clapped his hands and a small triangular flag was pinched in his hand. Fan Qingmu killed several disciples of Ling Pei Mountain Villa. He glanced around and saw the situation in the hall clearly. However, the dozens of fire arrows that were shot out from the array in the hall had already flown in front of him. He didn't have time to chase after the other Lanli sect disciples. Humph! Fan Qingmu sneered. He really didn't understand what Manor Head Who meant. However, since he dared to come to Ling Pei Mountain Villa, he naturally had a plan to deal with it. He clapped his hand again, and a ruler-like celestial artifact appeared from his storage bag. As he activated his spiritual power, it quickly flew above his head. Immediately, a yellow brilliance emitted from the ruler. In the blink of an eye, it protected Fan Qingmu's body. At this moment, the fire arrow that was flying towards him had only flown half a foot forward. Fan Qingmu's eyes narrowed as he saw his magic item protecting him. He waved the magic item in his hand once more, and several dozen rays of light spun out to meet the fire arrows. Pa 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 pa, a series of crisp sounds could be heard. Flames flashed around Fan Qingmu like fireworks, but they were also annihilated. Haha, Manor Head Who, if you don't show up, how can you be Ai's opponent with just the array in this hall? Fan Qingmu laughed heartily. He cast his gaze towards the many disciples in the hall. Under his pressure, everyone, including the 4 disciples from the Imperial Lightning Sect, had collapsed to the ground. They looked at him with pale faces, their eyes filled with horror and fear. Although Fan Qingmu's magic item produced a lot of brilliance, it was only an attack after all. In addition to 70% of the fire arrows being destroyed, 30% of the fire arrows leaped out from the gaps in the brilliance and shot straight at his protective light curtain. Pa pa pa, just as Fan Qingmu's gaze was wandering, several fire arrows shot at the light curtain. Without exception, they couldn't break through the protection of the light curtain and turned into fireworks that fell to the ground. Therefore, Fan Qingmu threw away his last bit of vigilance and sneered. Since Manor Head Who is so heartless, don't blame I for being unrighteous. I will kill all of your descendants in Ling Pei Mountain Villa. As he spoke, he waved the magic item in his hand again and again. Many rays of brilliance flashed like sharp swords and shot at the many disciples who collapsed in the hall. Suddenly, screams sounded in the hall. One by one, the lives of the Lanli sect disciples were easily taken by Fan Qingmu. The 4 disciples of Imperial Thunder sect naturally collapsed to the ground and couldn't move. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and calmly observed. Not only was the cloud-suppressing seal eager to try, but the mighty Vajra celestial body hidden in his body could come out at any time to resist Fan Qingmu's pressure. Fortunately, Fan Qingmu knew the origin of Xiaohua and the others. He seemed to have a lingering fear, or perhaps he had other plans. When he waved his magic item, he missed the 4 of them. Since that was the case, Xiaohua didn't want to create more trouble and didn't want to get involved in the grudge between the Lanli sect and Fan Qingmu. He only allowed Fan Qingmu to kill the disciples of the Lanli sect while he carefully took precautions. However, just when Fan Qingmu took control of the entire hall, another change suddenly occurred. Most of the fire arrows that were shot at Fan Qingmu's protective light curtain fell to the ground. It was obvious that their power was not enough to break through the defense of the light curtain. However, just when Fan Qingmu shifted his attention away and focused on killing the disciples of the Lanli sect, the moment one of the fire arrows touched the light curtain, the flame on the fire arrow disappeared and revealed its original form. It was actually a slender magic item in the shape of a rhombus. The sharp tip of the rhombus magic item had a faint blue light flickering. Moreover, there were also faint runes flowing around the magic item. Puff! The moment the flames disappeared, the rhombus-shaped celestial artifact suddenly raised its head like an awakened green python and rushed towards the light screen. The light screen that had blocked the numerous fire arrows only lasted for a moment before the rhombus-shaped celestial artifact's blue tip corroded a hole in it. The rhombus-shaped celestial artifact easily flew through the hole and pierced straight towards Fan Qingmu's heart. Fan Qingmu was alarmed when he sensed that the light screen of his Dharma artifact had been broken. He quickly formed a seal with his free hand and sent a thunder palm toward the rhombus-shaped Dharma artifact. Crack! The thunder palm struck, but the rhombus-shaped Dharma artifact seemed to have a mind of its own. With a slight twist, it bypassed the thunder palm. This is bad. Only then did Fan Qingmu realize that something was wrong. He hurriedly slapped his shoulder, and a light green brilliance rapidly spread from his shoulder to his entire body. Unfortunately, although the brilliance was fast, it was not as fast as the rhombus-shaped artifact. As soon as the light green brilliance reached Fan Qingmu's shoulder, the artifact's sharp point pierced his heart. In an instant, the brilliance from his heart shone brightly. It seemed to be Fan Qingmu's protective defense. Unfortunately, this defense was still no match for the strong poison of the magic item. It was quickly corroded and flaws appeared. Chapter 1729. Fan Qingmu only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream before a pitch-black qi emerged from his heart and rapidly spread to every part of his body. Following the emergence of this black qi, pieces of rotten flesh accompanied by a nauseating smell fell from Fan Qingmu's body. Fan Qingmu's corpse was still in a standing posture. When the pieces of flesh fell to the ground in a very strange manner, it did not take long for the pale white bones to be revealed. Highly toxic. Xiaohua in the distance immediately narrowed his eyes and thought with a chill in his heart. He then looked at the door of the hall. Fan Qingmu is dead. His oppressive aura immediately disappeared. The group of Blue Li sect disciples immediately became lively. Their faces were filled with surprise. Many of them shouted, "Manor Master Hu, quickly open the array." In the hall, the only remaining disciple of Ling Pei Mountain Villa quietly put away the triangular flag. He stood up coldly and looked at the door of the hall. He was about to speak. At this moment, there was a pshwav sound and the door of the hall opened. A black object was thrown in and landed on the table with a muffled dang. In the hall, the disciples were all cultivators. How could they not understand? That black object was none other than the head of Ling Pei Mountain Villa's Manor Master Hu. Manor Master Hu? Many disciples cried out in alarm. Their faces were filled with fear. Unlike the other disciples, the Ling Pei Mountain Villa's disciple had a cruel smile on his face. However, when he heard the voice outside the hall, an extremely shocked expression appeared on his face. Let me see how much effort Hu Ming has put in the past 10 years, and how many disciples of the Lanli sect he has won over. A sharp voice sounded. Although it sounded like a man's voice, there was a hint of femininity in the voice. Senior Uncle Ian. The voice was obviously very special. The disciples could immediately recognize it even when they were frightened. Following the shouts of the disciples, a dozen or so cultivators slowly walked in from the entrance of the hall. The one in front was an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He wasn't very tall, but his body was short and his face was thin. However, his pale face was very strange. He didn't look like a normal cultivator who was full of vitality. Behind Martial Uncle Ian, there were a dozen or so disciples in the 11th layer of qi refining. However, apart from the few in front who were acting normally, the rest of the disciples looked dispirited. They were obviously injured. Moreover, judging by their dejected expressions, they should be the disciples of Master Hu of Lingpei Mountain Village. As expected, the disciple who had just stood up had a look of surprise on his face. He placed his hand in his bosom and stood there quietly, looking at Martial Uncle Ian. Martial Uncle Ian walked to the top of the hall and swept his gaze across the hall. After his gaze swept past the faces of Xiaohua and the others, it stopped at a few disciples among the crowd. You all are really bold. You all know that I have a grudge with Hu Ming, yet you dared to hide it from me and join him. As soon as Martial Uncle Ian spoke, the disciples with pale faces and trembling bodies quickly stepped forward. With a plop, they knelt on the ground and shouted, Martial Uncle Ian, we didn't join Hu Ming. It was Hu Ming who said that there was a treasure today and invited us to come and try it out. We have absolutely no intention of betraying Martial Uncle Ian. Martial Uncle Ian sneered and said, Humph, if it was so simple, would I have scolded you all? If you all only had such selfish motives, why didn't you inform me? Why didn't you inform my direct disciple? Senior Uncle Ian sneered. A disciple boldly said, reporting to Martial Uncle, Hu Ming only said to keep it a secret. He didn't want us to tell anyone else. Senior Uncle Yin's expression didn't change. He waved his hand, and a beam of light shot out. It seemed to be an enchanted item, but it also seemed to be a yellow talisman. The disciple sensed it, and his body twitched as if he wanted to resist. But Senior Uncle Yin's pressure completely suppressed him, making it impossible for him to move. A dark green light flashed, and a miserable scream rang out. The disciple's body also began to turn black, and pieces of rotting flesh began to fall from his body. The other disciples immediately shouted, Martial Uncle, please spare us. Humph, you think you're the only one who knows? Since there are so many disciples gathered in the hall, how could you be the only one who knows? Martial Uncle Ian sneered at the skeleton that gradually appeared. Then he looked at the disciples who were kneeling on the ground with blood on their foreheads and said, Since you knew, why did you do it in the first place? Back then, if any of you knew, you could have just sent me a message. Martial Uncle, please spare us. The disciples immediately turned pale with fright. Knowing that there was no hope, they unconsciously began to resist. Go kill them. Martial Uncle Ian waved his hand and ordered. At the same time, the pressure of the Foundation establishment stage pressed down. Yes, we understand. Several disciples behind Senior Uncle Ian replied. Then, they clapped their hands and took out several yellow talismans. What about Qingyu? What about the other disciples? Master, please give us your orders. When a few disciples walked a few steps forward, the fireball talismans in their hands shot out and landed on the bodies of those disciples. Several heart-wrenching screams sounded in everyone's ears, causing everyone's hearts to tremble in fear. A skinny disciple beside Martial Uncle Ian asked in a low voice. In an instant, everyone pricked up their ears and looked at Martial Uncle Ian with pitiful eyes. The other disciples? Martial Uncle Ian glanced at them coldly and said in a sharp voice, They didn't swear a blood oath to be loyal to me. We'll make a blood oath right now. All the disciples shouted when they heard this. It seemed like they had found an opportunity to live. Qingyu? There's no need for him to live. Martial Uncle Ian looked at the disciple who had been standing in front of the table and sneered. How can I not know what he's thinking? With that, Martial Uncle Ian raised his hand and flicked his middle finger. Seeing a green dot of light shoot out from Martial Uncle Ian's hand, Qingyu's expression changed greatly. He didn't dare to hesitate and immediately took out the scarlet triangular flag from before. Martial Uncle Ian was stunned when he saw the flag. An indescribable expression flashed through his eyes, and his finger, that was about to shoot out a second light, unconsciously paused. Qingyu took out the small flag and didn't stop. He activated his magic power, and a few strands of black light shot out from the small flag, shooting straight towards the walls of the hall. Uncle Yin's eyes were filled with interest as he watched the strands of black light land on the walls of the hall. He didn't raise his hand to stop them. As the black light landed on the walls of the hall, the black light flashed from the walls. As the light flickered, the restrictions in the hall weakened. Strands of black gas gradually squeezed out from the restrictions and quickly spread to cover the entire hall. Quick now! In the distance, Xiaohua shouted and slapped his hand. A strand of Samadhi True Fire appeared in his hand. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the Samadhi True Fire appeared in his hand. With a palm strike, he slapped the nearest wall. The restriction on the wall had already been diluted by the black gas. After being burned by the Samadhi True Fire, a small hole had already appeared in the restriction. At this moment, the restrictions on the four walls were replaced by the old ones. Xiaohua's plan was indeed effective. Go! At this time, Chen Dihing also shouted. With a wave of his hand, his halberd immediately flew into the air. A tricolored brilliance emerged from the tip of the halberd, turning into 3 balls of light the size of a duck egg. They rushed towards the place where the Samadhi true fire was burning. Rumble! With 3 loud explosions, a hole the size of a person was blasted out of the restriction on the wall. I'll go first. Qian Diheng urged his spiritual power and didn't dare to hesitate. He flew towards the human-sized hole. Ming Hao was the first to fly out. Although Xiao Hua was the closest to the wall, he didn't move. He just stared at Qing Yu while his heart churned endlessly. Although he hadn't seen this scarlet triangular flag before, he wasn't unfamiliar with the black cheese restriction. It was very similar to the demonic formation he'd seen on the Thousand-Zhang Peak. Moreover, he could also see the difference within the churning black qi. This was clearly demonic qi. Demonic cultivator. Xiao Hua immediately judged it. However, looking at Qing Yu, he didn't seem to be possessed by the blood shadow. He was no different from an ordinary human cultivator. Suddenly, Xiao Hua frowned and thought of what Xiao Xinrui said that day. Heavenly Demon Sect? Is this disciple the Heavenly Demon Sect that senior sister mentioned? At the same time, Xiao Hua also diverted some attention to look at martial Uncle Yin. The cloud-suppressing seal in his body was ready to attack at any time. However, martial Uncle Yin didn't seem to see what Xiao Hua and the others were doing. He only looked at Qing Yu, as if Qing Yu, a disciple of Lingpei Mountain Villa at the 12th level of Qi refining, was more important than Xiao Hua and the other 4 disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Watch me. Seeing that after Qian Diheng had escaped, the black qi on the wall had become denser and denser, gradually covering up the hole, Kuan Fian coldly shouted. The thunder-trapping bead in his hand also left his hand. Before the thunder-trapping bead flew to the wall, it had already enlarged to the size of a bowl. Countless tiny lightning bolts were released from the thunder-trapping bead, striking the black qi with a crackling sound. That lightning glow was indeed the nemesis of the black qi. Countless black qi was annihilated by the lightning glow. Instantly, another hole that was twice the size of the previous one appeared. I'm going, Kuan Fian said coquettishly and flew into the hole. Ouch! At this moment, Qing Yu's attention was diverted from martial Uncle Yin. Seeing that 2 of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples had already escaped, he became anxious and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the small triangular flag. The small triangular flag flashed with black light, and even more black light with traces of blood flew out from the flag. It repeatedly shot into the 4 walls of the hall. Thus, even more dense black qi crazily surged out from the walls. In the blink of an eye, the hole that Kuan Fian had escaped from was filled up. Chapter 1730. Go! The remaining Sun Shu's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Xiao Hua, and the thunder lock in his hand flew into the air like Kuan Fian's thunder-trapping bead. Dozens of tiny lightning bolts also shot towards the hole. With the same crackling sounds, the thick black smoke was hit by the lightning bolts, and the hole appeared again, once again expanding to the size of a person. I'll go first. Sun Shu's voice was clearly different from the previous 2. It seemed to carry a questioning tone, and he looked at Xiao Hua with concern. When Xiao Hua nodded, Sun Shu's figure flew into the air, about to enter the hole. Unfortunately, at this moment, a low voice rang out. Useless things, 2 of you have already escaped. As the voice spoke, a human figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. This person wore an ordinary Taoist robe and held a small triangular flag in his hand. However, this flag was twice as big as Qing Yu's. Moreover, the scarlet color was even deeper, as if it had been smeared with a thick layer of blood. Go! That person waved the small flag in his hand, and a few rays of black and red light shot towards the wall. Those rays of light were like water droplets that were thrown into a pot of oil. With a series of crackling sounds, more black gas gushed out from the wall at an extremely fast speed, firmly blocking the hole that Sun Shu had just created. This is bad. He thought to himself, this is bad. He slapped his forehead, wanting to take out the cloud-suppressing seal. However, just as he raised his hand into the air, his heart skipped a beat, and he immediately stopped. He turned his head to look at Sun Shu's thunder lock, and saw that it couldn't break through the black smoke. He then looked at martial Uncle Yin and the person who came later. Changhuan? Xiao Hua recognized that person's face. His eyes unconsciously narrowed, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. This senior martial brother Chong was actually the Chong Huan that Xiao Hua had met in 100 Herb Gate when he was still an apprentice disciple of Shang Huaming. Thus, Xiao Hua felt even more certain that he had made the right choice. This guy, how could he also have this kind of flag? And it looks even more powerful than Qing Yu's flag. This guy, isn't he a loose cultivator? Could it be that he also joined some heavenly demon sect? Xiao Hua thought to himself. He turned around to look at Sun Shu, who had landed beside him, and nodded slightly. And Sun Shu was vexed in his heart, but when he saw Xiao Hua's calm gaze, his heart relaxed for no reason. That's right, this junior brother of his still hasn't taken out his most powerful cloud-suppressing seal. What is there to be afraid of? Moreover, the martial uncle Een who came first and the cultivator who came later were obviously not from the same group. If the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fisherman would benefit from it. Xiao Hua and I definitely have a chance. Therefore, Sun Shu placed the lightning lock on top of her head. A misty brilliance sprinkled down from the lightning lock, protecting her and Xiao Hua. When Chong Huan saw that Sun Shu was blocked, he no longer paid attention to him. His gaze swept past Xiao Hua, as if he didn't recognize him at all. He turned his head to look at martial uncle Een. Een Meng, why did you come to Ling Pei Mountain Villa instead of staying in Limo Ridge? Then he looked at the black head of Hu Ming on the table and laughed. So you are after the foundation of Pei Mountain Villa. What a coincidence. It's actually the same as my heavenly demon sect's plan. Ha ha ha. Een Meng raised his head and laughed loudly. This old man has long heard of the heavenly demon sect's reputation, but I didn't expect to meet it today. However, your heavenly demon sect really disappoints this old man. Your disciple's cultivation isn't very high, but your tone isn't small. You, a junior in the 12th layer of Qi refining, actually dares to criticize this old man, a foundation establishment cultivator? Could it be this old man can't kill you? And it's no wonder. You seem to be that extremely notorious loose cultivator, Chong Huan. Een Meng looked as if he suddenly realized something and sneered. Before, you were just a minor character in the 9th layer of Qi refining. Now that you have cultivated to the late stage of the 12th layer of Qi refining, you think you are amazing? You really don't know that there is always someone better than you. Alas, criticizing this old man in front of this old man, you are simply a jumping clown. Fine, I'll let you see the power of a foundation establishment cultivator. As soon as Een Meng's voice fell, he didn't take out any magic tool. He only flicked his right hand, his 5 fingers like playing a pipa, drawing a few afterimages in the air. In an instant, more than 10 sparks of fire, emitting a bewitching light, enveloped Chong Huan from top to bottom. Ha ha ha, you are just a foundation establishment cultivator. What is there to be proud of? Although Chong Huan's mouth spoke arrogantly, he didn't dare to be negligent. He waved the triangular formation flag, and a thick blood-black fog gushed out from the roof above his head, blocking the 10 sparks of fire. Pa 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 pa, more than 10 consecutive sounds rang out. The sound was very dull, and the originally thick blood fog was instantly blown apart. However, even though the blood fog was stretched out very long and was blown away by the explosions, there wasn't a single spark of blood fog. Ha-ha, a foundation establishment cultivator is only SSO. Chong Huan's originally somewhat apprehensive mood immediately became excited, and his eyes flashed with a greedy light. His gaze was on the storage pouch at Een Meng's waist. Should I go up and help? In the distance, Xiao Hua saw Chong Huan's gaze and felt annoyed. He couldn't help but think. As he thought this, he turned his head to look at Sun Shu. At this time, Sun Shu was very calm and narrowed his eyes. Feeling Xiao Hua's gaze, Sun Shu glanced at Xiao Hua and whispered, "These 2 cultivators aren't anything good. No matter who wins, both of our lives won't be guaranteed. Let's wait for both of them to be injured. Then you and I will attack together." As senior sister says. Xiao Hua nodded. Looking again, Een Meng's face also revealed shock. He clapped his hand, and a 3-inch-long rhombus-shaped magic tool like a flying sword floated in his palm. It was precisely the magic tool he used to kill Fan Qingmu just now, the Jade Rise shuttle. Humph. How can you measure the divine abilities of a foundation establishment cultivator? A trace of a smile appeared on Een Meng's face. Under the urging of his magic power, the Jade Rise shuttle suddenly expanded, and the green at the tip became even more dazzling. In my heavenly demon sect's blood formation, even a foundation establishment cultivator will be trampled under my feet, Chong Huan arrogantly said. Then he looked at Qing Yu and cursed. 2 Imperial Thunder Sect disciples have already escaped, yet you still want to let the other disciples go? Quickly, kill all of Yin Meng's disciples. Yes, disciple understands. Qingyu's expression had already changed a few times as he stood there. He clearly understood the stakes involved. When he heard Chang Huan's instructions, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. He waved the small flag in his hand. Immediately, the blood fog that surged out from the walls split apart and aggressively charged towards the disciples beside Yin Meng. When Yin Meng's disciples saw this, they didn't dare to be negligent. Several of them clapped their hands, and several fireball talismans, ice talismans, and other talismans shot out in succession. Unexpectedly, these powerful yellow talismans had already entered the blood mist and immediately lost their power. If they weren't corroded by the blood mist and turned into talismans, then they would explode and be covered by the blood mist. They couldn't harm anyone at all. Quick, magical artifacts. The disciples immediately came to their senses and cried out in alarm, each of them taking out their magical artifacts. However, they were only Qi condensation disciples, so how many of them had magic tools? Even more disciples panicked and took out defensive yellow talismans, such as Vajra talismans and Iron Cloak talismans, and hurriedly used them on themselves. Chapter 1731. Who would have thought that the defensive light barriers that usually looked extremely sturdy, which couldn't even be broken by ordinary fireball talismans, would be so fragile in the face of the blood-black mist. As soon as the mist came into contact with the light barriers, it immediately emitted a faint zhizhib sound. The light barriers were corroded to form an extremely small flaw, and as the mist surged in, the flaw became even larger. In just a few blinks of an eye, the defensive light barriers of the numerous disciples were completely corroded, and the mist was about to corrode their bodies. So powerful, the numerous disciples were greatly shocked. The yellow talismans in their hands continuously shot out, thickening the defensive light barriers again and again, wanting to stop the mist's corrosion. However, although there were many yellow talismans, they couldn't delay the mist's corrosion in the slightest. The brilliance of the numerous disciples flickered. In the end, when the yellow talismans were used up, it was time for them to die. Meanwhile, Yin Meng summoned the Jade Hive shuttle, and a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. He formed a seal with his hand and pointed his finger. Go, the Jade Hive shuttle drew a faint arc in the air and pierced towards Chang Huan. Chang Huan didn't panic, nor did he take out a magic tool. He only shook the formation flag in his hand again, and the already thin mist from before thickened again, once again blocking the Jade Hive shuttle. This is a bit troublesome. Xiaohua watched from afar, his brows tightly knitted. When he first saw Chang Huan had just reached the 9th layer of the Qi refinement realm. In these past few years, Chang Huan had actually advanced to the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm. It was very obvious that his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds after he joined the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Heavenly Demon Sect was clearly a devil cultivator. Xiaohua had never heard of it before, so it was very likely that it had only appeared in recent years. If it hadn't just been established, then it had always been secretly developing. Looking at Chang Huan's technique again, aside from using formation flags and borrowing the power of the hall's formation to attack Yin Meng, he didn't reveal any devil cultivator techniques. Moreover, just this devil formation alone could trap a foundation establishment cultivator, which truly shocked Xiaohua. Just as Xiaohua was pondering, the Jade Hive shuttle had already rushed into the mist. At the very beginning, Xiaohua could still see the Jade Hive shuttle flickering with blue light and the mist churning like boiling water. However, in a few breaths of time, everything became tranquil again, and the Jade Hive had already condensed into the mist. Ah! Yin Meng turned pale with fright. She conjured a Dharma seal and hurriedly tried to retrieve the Jade Tower shuttle. However, when the Dharma seal struck the fog, it was like a stone falling into water. She could only feel the Dharma artifact's response, but she was unable to retrieve it. Go, Chang Huan sneered. This time, he no longer waved the flag. Instead, he chanted and his hands began to form seals. As the seals formed, Chang Huan's face gradually turned black and his eyes became bloodshot. When the seals formed, Chang Huan shouted and hit the fog in front of him. Dozens of black gas condensed into the shape of sharp swords and flew toward Yin Meng. As the black gas flew, there was a faint ghostly howl. Not good. Seeing this, Yin Meng's expression also changed. She hurriedly clapped her hands, and a ring-shaped ball flew into the air. It seemed to be a defensive artifact. The defensive green brilliance poured down from the top of her head, protecting Yin Meng's body. Chong Huan saw that the black gas condensed into black swords were about to pierce Yin Meng's body. How could he let Yin Meng cast the spell successfully? A ruthless look flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood essence into the black gas in front of him. The black gas rapidly surged a few times, and the dozens of black gas moved twice as fast as before. Go! Yin Meng loosened his hand. Like the previous aura refining disciples, he shot out many defensive yellow talismans. Yin Meng's yellow talismans were naturally high level. Although the ice and other brilliances they produced couldn't last long in front of the black gas, they could still block the black gas for a moment. Just this moment alone, the brilliance of the ring-shaped artifact could protect Yin Meng. Unfortunately, just as a hint of joy flashed in Yin Meng's eyes, the two black gas between his two sides suddenly became thicker. There were several faint bloodshot threads swimming in it. In the blink of an eye, the black gas pierced through the defensive brilliance that had just been produced and pierced into Yin Meng's Taoist robe. Ah, you! A resentful voice appeared in Yin Meng's eyes. It was only now that he realized that Chong Huan's blood essence had only stimulated these two black gas. The other streams were just a cover. The black gas was also very powerful. As soon as it pierced into Yin Meng's body, it immediately turned into black threads like swimming snakes. They followed Yin Meng's blood vessels and spread towards his vital points. Moreover, wherever the black threads passed, his skin would turn pitch black. Yin Meng clenched his teeth. Without making any hand seals, he waved his hand and took out a jade bottle from his storage pouch. He crushed the jade bottle and swallowed the medicinal pill inside without even looking at it. At the same time Yin Meng swallowed the medicinal pill, the dozens of black gas that had been blocked by the defensive yellow talismans also pierced his body. In an instant, Yin Meng's entire body was shrouded in black gas. With a thump, Yin Meng's body unexpectedly fell to the ground, no longer moving. Ah! A foundation-building cultivator was killed just like that? Xiaohua looked on with a dumbfounded expression. Chong Huan also seemed to not dare to believe it. However, Chong Huan immediately laughed. A foundation-building cultivator is nothing more than this. As he spoke, he coldly looked at the Lanli sect disciples who were struggling in the black gas. His gaze fell on Xiaohua and Sun Shu. When he saw Xiaohua, he was slightly taken aback, but he immediately ignored him and said to Sun Shu with a smile, "The disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect are indeed worthy of their reputation." This poor Taoist was only a moment late and 2 people escaped. However, fortunately, fellow Sun is not among them. Otherwise, wouldn't I's arrangements be in vain? Me? Sun Shu looked at Chong Huan in a daze and asked curiously, "This poor Taoist has never had any dealings with the Heavenly Devil sect, nor do I know any devil cultivators. May I know why fellow Taoist Chong is making such a big fuss?" Hee, fellow Sun doesn't need to know about this. Chong Huan smiled and said, "When I capture fellow Sun and see that person, you will know for yourself. You're courting death." How could Sun Shu ask again? He pointed his finger. The lightning lock that had been protecting him and Xiaohua just now emitted a gorgeous brilliance. A flash of lightning flashed and struck towards Chong Huan. Kacha a few sounds. The lightning split the black gas in front of Chong Huan into several strands. However, after the lightning disappeared, the black gas gathered together again. It was just that the color was a little lighter. Ha-hop, even a foundation establishment cultivator, is not the opponent of this blood array. You, a chi-refining cultivator, can turn the sky upside down? Chong Huan laughed and waved the small flag in his hand again. A lot of black gas surged out from the 4 walls of the hall. Not only did it protect Chong Huan, but it also drowned the entire hall. Although this devil chi isn't as powerful as the formation set up by the devil cultivator on the Thousand Zhang Peak, I'm afraid ordinary chi refining cultivators are also powerless against it. Xiaohua inwardly thought. Even Li Zongbao, who is at the great circle of chi refining, can't break it. It seems that I can only use the cloud suppressing seal, or the devil spear tip. Moreover, this Chong Huan. He had a grudge with this young master before. Since we met today, how can I let him escape? Xiaohua's current cultivation was close to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Although he was trapped in the blood array, because he had already seen an even more powerful blood array before, he did not have the slightest trace of panic in his heart. When he saw that Sun Shu's lightning lock attack was ineffective, he clapped his hand and the white dust flew out from the space. It flew into the air and sprinkled a layer of yellow light that covered him and Sun Shu. Then he shouted, "Chong Huan, do you know this young master?" "You." At this moment, Chong Huan was waving the small flag to attack the black gas. Hearing Xiaohua's words, he glanced at Xiaohua, narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "I don't care who you are. You're just a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Even if I've seen you before and have some grudges with you, I will absolutely not let you live. Don't try to worm your way into being friends with me." However, a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. "Remember this well. This young master's name is Xiaohua. Don't go to the netherworld without knowing this young master's name." Xiaohua sneered and said loudly, "Xiaohua." Chong Huan was slightly stunned, but then the appearance of the first layer of qi refinement from several years ago merged with the appearance of the 12th layer of qi refinement in front of him. "Ah, it's you?" Chong Huan was shocked. At this moment, the corner of Xiaohua's mouth rose. He slapped his forehead and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out from his mouth. This cloud-suppressing seal was, after all, a magical treasure. As soon as it flew out, its aura was terrifying. Streams of heaven and earth spirit qi were attracted by the cloud-suppressing seal, and the bronze brilliance pushed away the black gas around 10 feet around it, creating a large empty space. "Ah, magic treasure?" Chong Huan was shocked, and at the same time, his eyes flashed with greed. His somewhat red eyes swept over Xiaohua and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to enter the Imperial Thunder sect and be able to obtain this magic treasure. What a pity, you didn't die in my hands last time. Today, you still can't escape the fate of that day." Then he waved the small flag left and right. Clouds like black lotuses formed around the small flag. Under the urging of Chong Huan's magic power, they surged towards the cloud-suppressing seal. "This young master wants to see who will take whose life." Xiaohua sneered. He urged the magic power in his hand and poured it into the cloud-suppressing seal. Under Xiaohua's urging, the cloud-suppressing seal had already become 3 feet in size. Then it slowly flipped over. The red and yellow brilliance at the bottom of the cloud-suppressing seal was aimed at Chong Huan. "Go!" Xiaohua pointed his finger. The cloud-suppressing seal emitted a deafening buzzing sound and smashed towards Chong Huan. "Ah!" The boundless power of karma appeared on the cloud-suppressing seal, making Chong Huan feel like he couldn't dodge or even do anything. After all, when Chong Huan was a rogue cultivator, he did countless outrageous things and had a lot of karma on him. This kind of karma was his nemesis. What kind of magic treasure is this? In his panic, Chong Huan waved the small flag again and again. In the end, he opened his mouth again without hesitation and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence onto the small flag. Instantly, tens of small black lotuses with faint red threads on all sides flew out from where the small flag was waved and circled below the cloud-suppressing seal, wanting to hold it up. Chapter 1732. Below the cloud-suppressing seal, there were dozens of small black lotuses spiraling around, trying their best to stop the cloud-suppressing seal. However, the cloud-suppressing seal was still descending at a seemingly slow speed. Under the pressure of the magic treasure, the numerous black lotuses were shattered one by one, dissipating into wisps of black gas and then disappearing. Run, seeing that the small flag couldn't stop the cloud-suppressing seal's descent and that the cloud-suppressing seal had locked onto him, Chong Huan immediately made a decision. He clenched his teeth and tried his best to suppress the fear in his heart. He waved the small flag in his hand again. While the black gas was surrounding him, dozens of flying swords condensed from the black gas stabbed towards Xiaohua and Sun Shu just like before. "Senior Sister Sun, be careful," Xiaohua shouted loudly. The black dust above his head shone brightly, thickening the light barrier a bit. Sun Shu did the same. Several bolts of lightning flashed from the thunder lock, scattering to her left and right, blocking the black gas outside. "Go!" Xiaohua waved his hand. The black iron needles had already flown out while the black gas was churning. While dodging the black gas, they pierced towards Chong Huan through the gaps. Chong Huan's hands struggled to form a strange seal. A layer of black gas entrenched under his feet, lifting him up and flying towards the entrance of the hall. "Still want to run?" Xiaohua sneered. His figure flew up and quickly chased after him. At the same time, the cloud-suppressing seal swayed slightly, chasing after him as it descended. As a magic treasure, the cloud-suppressing seal's power was incomparable. However, it also had a shortcoming, and that was that it consumed a lot of magic power. Moreover, when controlling it, it was like a young man wielding a weapon that didn't match his strength. His movements were very slow. Although Xiaohua saw Changhuan escape, the cloud-suppressing seal couldn't completely descend. Fortunately, although Changhuan released a lot of black qi, which were like sharp swords, they were all suppressed and dissipated under the might of the cloud-suppressing seal. Not many of the flying sword-like black qi were able to reach Xiaohua. Even the black qi in the hall was completely washed away when Xiaohua flew up. This black gas can actually restrict divine sense. Xiaohua's vision was blocked by the black gas. He unconsciously released his divine sense and shockingly discovered something strange. Oh no, this black iron needle doesn't seem to be of much use. Just as he discovered that his spiritual sense was blocked by the black qi, Xiaohua discovered that the black iron needles he secretly released also seemed to have sunk into sticky water within the black qi. Their flight was greatly restricted, and they were far from being able to display their unfathomable speed. I'm afraid we'll have to use a magic weapon. Xiaohua watched as Changhuan was shrouded in black qi and moved towards the wall of the hall. He couldn't help but think to himself, this Changhuan is actually harder to deal with than a Foundation establishment cultivator with the help of the blood formation. This is the only way. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a trace of sternness. His figure suddenly sped up as he shouted, "Where are you going? Have a taste of my needle." Then, he used his divine telekinesis to activate the black iron needle and pierced it towards the black qi surrounding Changhuan. You dare to use this thing to embarrass yourself? It seemed that Changhuan was already close to the wall. Although the cloud-suppressing seal had fallen, he was still confident that he could escape in this short period of time. Only then did he seriously tremble in his heart and encourage himself. Sure enough, Xiaohua felt that when his black iron needle pierced into the black qi, it was like piercing into an extremely elastic silk. It couldn't penetrate even half an inch further. However, at this moment, his figure had already closed in on Changhuan. He was only a few feet away. Then have another taste of my fist. As Xiaohua spoke, he once again raised his right hand and punched. Changhuan was very puzzled. He didn't understand why Xiaohua didn't use more strength to activate the cloud-suppressing seal and instead used his fist to attack. Although he knew that the black qi surrounding his body was extremely poisonous, he still activated even more black qi to block in front of Xiaohua's fist. Seeing that Xiaohua's fist was about to touch the black qi, Changhuan's eyes also lit up. He eagerly wanted to see Xiaohua's arm being corroded by the black qi. However, at this moment, Xiaohua's figure suddenly twisted. His left hand streaked across the air, leaving behind an afterimage. A pitch-black stick appeared from his left hand and directly pierced into the black qi surrounding Changhuan's back. A heart-wrenching scream sounded. Black blood splashed into the black qi as Xiaohua retracted his hand. With a sizzling sound, the black blood immediately boiled and disappeared without a trace. The demonic spear in Xiaohua's hand actually ignored the corrosion of the black qi, ignored Changhuan's defense, and directly pierced into his heart. Demonic weapon. Changhuan's dead fish-like eyes flashed with an inconceivable expression as he muttered. At the same time, the black qi quickly seeped into Changhuan's body as the demonic spear was pulled out. An incomparably fishy smell quickly spread out from Changhuan's body. Pieces of rotten flesh also began to fall. Xiaohua let out a cold snort from his nose. He pointed his finger, and the cloud-suppressing seal that had already landed on top of Changhuan's head slightly tilted. It didn't stop and continued to fly forward. In front of the cloud-suppressing seal was a wall of the hall. With a loud pung sound, the entire hall seemed to shake. On the wall that was surging with black qi, a gap was smashed open by the cloud-suppressing seal. The black brilliance in this gap was annihilated, creating a hole the size of a person. The black qi around this hole rolled and slowly healed. "Senior Sun, quickly leave." Xiaohua didn't even turn his head. He grabbed with his hand, and the cloud-suppressing seal once again flew out from the wall, preparing for a second impact. Sun Shu was originally behind Xiaohua. Seeing this scene, her heart was happy. She looked deeply at Xiaohua with her beautiful eyes and said, "Junior brother, be careful." Afterwards, without saying anything else, the Lei Suo flew in front of her. She herself used the flight technique to follow behind the Lei Suo, and escaped from the gradually shrinking hole. Just as Sun Shu's figure disappeared, the hole had already healed. Go! Xiaohua's expression didn't change. While urging his Fa Li, the cloud-suppressing seal once again shot out. It was still at the place where the hole was just now. Useless thing. An extremely magnetic voice suddenly resounded through the entire hall. At the same time, a tall cultivator appeared from the black chi in the hall. This cultivator's cultivation was at the middle foundation establishment stage. He didn't wear any camouflage robes and didn't hide his cultivation. On his incomparably handsome face, a pair of eye-catching eyes flashed with an indescribable divine light. He was looking at Xiaohua, who was casting his technique with astonishment. This person was the heavenly demon sex Zhang Qingxiao. As soon as Zhang Qingxiao appeared, he immediately grabbed with his hand. The small black flag in Chong Huan's hand suddenly flew into his hand. Following Zhang Qingxiao's wave of the formation flag, a black water-like liquid seeped into the wall. Ah! A middle foundation establishment stage cultivator. Seeing this, Xiaohua turned pale with fright. The Fa Li in his body urged. The cloud-suppressing seal hummed and smashed into the black chi in the wall, even more quickly and violently. Chapter 1733. Seeing the cloud-suppressing seal smash into the wall of the hall and disperse the black chi, Xiaohua's heart fell to the bottom of the valley and became ice-cold. Under the black chi, the liquid that looked like black water had already covered the entire wall. The black brilliance that had been destroyed by the cloud-suppressing seal flashed again and again. Although it had dimmed a lot, it was not extinguished. Xiaohua's most powerful magic treasure, the cloud-suppressing seal, couldn't break Zhang Qingxiao's blood array. Seeing that the suppressing cloud seal's attack was ineffective, Xiaohua hurriedly grabbed with his hand. The suppressing cloud seal flipped a few times in the air and flew to the top of Xiaohua's head. A cluster of ancient bronze brilliance with red threads firmly protected Xiaohua. Zhang Qingxiao held the array flag in his hand and looked at Xiaohua with interest. He didn't have any intention of attacking. After the cloud-suppressing seal protected his body, Xiaohua was relieved. He looked at the unfamiliar cultivator in front of him and bowed. Junior is Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder Sect. How should I address Senior? I know you're called Xiaohua, Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile. It was hard to say whether it was a sneer or a smile. Oh, Senior knows Junior? Xiaohua was surprised. Zhang Qingxiao nodded. I know you, but you don't know me. Zhang Qingxiao spoke the words you and me very smoothly, causing others to not feel that it was a senior speaking to a junior. It was precisely because of this that Xiaohua was greatly surprised, and he stared at Zhang Qingxiao for a long time before he shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Senior. Junior is still unable to recall. Zhang Qingxiao looked at the cautious Xiaohua and said, although you don't know this old man's name, you should know where this old man came from? Zhang Qingxiao obviously realized something was wrong and immediately changed his words. Is there a need to say? Senior must be a cultivator of the heavenly demon sect. Xiaohua's face was very calm. He looked at Zhang Qingxiao's eyes and said, Today is the first time Junior has seen a disciple of your sect. Junior came to Lingpei Mountain Villa today to participate in the Lingji meeting. I didn't think of fighting with your sect's disciples. Also, Junior doesn't want to participate in the grudge between your sect and Lingpei Mountain Villa. If Senior is willing, Junior can make a blood oath to not speak of this matter. Hee, what blood oath? In this world, only the dead can truly keep a secret. Zhang Qingxiao seemed to have thought of something and said coldly. Then Senior definitely won't let Junior leave this place alive today? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes as he calculated with all his might. Perhaps. Zhang Qingxiao lazily stretched her waist, and the small flag in her hand swayed slightly. Suddenly, a few blood-red brilliants separated from the small flag and flashed in the black gas. At the same time, in the black gas in the distance, a series of screams sounded. It was the disciples of the Lanli sect who were still struggling with all their might. I'm afraid I'll have to use that consumable magical artifact. Xiaohua's expression didn't change, but his hands were clenched into fists. But that magic tool can only be used in close quarters. If this guy dodges it, we'll be in trouble today. However, he immediately hesitated. This magic tool only said that it's useful for cultivators whose cultivation is one realm higher than mine. It didn't say anything about devil cultivators. I really don't know if it can be used. After a dozen screams, Zhang Qingxiao waved the small flag again. The four walls of the hall flashed with black light, and the black gas was absorbed by the walls like a whale swallowing water, revealing a clear hall. Of course, in the hall, other than the cultivator named Qingyu who was holding the small flag in fear, the rest of the cultivators were lying on the ground and gradually turned into black blood. Qingyu greets sect master. Qingyu walked in front of Zhang Qingshao and bowed respectfully. What's going on? Zhang Qingshao grabbed the small flag in Qingyu's hand and asked with a frown, Didn't you say that the vice sect master has something to do? Why is it so messy? Why are there so many cultivators here? Vice sect master? Qingyu was stunned and said blankly, Disciple, doesn't know what vice sect master has to do. This blood array is senior brother Chang's. After Qingyu finished speaking, Xiaohua, who was on guard in the distance, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that Qingyu was a disciple of Ling Pei Mountain Villa's Hu Ming. Although his cultivation was good, his status wasn't high. Thus, Qingyu joined the Heavenly Demon Sect by chance. The Heavenly Demon Sect gave Qingyu the position of Ling Pei Mountain Villa's master. Today was the day Qingyu used Chonghuan's power to set up the blood array and kill Hu Ming and his subordinates. What about the dead Yin Meng? Zhang Qingshao looked at Yin Meng's corpse and asked. Disciple doesn't know. Qingyu smiled bitterly. Disciple only knows that Yin Meng and Hu Ming have always been enemies. However, because they were both disciples of the Lanli sect, they didn't dare to offend each other. Who knew that Yin Meng would come to Ling Pei Mountain Villa and kill Hu Ming? Then he probed. Perhaps Yin Meng knew about the condensed treasure and was angry that his subordinates were roped in by Hu Ming. Condensed treasure? Zhang Qingshao sneered. You guys are really whimsical. How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? Disciple doesn't dare. Disciple doesn't believe it. I just used this so-called condensed treasure to lure Hu Ming's subordinates. Qingyu immediately smiled. Zhang Qingshao casually waved his hand and Fan Qingmu's storage bag flew into his hand. He then reached out and took Qingwu into his hand. Then, Zhang Qingshao raised his left hand, and a few rays of black light flashed in his hand. The flesh on his left hand gradually disappeared, revealing eerie white bones. I also want to see what your so-called condensed knowledge treasure looks like. When the white bones were inserted into Qingwu, the entire Qingwu emitted a violent brilliance. It suddenly became big and small, as if it was about to explode. However, after Zhang Qingshao spat out a mouthful of blood, Qingwu was actually wrapped in blood and no longer moved. With a psi sound, Zhang Qingshao's left hand, which had turned into white bones, was inserted into Qingwu's mouth. At this moment, Zhang Qingshao's slightly squinted eyes suddenly widened. He was confused, and then a divine light flashed in his eyes as if he had just woken up from a dream. However, it was only a flash. Then, his face changed, and he quickly pulled his hand out of Qingwu. He waved the small flag in his hand, and a black qi came down from the top of his head and tightly wrapped around Qingwu. With a hong sound, the black qi exploded and scattered in all directions. Zhang Qingshao's Taoist robe was lifted up by the qi wave. Qingwu, which contained the condensed treasure, was indeed destroyed by itself, as Fan Qingmu said. Damn it, I haven't even touched the condensed treasure, and it exploded. Zhang Qingshao couldn't help but curse. This condensed treasure really has no fate with me. This tone is very similar to second senior brothers? A thought flashed in Xiaohua's mind. Who knows if this condensed treasure is real or not? Beside him, Qingyu smiled apologetically. Fan Qingmu probably just wanted to swindle some spirit stones. There's nothing left. What's the point of talking about it? Zhang Qingshao glanced at everyone's corpses and looked at Xiaohua. At this moment, Xiaohua was also surprised. He couldn't understand why the Heavenly Demon Sect's sect master didn't fight with him and instead went to deal with other things. In this period of time, Xiaohua tried his best to recover his Fa Li. He had already recovered more than half of the Fa Li he used to control the suppressing cloud seal. Xiaohua, this sect will ask you a few questions. If you can answer honestly, this sect can consider sparing your life under the condition that you make a blood oath. Zhang Qingshao coldly looked at Xiaohua. A few questions. Xiaohua was stunned. Then he shook his head and said, Junior is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. I will never join the Heavenly Demon sect. He, who told you to join the Heavenly Demon sect? Zhang Qingshao chuckled and said, If your answers satisfy this sect will let you go. Let you reunite with your senior martial brother and senior martial sister. At the mention of Sun Shu and the others, Xiaohua's expression slightly changed. Needless to say, the person in front of him was a Foundation establishment middle-stage cultivator. How could Sun Shu and the others escape from his hands? Presumably, they had already been captured outside, right? Xiaohua took a deep breath and said, "Senior, please ask. Junior doesn't know if I can answer. Make a blood oath first. All your answers will be true," Zhang Qingxiao said indifferently. Xiaohua nodded. "Junior will make a blood oath. Whatever Junior says will be true." Zhang Qingxiao nodded and said to Qingyu, "You can leave." "Yes, this disciple will take his leave." Qingyu bowed and walked to the entrance of the hall. He waved the small flag, and a slit flashed in the black qi. Qingyu walked out from the slit. "Are you a descendant of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples?" Zhang Qingxiao asked. "No." When did you join the Imperial Thunder Sect? Before joining the Imperial Thunder Sect, which family did you belong to? Junior joined the Imperial Thunder Sect 10 years ago. Xiaohua hesitated and said, "Junior was a loose cultivator before joining the Imperial Thunder Sect." "Oh, then where did you come from?" Xiaohua's expression slightly changed, and he shook his head. "Forgive me for not being able to answer this." "Why? Are you afraid that this sect will look for your family?" "Since Senior knows, why are you still asking?" Xiaohua also sneered. "Even if this Junior dies here today, I will never bring disaster to my family." "Humph." Zhang Qingxiao coldly snorted and suddenly asked, "What was your cultivation level before joining the Imperial Thunder Sect?" 10th layer of Qi refining. Xiaohua answered without hesitation. "What about the 5 years before joining the Imperial Thunder Sect?" Zhang Qingxiao pressed. Xiaohua's expression suddenly changed. He said, "Senior, don't you think you're asking too much?" Then he realized something and said, "Could it be that Senior saw this Junior at that time? Right now, this sect is the one asking you, not the other way around." Zhang Qingxiao sneered. "Moreover, this sect has just asked. If you want to live, you'd better obediently answer. What if this Junior doesn't want to answer?" Xiaohua sneered and pointed his hand. The cloud-suppressing seal above his head immediately buzzed, and its bronze brilliance flourished. Strands of spiritual energy were attracted to the cloud-suppressing seal, causing gusts of cold wind. "Humph, it's nothing but a damaged magic treasure. In this old man's eyes, it's not worth mentioning." Zhang Qingxiao also snorted and waved the small flag in his hand. "This old man only needs to activate the blood formation to shield the surrounding spiritual energy. How much magic power do you, a mere qi refining cultivator, have in your body for a magic treasure to use?" When Xiaohua heard this, his face immediately paled. Chapter 1734. What Zhang Qingxiao said was extremely true. The cloud-suppressing seal was a magic treasure. Driving it required a lot of magic power, and the cloud-suppressing seal absorbed even more spiritual energy. This was also the foundation of magic treasures being more powerful than magic tools. If he really couldn't draw spiritual energy from the outside world inside this blood formation, Xiaohua could only use his own magic power to pour it into the cloud-suppressing seal. Otherwise, this cloud-suppressing seal could only be seen but not used. It was simply inferior to magic tools. Although Xiaohua's magic power wasn't as little as Zhang Qingxiao said, how long could it last? "Fine, since you don't want to say more, this old man will ask you one last question." Zhang Qingxiao saw the change in Xiaohua's expression and said with a smile, "Is your origin in the direction of Siyu continent? For example, the east, south, west, and north of the country of Xi, which place?" Xiaohua looked at Zhang Qingxiao, at this extremely unfamiliar face. His mind was filled with thoughts, but he really couldn't remember where he had seen this heavenly demon sect's sect master. Senior, if Junior said he didn't know his origin, would you believe it?" Xiaohua bit his lips, stared at Zhang Qingxiao's eyes, and said loudly. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flashed with an indescribable expression. It seemed to be gratification, pity, and anger. Seeing the change in Zhang Qingxiao's expression, Xiaohua knew it wasn't good. He waved his hand and struck the cloud-suppressing seal. The magic power in his body flowed and poured into the cloud-suppressing seal. The cloud-suppressing seal hummed loudly, and a bronze brilliance flashed, gradually expanding. Sure enough, Zhang Qingxiao sneered. "How can this sect believe this kind of lie? Let this sect see what the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple is capable of." As Zhang Qingxiao spoke, he clapped his hand. A golden light flew out from his storage bag, and stopped above Zhang Qingxiao's head. It was his magic treasure, the bright scenic bell. As Zhang Qingxiao struck the bright scenic bell, a dazzling brilliance sprinkled down, like Xiaohua's cloud-suppressing seal, protecting Zhang Qingxiao. Huh, also a magic treasure? It's actually not a magic treasure. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. However, he didn't think too much about it. He pointed his hand, and the cloud-suppressing seal rumbled as it smashed towards Zhang Qingxiao. At the same time, Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He waved his hand, and his dust flew out to protect himself. Hee, I am quite surprised that a meditational-level kid can control a treasure. Zhang Qingxiao's face showed a trace of excitement. Although he held the array flag in his hand, he did not wave it. It seemed that he really wanted to see the power of the suppressing cloud seal. All right, I'll let you know the power of my Imperial Thunder sect. Xiaohua rejoiced in his heart. He did his best to urge the cloud-suppressing seal to smash it down at a speed that seemed slow but was actually fast. His eyes spun around as he looked around the hall, trying to find a flaw in the blood array. At this moment, the blood formation's black gas had already converged to the four walls of the hall. All the black gas was flowing within the walls, as if the four walls were a pool of black water with countless whirlpools inside. Xiaohua looked around and saw that the walls were all the same, so he released a strand of his divine sense. Who would have thought that just as his divine sense came into contact with the black gas actually entangled his divine sense, as if it wanted to corrode his divine sense. Ouch! Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly withdrew his divine sense and thought to himself, I didn't expect this blood array to be so miraculous. In the hands of this heavenly demon sect master, it's actually even more powerful than in Changhuan's hands. Zhang Qingxiao seemed to know that Xiaohua's divine sense was startled by the blood array, and the corner of his mouth actually revealed a trace of a smile. Buzz buzz. The cloud-suppressing seal finally flew in front of Zhang Qingxiao. Xiaohua slightly raised his hand, and the bottom of the cloud-suppressing seal gently tilted to the side, aiming at Zhang Qingxiao, who was under the bright scenic bell. Ouch! A burst of trembling that came from the bottom of his heart and seeped into his soul, causing Zhang Qingxiao's expression to instantly change. What kind of treasure is this? Why is it so strange? Zhang Qingxiao did not dare to be negligent. He waved the array flag in his hand, and a faint black gas descended from the sky, wrapping around his entire body. Using the power of the blood array, Zhang Qingxiao was able to block the negative karma coming from the cloud-suppressing seal. Rumble! With a loud sound, the cloud-suppressing seal had already smashed down, smashing right on top of the golden brilliance of the bright scenic bell. Like a large stone falling on a brocade, the brilliance of the bright scenic bell was extremely depressed. Oh! Zhang Qingxiao was surprised again. He did not expect Xiaohua to actually have such magic power. He formed a seal with his left hand, and the bright scenic bell made a dang sound. The golden brilliance greatly flourished, and an enormous rebounding force was born from the brilliance. All of a sudden, the cloud-suppressing seal was bounced back. Hiss! Xiaohua took a deep breath, secretly shocked in his heart. A Middle Foundation establishment cultivator is indeed formidable. This golden bell's magic treasure. I'm afraid the cloud-suppressing seal won't be able to block it. Moreover, this devil cultivator uses a magic treasure to protect his body, so I can't get close. I only have one chance to use that consumable magic treasure. Before I can break through this defense, I definitely cannot use it. Immediately, Xiaohua slightly muttered to himself. He pointed his finger again, and magic power poured into the cloud-suppressing seal. The cloud-suppressing seal received Xiaohua's magic power, and once again fiercely rumbled. However, the cloud-suppressing seal increasingly shrunk, shrinking to the size of a foot. Go! Xiaohua shouted loudly. Immediately after, he secretly released a trace of his Buddhist sense, probing towards his lower body. Rumble! Another sound rang out. This time, the sound was much quieter than before, but the power was much greater. An extremely large amount of the bright scenic bell's brilliance was washed away. Damn it, I actually underestimated you. The smile on Zhang Qingxiao's face was very brilliant. He formed another seal, and this time, the bright scenic bell also buzzed repeatedly. Unexpectedly, it swayed rapidly, and several rays of brilliance sprinkled down. Only then was the cloud-suppressing seal blocked. I'll let you see this sect's methods. Zhang Qingxiao stabilized the bright scenic bell, and the formation flag in his right hand waved. From above the hall, several rays of black energy pierced towards Xiaohua like sharp swords. At this time, Xiaohua's face was not alarmed, but instead happy. He laughed brightly. "Then I'll let you see this young master's methods." "Huh?" Seeing Xiaohua like this, Zhang Qingxiao was slightly stunned. He did not think that Xiaohua, who had already taken out his magic treasure, would have some powerful methods. However, what happened next left him completely dumbfounded. Xiaohua's figure swayed, and a mighty Vajra Dharma body of 2 feet tall was quickly born from his body. This Dharma body was golden all over. Although many parts of it were void, the edges of the figure's outline had gradually become clear. Especially the front part of the 2 arms, the 2 fists and the wrists had already solidified. "This is..." Zhang Qingxiao's mouth was half open, and the formation flag in his hand was slightly tilted. He seemed to know what this was, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Just when Zhang Qingxiao was surprised, Xiaohua's figure suddenly flew up and flew towards Zhang Qingxiao, completely ignoring the several rays of black energy. Pa-pa-pa, a series of sounds. The extremely powerful black energy that could even kill the Foundation Establishment stage Yin Meng was actually scattered by the fist of the mighty Vajradharma body. Chapter 1735. Xiaohua stealthily released a trace of his Buddhist sense, and was actually able to detect the true situation of the blood array. The black gas of the blood array had a corrosive effect on divine sense, but had no effect on Buddhist sense. Thus, Xiaohua was overjoyed and used the magical ability of the mighty Vajradharma body. Sure enough, this Buddhist Dharma body was the nemesis of devil cultivators. Just now, the incomparably powerful black gas was actually scattered by the incomplete fist of the Vajradharma body. It simply couldn't get close to Xiaohua. Zhang Qingxiao saw this situation that she had never encountered before and was even more shocked. She was stunned for a moment with her mouth wide open. It was also at this moment that Xiaohua's figure swept across the space of the hall like lightning and arrived below Zhang Qingxiao and Xiao Jingming Bell. Although Zhang Qingxiao knew that Xiaohua's flying talisman was extremely fast, she also didn't think that Xiaohua's flying technique could be this fast. Almost without any movement, Xiaohua very strangely took out a huge black object and, without any explanation, continuously hit the defensive light barrier of the Jingming Bell. When Zhang Qingxiao saw the huge object in Xiaohua's hand, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was a giant devil hammer. Pung pung pung, a series of sounds rang out. The giant devil hammer in Xiaohua's hand was like paper. However, every time this paper-like object hit the light barrier of the Jingming Bell, the light barrier would violently shake. After a few times, the Jingming Bell actually let out a sorrowful cry, and the light it scattered gradually dimmed. "Good, this guy actually has a devil tool." Zhang Qingxiao couldn't help but groan. She knew how strong Xiaohua was, and now it seemed that Xiaohua's strength was much greater than what she remembered. Xiaohua saw that the giant devil hammer was effective and was overjoyed. After all, the cloud-suppressing seal needed magic power and heaven and earth spirit chi to move. But this giant devil hammer only needed strength. He lacked everything but strength. "Go!" Xiaohua then waved the giant devil hammer, and at the same time used his divine sense to move the cloud-suppressing seal, smashing it at the place where the giant devil hammer was ravaging. Rumble! A loud sound rang out. The incomparably tough defensive light barrier of the Jingming Bell finally broke under the attack of the cloud-suppressing seal and the giant devil hammer. This large hole rapidly expanded in all directions. "Motherfucker, you're really amazing." Zhang Qingxiao could not help but exclaim in admiration. With a wave of her hand, the array flag was activated, and a fishnet-like black gas fell from the top of her head. "Who?" Just as she was waving the array flag, Zhang Qingxiao's expression suddenly changed. She shouted and turned her head to look in a certain direction. Xiaohua, who was facing Zhang Qingxiao, was ecstatic when he saw Zhang Qingxiao's bright scenic bell being destroyed. He waved his sledgehammer and blocked in front of his body. He instantly used the awakening lightning escape and flew towards Zhang Qingxiao's chest. As he flew closer, the consumable magic tool was already stored in his mouth. Once he got close enough, he would use the giant demonic hammer's attack to shoot out the magic tool. In Xiaohua's opinion, even if this magic tool couldn't kill the heavenly devil sect master, whose name he didn't know, it could at least severely injure him. Relying on the giant devil hammer and the Dream Slayer flying sword, he might be able to break this blood formation. But just as Xiaohua controlled the cloud-suppressing seal to fly above his head to block the black gas, and was about to spit out the magic tool in his mouth, he heard Zhang Qingxiao's angry shout. Xiaohua originally thought that this was Zhang Qingxiao's plan to lure the enemy, but his Buddhist sense naturally swept towards the direction Zhang Qingxiao was looking at. This sweep did not matter, but Xiaohua's mind was greatly shaken. He saw countless black gas gushing out from the corpse that was previously lying on the ground. This black gas was extremely similar to the black gas of the blood formation, but it was even denser. This black gas quickly wrapped around the black gas, and a doubtful and cold voice sounded. This is the Buddhist sect's Dharma body? Motherfucker, another heavenly devil sect disciple. This young master's life is in danger today. As this voice sounded, a powerful divine sense swept through the black gas, and a pressure comparable to the middle stage of Foundation establishment also came pressing down. Xiaohua could not help but secretly complain. He hesitated, not knowing whether to spit out the magic tool in his mouth. Who are you? Zhang Qingxiao sneered. The pressure that she had not released all this time was also released at this time, and in an instant, it blocked that pressure. The pressure of two middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivators collided with each other, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the hall to become chaotic. Even the black gas that was spilling down from the sky was scattered. Of course, the pressure that just pressed down on Xiaohua was also blocked by Zhang Qingxiao. Huh, these two people don't know each other? Xiaohua was stunned, and the magic tool in his mouth stopped. Soon after, Xiaohua's Buddhist sense swept out, and he saw the two people's pressure colliding with each other, causing the black gas of the blood formation to become chaotic. His eyes immediately lit up, and his figure suddenly turned, flying towards the place where the two people's pressure collided with each other at a speed several times faster than before. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes were fixed on the black gas above the hazy corpse, and she did not see Xiaohua's escape in the slightest. And inside the black gas, besides the words just now, there was also the pressure released. For a moment, there was no movement, but the black gas was rolling like boiling water. Bang, bang, bang. A series of more than 10 sounds rang out. This time, Xiaohua used all of his strength. He swung his arm, and the giant devil hammer was like a dozen or so afterimages, hitting the blood formation that was disturbed by the pressure just now. Then, with a rumbling sound, the cloud-suppressing seal finally flew over and hit the place where the giant devil hammer hit. Hua! Several cracks suddenly appeared on the black gas that was like a water surface. Xiaohua laughed loudly and urged the mighty Vajra Dharma body, and a punch hit the location of the cracks. With a pung sound, a hole the size of a person was punched out. Xiaohua did not say anything. His figure leapt up, and he used the awakening lightning escape, drilling towards the hole. Where do you think you're going? A cold voice came from the rolling black gas. At the same time, a wisp of thick black gas separated from the mass of black gas and quickly shot towards Xiaohua. Damn it, of course. I am in charge of my blood formation. If I don't let him go, then I naturally won't let him go. Who made you worry? If you want to keep him, then I will let him go. Zhang Qingxiao sneered and shouted loudly. She waved the formation flag, and the hole in the blood formation became bigger. Moreover, several wisps of black gas also flew out and condensed into a cloud behind Xiaohua, blocking that wisp of black gas. With a muffled boom, that wisp of black gas pierced into the black cloud like a sharp thorn. The black cloud swelled, and then it was scattered by the black gas, eh? Zhang Qingxiao's expression was even more strange, and she shouted, "You are not a disciple of the Blue Li sect, you. Which demonic cultivator are you?" Although that wisp of black gas passed through the black cloud, it was blocked by the black cloud. Moreover, Xiaohua's awakening lightning escape was so fast. When the black gas flew to the hole in the blood formation, Xiaohua's figure had already disappeared outside the hole. Ga, a strange sound came from the rolling black gas. How can you know who I am? You little demonic cultivator. Where did you get this demonic cultivation method? It's actually so pure? Which demonic cultivator are you? My heavenly demonic sect is the only demonic sect in the Dawn Rain continent. You are just a lonely ghost. Why don't you hurry up and seek refuge under my sect? How could Zhang Qingxiao answer him? With a wave of his hand, the formation flag repaired the blood formation. His other hand patted his forehead, and an inch-long flying sword flew out from his mouth. It was blood-red in color and floated in front of him. The only demonic sect in the Dawn Rain continent? Ha 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 ha, following this loud and clear voice. A human figure twice the size of an ordinary cultivator slowly stood up from the black gas. When this person stood steadily, the boiling black gas from before had already gradually entered his body. The place where the black gas entered actually revealed a pitch-black demonic armor. This demonic armor faintly had some enchanting runes on it, and the gaps between the runes were faintly blood-red, as if it was smeared with fresh blood. That demonic armor covered most of this person's body, and the arms and shoulders that were exposed outside of the demonic armor were thick and bulky muscles. You are Yin Meng? Zhang Qingxiao saw that his face had already turned green, but his previous appearance could still be vaguely seen, and she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Is it important whether I am Yin Meng or not? Yin Meng said with a smile, and his voice was still sharp. I only know that you are a frog at the bottom of a well. You created a heavenly demonic sect in the country of Xi, and you claim to be #1 in the world. Ha ha, truly laughable. Originally, I wanted to look for the sect master of this heavenly demonic sect to discuss the development of our demonic cultivators, but now it seems that there is no need for that. Zhang Qingxiao's expression changed slightly. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Yin Meng for a long time, then said coldly, Then tell me, what other demonic sects are there in the Dawn Rain continent? Aren't Extreme Yin sect, Coitus sect, and 6 Levels sect all famous demonic sects? Not to mention the other small sects that are not even worth mentioning. Yin Meng said contemptuously with a faint smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. What? So many? Zhang Qingxiao was stunned, but then he thought of something, and his eyes widened as he said anxiously, Fellow Taoist Yin, could it be that outside the Million Meng Mountains? Hearing the hesitation and probing in Zhang Qingxiao's tone, Yin Meng laughed loudly and said, So fellow Taoist Yin is not completely ignorant. This old man thought that you had the same origin as me, but unexpectedly. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Yin was actually able to establish the heavenly demonic sect and do things that this old man and the others couldn't do. This old man really admires you. Wait. Zhang Qingxiao frowned slightly, then cupped his fists and said, This sect master is Qing Feng Min. How should I address you? This sect master is naturally Yin Meng. Yin Meng smiled, then looked around and said, Sect Master Qing, why haven't you put away this blood formation? Could it be? As Yin Meng spoke, the demonic armor on his body flashed with brilliance. He, fellow Taoist Yin, you're overthinking. Zhang Qingxiao pondered for a moment, then the formation flag in his hand swayed. Wisps of blood-black smoke rose from the walls of the hall and flew toward the formation flag. Zhang Qingxiao said, This blood formation was set up by my vice sect master to avenge his past enmity. This sect master is just here to take a look, and I have no other intentions. I didn't expect to actually meet fellow Taoist Yin here. This is the great fortune of my heavenly demonic sect. Chapter 1736. Ever since I learned about the heavenly demon sect, I've been looking for an opportunity to contact sect master Qing. It's just a coincidence today. I didn't expect my wish to come true. It's my honor. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao put away the blood formation, Yin Meng also recited a strange incantation. The demon realm slowly turned into wisps of black gas and was absorbed into Yin Meng's body. At the same time, his figure also slowly shrank. When the black gas around him disappeared, a normal Yin Meng appeared in front of Zhang Qingxiao. May I know which sect are you from? Zhang Qingxiao thought for a moment and asked softly. Haha, there's no need to rush. This old man is out on official business. Now that all of my disciples are dead, this old man has the time to discuss this matter with sect master Qing. We can talk about this later. Yin Meng said with a smile. Good. Zhang Qingxiao clapped and said, That's exactly what I want to ask for. I don't dare. I also have something to ask of sect master Qing. Yin Meng cupped his fists and said, If sect master Qing can complete my task, you'll be the main contributor to my demon sect unifying the Dawn Rain continent. Unifying the Dawn Rain continent? Zhang Qingxiao frowned and asked curiously, Millions of demon cultivators from Meng Mountains. Hee, that's why we're here. Yin Meng only said one sentence and didn't say anything else. He just looked at the hole in the hall and said with a puzzled face, Which sect's disciple is that cultivator who escaped just now? How can he be so powerful? I remember that everyone in this hall is Lonely Sect's disciple, and they're all at Qi refining stage. Not only can this disciple use magic treasures, but he also has the legendary Buddhist Dharma body divine ability. What Buddhist Dharma body divine ability? Zhang Qingxiao pretended to be surprised and said, "Could it be the Buddhist sect that's the nemesis of my demon sect?" I'm not sure. Yin Meng said awkwardly, "I was using my sect's secret technique just now, so I couldn't see or hear clearly. I only took a glance and can't be sure. If Sect Master Qing didn't get angry with me just now and let him stay, I could use the soul-searching technique to learn something." A cold light flashed on Zhang Qingxiao's face, and she sneered, "Are you blaming this sect?" "Ha ha ha, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare." Yin Meng waved his hands repeatedly. "It's all this old man's fault. When this old man saw that there was actually a devil cultivator's blood array here, I had the idea of waiting for him to show up. If I had revealed my true form at that time, how could there have been such a misunderstanding between us? Then, Sect Master Qing won't let a disciple of the Buddhist sect escape so easily. It's no wonder, it's all my fault." Zhang Qingxiao changed her expression and said, "This cultivator's mouth is very tight. He didn't reveal a single word. Moreover, the disciples in the hall are all dead. The disciples of Ling Pei Mountain Villa. They're all gone. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find the origin of this disciple. Forget it. The Buddhist sect has already been dead for tens of thousands of years. Even if a Dao sect disciple managed to obtain a little of it, he would not be able to accomplish much. Moreover, I'm afraid that the Dao sect wants to destroy the Buddhist sect even more than we do, right?" Yin Meng laughed. Zhang Qingxiao rolled her eyes and shook her head. I don't know. Please enlighten me, fellow Taoist." Haha, well said, well said." Yin Meng looked at the hall's door that was already open and said with a smile, "This old man will tell you everything he knows." "Please." Zhang Qingxiao raised her hand and looked at the hole in the hall. There was a thoughtful look in her eyes. As for Xiao Hua, who had just escaped from the blood formation in the hall, he didn't dare to tarry in the slightest. Without even looking, he used the lightning escape to escape in a certain direction. However, two voices berated him at the same time. Where did this brat come from? Following that voice, a heavenly demon sect disciple under the starlight waved the long banner in his hand, and an incomparably fishy bloody light swept over. Next to this heavenly demon sect disciple, there was a slightly taller one. He held a thick black stick in his hand, and he was also swinging it down. As the stick was swung, there was actually a heart-wrenching howl of the dead. It was clearly refined from the souls of living people. Following the berating of these two people, many figures appeared in the distance. Xiao Hua swept with his Buddhist awareness, but didn't find any trace of Sun Shu and the others. Therefore, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and the giant devil hammer in his left hand that hadn't been put into the space smashed towards the stick in a thunderous manner. At the same time, he opened his mouth and a green and red brilliance flashed. The Dream Slayer flying sword flew out and flew towards the bloody light. When the two heavenly demon sect disciples saw this, they were not alarmed but happy. Their magic tools were refined from the souls and blood of living people. As long as ordinary magic tools were contaminated, they would immediately be corroded and lose their effectiveness. This cultivator didn't know what was good for him and used his magic tool like this. Wasn't it falling into their hands? Who would have thought that with a loud pung, the turbid substance on the stick didn't corrode the giant devil hammer? Instead, under the heavy blow of the giant devil hammer, it was smashed into two pieces. Not only that, but the giant devil hammer's remaining power was not exhausted. Not only did the head of the hammer smash into the disciple's body, but the other half of the stick also stabbed into his body. The other disciple was even more miserable. Just as he heard the loud sound, the Dream Slayer flying sword pierced through the bloody light. An indescribable fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Before he could scream, the Dream Slayer flying sword pierced through his throat and flew into the night sky. As the Dream Slayer flying sword flew past the disciple's corpse, Xiaohua's figure was also holding the cloud-suppressing seal in his hand. Since he easily killed the two disciples, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and caught the long banner that fell from the sky. Afterwards, he urged his remaining magic power to use the awakening lightning escape with all his strength. Like an afterimage, he flashed under the starlight and disappeared. When the other heavenly demon sect disciples found him, how could they still see Xiaohua's trace? The heavenly demon sect's sect master, is very strange. How could he let me escape? Although Xiao Hua escaped from Ling Pei Mountain Manor, the fear and doubt in his heart didn't disappear at all. He still thought to himself, even if it was because of that Yin Meng's casual interference, he wouldn't have let me go so easily, right? Pei, what are you thinking about? Even if he didn't let me go, could it be that he could keep me here? Xiao Hua spat out. The heavenly demon sect's blood array was personally broken by me. Only, I didn't think that Yin Meng actually didn't die, and is also a devil cultivator. Granny, I even gave my life to that heavenly demon sect's sect master, but in the end, I still don't know his name. AI, how can I be so unlucky? This Ling Pei Mountain Manor's blood array clearly wasn't aimed at me, but at Sun Shu. How did I become the scapegoat? The sect leader of the heavenly demon sect. Will he issue a sect leader's order to arrest this young master? Chapter 1737. Also, Yin Meng is a cultivator of the Blue Li sect. Will he reveal the fact that I know the Buddhist sect's cultivation method? Then where should I go from here? Xiao Hua was very angry after thinking about it. If he dares to reveal it, I will tell him that he is a demonic cultivator. But what if he doesn't reveal it? Will I still reveal the secret of him being a demonic cultivator? Xiao Hua suddenly thought again. Unconsciously, Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. Yin Meng was a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. His status was much higher than his. If he really revealed it, would they believe him or him? Forget it, let's wait and see. Xiao Hua shook his head gloomily. At this time, he had already flown hundreds of miles away from Jiangqing City. Xiao Hua didn't pay attention to the direction of escape at all. The moonlight sprinkled on the grassland like water, and the cool wind blew. Countless light and darkness were reflected on the boundless ground. Xiao Hua's shadow was cast on the light and darkness, passing by like a wisp of smoke. And it should be safe. Xiao Hua swept his Buddhist consciousness behind him with all his might, but he didn't find any signs of pursuit. Then he carefully looked around him for a long time, but he didn't find any signs of spiritual sense. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Senior Sister Sun and the others escaped before me. I don't know if they fell into the hands of the heavenly demon sect. Xiao Hua thought to himself, we are just disciples of the Qi refinement stage. We came out to gain experience. Even if we die for the sect, we won't care. It's just that this Ling Pei Mountain Villa is involved with the heavenly demon sect. If I send a message back to the sect, they might come to rescue us? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua clapped his hand and took out a communication talisman. He thought to himself, let me see if Senior Sister and the others are captured first. The crimson communication talisman was sent out. It only paused in midair for a moment, and then flew quickly in a direction, and that direction wasn't where Ling Pei Mountain Villa was. Haha, great! Seeing this, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He immediately flew in the direction where the communication talisman disappeared. In the time it took to finish a meal, 3 figures appeared in the air opposite him. A surprised voice sounded. Is it Junior Brother Xiao? Haha, Senior Sister Sun, you guys really escaped. Xiao Hua laughed loudly and shouted. You also escaped. Sun Shu's voice was choked with emotion as tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Senior Sun, look at you. You've already cried just now. Now that Junior Brother Xiao is safe and sound, why do you have to do this? Qian Diheng's voice sounded again. I. Sun Shu's lips curled into a smile, but he couldn't finish his sentence. Junior Brother Xiao, you are really amazing. At this time, Qian Diheng had already arrived in front of Xiao Hua. He didn't have any intention of stopping. He directly rushed towards Xiao Hua and gave him a bear hug as he shouted, you were able to kill that person from the heavenly demon sect by yourself. Moreover, you were able to escape from the formation. Cough, cough. Xiao Hua's heart felt warm, but he still pushed away Qian Diheng's enthusiasm and said with a smile, this little brother was just lucky. Luck? Damn it, why can't I be so lucky? Qian Diheng let go of Xiao Hua and said, this time, I owe you a big favor. Xiao Hua asked curiously, why do you owe this little brother a favor again? Sai, do you still need to say it? Qian Diheng looked at Xiao Hua very affectionately. Originally, the first one to escape should be Junior Brother Xiao. But Junior Brother Xiao let me, Senior Sister Kuan and Senior Sister Sun all come out. Only you came out last. If this isn't a big favor, then what is? Xiao Hua scratched his head and said with a smile, unfortunately, that hole was too small. It could only allow one person to escape. Otherwise, this little brother would have also escaped. Junior brother Qian, junior brother Xiao, this is not a place to talk. We should leave this place as soon as possible. Kuan Fian looked quietly at the side and suddenly said, if the heavenly demon sect disciples catch up, we will be in trouble. Exactly. Junior brother Xiao, we should hurry and leave. Sun Shu also woke up. She wiped away the tears on her cheeks and said hurriedly. So the three of them picked a direction and headed west. They didn't sleep or rest and flew for 3 days straight. They found a secluded place and entered a cave. Then, they used a formation to seal the cave and cultivated for 2 days. Only then did they start their journey again. When they were escaping, Sun Shu had already asked Xiao Hua, who was the cultivator who sealed the formation after she escaped. Xiao Hua originally wanted to tell her the truth. However, when he thought about how the heavenly demon sect's sovereign's cultivation was too high, it was understandable that she escaped from the hands of a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. However, if she escaped from a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator's formation, there was no way he could justify himself. Moreover, this matter involved Yin Meng. He had already decided not to reveal that Yin Meng was a devil cultivator. Naturally, he couldn't drag Yin Meng, who was already killed in the eyes of Sun Shu and the others, into this matter. He could only say that it was a heavenly demon sect disciple, and that he didn't know him. Sun Shu naturally trusted Xiao Hua. Whatever Xiao Hua said was the truth. She didn't ask any more questions. Even if Xiao Hua escaped, she didn't want to ask a single word. She was afraid that if she recalled a little more, it would make her sad. On the other hand, Kuan Fian was very curious. He asked one question after another, as if he wanted to know the truth. After being asked too many questions, Xiao Hua just turned his head and smiled. Senior Sister Sun, do you still remember what that heavenly devil sect disciple said when you had just escaped? What did he say? Sun Shu's face turned slightly red. Lowering her head, she said, I only cared about escaping. How could I have the mind to think about anything else? Hee. Although we were unlucky and encountered the internal strife of Spirit Pei Mountain Manor. But the person that the heavenly devil sect disciple was looking for in the end seemed to be Senior Sister Sun. Xiao Hua chose his words carefully. Otherwise, after Senior Sister Sun escaped, the heavenly devil sect wouldn't have let this little brother escape so easily. What? The heavenly devil sect was looking for Senior Sister Sun? Qian Diheng was greatly shocked. Looking at Sun Shu, he asked, Senior Sister, which disciple of the heavenly devil sect did you offend? You were actually being hunted down? And with such a huge formation at that? How would I know? Sun Shu thought for a long time and couldn't help but shake her head, saying, although I had long known about devil cultivators, the name Heavenly Devil Sect was also something that I had just heard about. How could I have possibly offended them? Not to mention offending any devil cultivators. Along the way, it seems that you only had some conflicts with a group of cultivators in Weeping Moon City. Kuan Fian frowned. That's right. That day didn't they say that they were looking for Senior Brother Chong who didn't appear? Xiao Hua suddenly thought, could this Senior Brother Chong be Chong Huan? Xiao Hua glanced at Sun Shu. Sun Shu also seemed to have thought of it, but her eyes were still blank. She said in a low voice, I and those cultivators. I don't know any of them. AI, forget it. Who cares who they are? Xiao Hua said with a smile, left and right, they either died or ran away. Who knows? That's right, who did that condensed knowledge treasure belong to in the end? Kuan Fian asked again, his eyes staring at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua thought for a while and said, no one got it. That devil cultivator forcefully broke through the restriction of Qing Wu. Qing Wu self-destructed. That condensed knowledge treasure should have been destroyed too. Qian Diheng roared. That's a condensed knowledge treasure. Those devil cultivators, they didn't use it and instead casually destroyed it. It's really, really hateful. He left and right, it's not ours. If it's destroyed, then it's destroyed. Xiao Hua curled his lips. It's already not bad that we were able to escape. That's right, and the 4 of us escaped without any injuries. Sun Shu said with a gratified smile, I'm afraid that those Lonely sect disciples are all dead. This is all thanks to Junior Brother Xiao. Qian Diheng said with a smile, when we return from our travels, I will definitely tell Master. Cough, cough, many thanks, many thanks. I will definitely give little brother some benefits. Xiao Hua also said with a smile, don't worry, Xiao Hua. When we return to the Imperial Thunder sect, whatever you want, I will give it to you. Qian Diheng naturally knew that it was Xiaohua who helped him escape with his life. He was not stingy at all. Great. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "This is what I need." Sun Shu covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes filled with joy. Although Kuan Fian smiled, there was some hesitation in his eyes. After that, the three of them flew for dozens of days. Seeing that they were close to the Luofeng mountain, Xiaohua began to secretly plan. Seeing that they were flying over a hill, Xiaohua stopped. Since Xiaohua safely escaped from the Ling Pei mountain villa, the three of them had already faintly followed Xiaohua's lead. Seeing Xiaohua land for no reason, everyone's heart trembled. They naturally thought of Xiaohua's vigilance when he returned from the Feather Immortal Assembly. Their faces changed slightly. Qian Diheng even tried to release his spirit sense and said in a low voice, "What's wrong? Junior brother Xiao, is there any danger ahead?" Hearing this, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But then his heart moved and he nodded slightly. "I feel that something is wrong ahead. It seems that I have some trouble ahead. But whether it has anything to do with me, I can't say for sure." "Then, let's take a detour," Sun Shu said without hesitation. Xiaohua shook his head. "No, if it's really related to me, I'd better go and take a look. I can't implicate 3 senior brothers because of this matter." "No, let's go together." Sun Shu refused again without hesitation. How could Xiaohua let them go to the Luofeng mountain? After thinking for a while, he said, "My flying speed is extremely fast. If there is any danger, I can escape. If senior sister Sun follows, I'm afraid I can't take care of both of you." Sun Shu's face was full of disappointment. He forced a smile and said reluctantly, "Junior brother Xiao is right. I will only be a burden to you if I go. It's better for junior brother Xiao to arrange it." Xiaohua smiled at Sun Shu happily. Looking at Qian Diheng and Kuan Fian, he said, "3 senior brothers, let's take a detour for 100 miles. I'll send a message 10 days later. How about that?" Qian Diheng glanced at Kuan Fian, and Kuan Fian nodded slightly. Thus, he said with a smile, "All right, junior brother Xiao, I will listen to your arrangements. You must be careful." Chapter 1738. Listening to Kuan Fian and Qian Diheng's warning, and looking at Sun Shu's extremely concerned gaze, Xiaohua was quite unhappy, but he had no other choice. Although this Luofeng Mountains matter was very simple, it might involve his own origin. This kind of matter was of the highest importance, and even the people closest to him couldn't be revealed. He could only say some lies. However, fortunately, the 3 of them listened to Xiaohua's words. What Xiaohua said wasn't considered a lie, and every word was true. It was just that he didn't say his true purpose. When the 3 figures disappeared from sight, Xiaohua didn't rush forward. He found a secluded place, dug out a cave, entered it, and laid down a formation. Then, he stretched out his hand and took out the long banner that was covered in a layer of black gas. There were faint sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling. This thing was casually taken from the heavenly demon sect disciple of Ling Pei Mountain Villa, and he didn't have time to examine it. This long banner was divided into 2 parts. One part was a 1 zhang long pole. The surface was black and shiny, and there were strange runes on it. They were different from the runes that Xiaohua usually saw. On top of the pole was a long banner. It was 1 qi wide and 2 qi long. It was unknown what material the banner was made of. A thick layer of black qi stuck to both sides of the banner. From time to time, a very frightening ghost face would appear from the black qi. Is this a devil cultivator's devil artifact? Xiaohua didn't dare to use his divine sense to examine it, and released his Buddhist sense. The black gas in the long banner seemed to be afraid of the Buddhist sense, and as the Buddhist sense went deeper, they all moved aside. Z. With a long sound, the Buddhist sense came into contact with a faintly discernible thing, and that thing let out an ear-piercing scream. Ah! This sound was incomparably loud, and it seemed to resound in Xiaohua's mind. Then, Xiaohua's Buddhist sense suddenly became hot, and this hot feeling was transmitted to the Buddha Sarira through the Buddhist sense. Ayo! This devil artifact is actually a trick. Xiaohua was shocked, and hurriedly wanted to withdraw his Buddhist sense, but it was already too late. An inexplicable feeling came from the Buddha Sarira, and Xiaohua's eyes seemed to suddenly change, and his whole body disappeared. When he came back to his senses, he had already become another old man, leaning on a walking stick, coughing and staggering with difficulty. Where am I? Xiaohua was shocked. He tried his best to struggle, but he seemed to be trapped in the old man's body. He couldn't move and could only follow the old man. Afterwards, the old man did many things. Although Xiaohua was anxious, he could only watch from the side. In the end, when the old man and his clansmen were traveling far away, in an inn, they met someone Xiaohua was familiar with. This person was none other than the owner of the long banner that Xiaohua had previously killed in Lingpei Mountain Villa. I understand now. When he saw this person, Xiaohua suddenly realized that this old man was probably the vengeful spirit of the long banner, and his Buddhist sense had probably encountered this vengeful spirit. Sure enough, when night fell, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect actually executed a spell outside the inn, killing all the living people in the inn and absorbing their souls into the long banner. Damn it! When Xiaohua saw that the old man's soul was about to leave his body and he himself was about to be sucked into the long banner, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At the same time, he thought of the exquisite Leaf Sutra, so he immediately activated the Buddhist sect's mental cultivation method in midair. Xiaohua's mind blossomed with golden light that was Tenjong, in midair, gradually transforming into a golden Buddha body. Many thanks, Venerable One. When the golden Buddha body flashed in midair, all the illusions disappeared. The old man's soul also stopped in front of the golden Buddha body. With a face full of satisfaction and gratitude, he prostrated himself in front of the golden Buddha body. Lin! The golden Buddha body formed a seal with its hands, emitting a golden light that was Tenjong long. As it shouted, the golden Lin word actually flew out of the Buddha's mouth. It seemed like a rune, yet it wasn't. It hit the old man's soul, and the soul gradually dissipated, turning into an extremely small speck of dust and disappearing. At the same time the old man's soul disappeared, an extremely brilliant dot of light lit up in Xiaohua's Buddhist heart, and the Buddhist fire lit up a little. Excellent! The golden Buddha body sighed and withdrew the seal. Its entire body turned into golden light, and for a moment, it lit up the entire world. When all the light disappeared, Xiaohua's mind returned to his physical body. AI Transcendence. Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes, and they were full of compassion. He had cultivated this Buddha Sarira for so long, and he finally cultivated the first layer of the Buddhist sect's golden body, divine ability. A divine ability that was completely useless in battle. This heavenly demon sect is indeed sinister. They even want to kill ordinary people in the secular world in order to capture their souls to refine this demonic artifact. If this young master's cultivation is successful in the future, this young master will definitely personally destroy this heavenly demon sect. Xiaohua thought fiercely, but immediately, Zhang Qingxiao's image appeared in Xiaohua's mind, causing him to hesitate a little. But why does that heavenly demon sect master look so dignified? His actions can also be considered open and upright. I'm afraid he's just a superficial person. When Xiaohua finished thinking, he pointed his hand, and the long banner floated in the air. Xiaohua closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. His hands were forming the seal for the Lin character. The swastika character on his forehead slowly rotated, and a golden brilliance entered the long banner's black aura. Within the black aura, the golden body of a Buddha Sarira flashed and appeared. This golden body was the same as Xiaohua, withdrawing the seal and opening its mouth. The golden Lin character slowly flew out. 8 days later, Xiaohua flew out of the cave. His face was very tired, but his expression was also extremely satisfied. In these 6 days and 6 nights, Xiaohua didn't slack off in the slightest. He transcended the more than 300 vengeful souls in the demonic banner. What surprised him was that there were actually several dozen vengeful souls of low-level aura refining cultivators. The more than 200 vengeful souls of the secular world were very easy to transcend, but these several dozen vengeful souls of low-level aura refining cultivators were much more difficult. Fortunately, Xiaohua's mind was firm, and he also bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. His heart was always compassionate, so although it was difficult, it wasn't too dangerous. Just a moment ago, Xiaohua transcended the vengeful soul of a 9th-layer aura refining cultivator. Although Xiaohua wanted to rest for a day, it was a good day. The sword competition at Luofeng Mountain had already begun. If he didn't go now, the group of martial artists would scatter, and his plan to find a new body would fail. Therefore, he immediately came out of the cave, activated the awakening lightning escape, and flew in the direction of Luofeng Mountain. These 8 days of hard work didn't go to waste. The exquisite Leaf Sutra has made great progress. It's much better than the usual hard work of studying it. Moreover, the black gas on the demonic banner hasn't weakened. It's just that there aren't many living souls inside, so it seems to have lost its power. Xiaohua flew in the air and secretly calculated in his heart. What makes this young master the happiest is that this young master has finally obtained the first layer of the Buddhist divine ability. However, this divine ability is really useless. Chapter 1739. When Xiaohua flew to Luofeng Mountain, it was dusk. At this time, the red sun was setting in the west, and the sky was filled with rosy clouds, covering the entire western horizon. Reflecting the rosy clouds, the green pines, green bamboo, deep water, and shallow streams of Luofeng Mountain were especially beautiful. Xiaohua's body was illuminated by the multicolored clouds, as if he was flying on multicolored divine light. From afar, he looked very mighty. Ah! The sunset I usually see is blood red, but the sunset of Luofeng Mountain is actually multicolored. How wonderful! Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at the beautiful scenery outside the sky. He secretly smiled and said, "Instead of calling this mountain Luofeng Mountain, it's better to call it Rosy Clouds Mountain." Immediately, Xiaohua released his divine sense and searched the mountain. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. He flew over several mountain ridges and landed next to one of the tallest mountain peaks. This was the main peak of Luofeng Mountain, Sunset Mountain. The mountain was hundreds of feet high, and not only was it extremely dangerous, there was only one mountain path from the foot of the mountain to the top. At this time, on the mountain path, every few feet, there was a burly man or a dignified man holding all kinds of weapons guarding there. Xiaohua originally wanted to land on the top of Sunset Mountain, but at this time, there were many martial arts experts on the mountain. If he went up, it would inevitably shock the world. His purpose was only to find out his roots, so there was no need to show off. Therefore, Xiaohua walked slowly. Before he reached the mountain path, a burly man with a steel sword blocked his way and scolded. "Where did this arrogant student come from? This place has already been occupied by Luofeng gang, so you can't go up the mountain to enjoy the scenery. Why don't you quickly retreat?" Haha, Xiaohua didn't get angry and said with a smile, I came to participate in the Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference. Please make an exception. You want to participate in the Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference? That burly man's face was full of surprise, and then he laughed and pointed. "You think you're a zhong inyang zhong. What time is it? The Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference rankings must have already been announced. Even if you can go up, who will want to compete with you?" Then he looked him up and down and said, "Look at your elegant face. You don't have the strength to truss a chicken. You must have read some wuxia gossip and had a dream of becoming a sword immortal. So you came to Luofeng Mountain to pursue your dream. Forget it. A scholar like you should quickly go back and study behind closed doors. Properly study the way of governing the world so that you can achieve great things in the future. Even if you can't bring prosperity to the people, you should still find a gentle little wife and live a good life with her. Don't be like me who only knows how to fight." Seeing the fierce and ferocious face of the burly man in front of him, Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your advice, great hero. I appreciate your good intentions, but I am indeed not a scholar." Fine. Then come over here. If you can defeat me, you can go up the Luofeng Mountain." The big man raised his arm. The muscles on his body moved up and down as if they were moving. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked, "If I knock you down, can I directly go up the mountain?" "Haha, you really took it seriously?" The big man laughed and said, "I am only a small soldier guarding the mountain path. Don't you see how many heroes are on the mountain path? You have to defeat them one by one." Forget it. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He rubbed his nose and turned to leave. "Little scholar, study hard. Find a little wife and give birth to a little scholar. Live a good life. Don't have any improper thoughts or unrealistic actions." The big man shouted behind him. These burly men are really interesting. When Xiaohua heard this, he turned around and saluted. "Thank you for the reminder." The big man had a smile on his face. Although it was sincere, his fierce face was full of ill intentions. "I originally wanted to take the normal path, but unfortunately, I can't do as I wish. I can only go up by myself. Xiaohua walked for a while. Seeing that there was no one around, he made a hand seal and entered the ground. He went straight to the peak of the Sunset Mountain. At this time, there were many heroes sitting on the ground at the peak of the Sunset Mountain. They were in groups of 2 or 3. They were all silent, and their eyes were fixed on the open space at the peak of the mountain. The open space at the peak of the mountain was about 10 zhang in radius. It was surrounded by people in a circle. At the center of the circle, there were 5 chairs. At this time, there were 3 people sitting on the chairs. In front of the chairs, there were 2 people tossing and turning, using all their means to compete. Xiaohua went to the peak of the mountain and revealed himself behind the crowd. He scanned with his divine sense and found Zhang Xuyang among the crowd. At this time, Zhang Xuyang was sitting far away from the crowd. He looked excited and anxious. From time to time, he would look at the mountain path. He was probably waiting for Xiaohua's arrival. Xiaohua was not in a hurry to go up. Instead, he looked at the 2 people fighting in the field. There was a man and a woman on the field. The man was about 50 years old. He was tall and had a rosy face. However, that rosy face was too coquettish, extremely abnormal. His opponent was a woman about 60 years old. There were some wrinkles on her face, but they were very small. Even her hair was oily black. However, this woman's face was a little green, a kind of faint green. At this time, the 2 people were fighting back and forth. They were evenly matched. Xiaohua released his divine sense and watched silently. Slowly, his brows began to wrinkle. These 2 people were obviously using some low-level mental cultivation methods in their meridians. These mental cultivation methods were somewhat similar to qi refinement cultivation methods. However, in reality, they were fundamentally different. They were not drawing the world's spiritual qi into their body to refine it. Instead, they were simply using it. In other words, when they used the world's spiritual qi, it could slightly refine the meridians in their body. Looking at the woman again, when she used her cultivation method, she could control the water-type world's spiritual qi. She rarely used other types of spiritual qi. On the contrary, the man could control the fire-type world's spiritual qi. He did not use other types of spiritual qi. This man should be the northern fire Ma Ming. This woman should be the western rain water Yu Tiao. Xiaohua thought to himself. But their cultivation method seems to be different from my Qing Gong. Then Xiaohua looked at the 3 people sitting on the chairs. In the center of the 3 people was a man with a strong build. He was also an old man in his 50s. His face was white and clean. He had 3 strands of long beard on his lower jaw. A pair of tiger-like eyes were staring at the field. This old man's left hand was a bald, middle-aged man. He was incomparably thick and strong. His hands and feet were big, comparable to a door god. The old man's right hand was a lean, middle-aged man. This person was really thin, like a bag of bones. It seemed like a gust of wind could blow him away. Moreover, this person had shifty eyebrows and a mouse-like beard hanging on his chin. He looked very wretched. Come on, this old man in the middle must be the Yin Yang Wang Chong. The one on the left must be Eastern Thunder's Lei Hu Ming. The one on the right should be Southern Wind's Su Bingi. Pei, this Zhang Xuyang, he actually compared this young master to Southern Wind. Is this young master that ugly? Xiaohua smacked his lips. Seeing that Ma Ming and Shui Yutiao's breathing was no longer steady, Xiaohua knew that the 2 people's fight was coming to an end. He looked around and slowly walked toward Zhang Xuyang. Everyone in the field was watching attentively. Xiaohua's walk naturally attracted a lot of supercilious looks. But everyone looked at Xiaohua and thought that he was a younger generation brought by some family. They all glared at him and ignored him. Hero Zhang. Xiaohua walked behind Zhang Xuyang and lightly patted him. He whispered, "Oh, Benefactor Xiao, you finally came." Zhang Xuyang saw that Xiaohua's face was filled with joy. His voice unconsciously became louder. Cough, cough. Someone next to him immediately coughed twice. AI Benefactor Xiao. Zhang Xuyang quickly apologized to the person next to him. Then he pulled Xiaohua's hand and said in a low voice, "Unfortunately, why did you come so late? This Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference is already over." A few days ago, there were many outstanding martial artists who challenged the 5 immortals of Wulin. Unfortunately, they were all defeated. At this time, the 5 immortals will be seated. Benefactor Xiao, I'm afraid you don't have a chance. Zhang Xuyang said with a face full of regret. It's okay, Xiaohua smiled and comforted him in a low voice. At this time, a loud sound was heard. A gust of wind blew through the field, blowing everyone's eyes closed. When everyone opened their eyes again, they saw that in the center of the open space, Ma Ming and Shui Yuqiao's palms were pressed against each other. Ma Ming's face was so red that it seemed like it was going to drip blood. Shui Yuqiao's face gradually turned green, green like the green bamboo in the mountain stream. "Oh no!" Zhang Xiang exclaimed from the side. "Their lives are in danger? Why?" Xiaohua looked around and saw that everyone's face was full of panic and excitement. West Rain Yuqiao lost to East Thunder Lei Huming. North Fire Ma Ming also lost to South Wind Su Bingyi by half a move. This time, both of them don't want to be ranked last. They want to win a move or two, but their martial arts are equal. Now they are competing with their internal strength. Zhang Xiang's eyes were also full of excitement, and this internal strength competition is the most dangerous. Whoever's cultivation is a little bit weaker will immediately lose their life. These two people's cultivation seems to be about the same, Xiaohua said while pinching his chin. That's even worse, Zhang Xiang said. In the end, the two of them will be injured and need to rest for several years to recover. In the end, their internal strength will be exhausted and they will die. No way. Xiaohua was shocked. It's just an empty title, and they are risking their lives. The most important thing in Wulin is reputation, benefactor Xiao, and this is a ranking that is held once every 10 years. Zhang Xiang said with a longing face, "These are the 5 immortals of Wulin. No one wants to be ranked last." Xiaohua was speechless. The cultivation world, isn't it the same? At this moment, Zhang Chong and the other two also stood up in shock. They also had other expressions on their faces. Zhang Chong said in a deep voice, "Hero Lei, Hero Su, this matter is a little tricky. Yeah, we just competed. The meridians in our bodies are not full yet. The two people's cultivation is only a little bit lower than ours. No matter who goes up, I'm afraid we won't be able to separate them, right?" Su Bingyi said while blinking his small eyes. Chapter 1740. But, if the two of us go forward and separate them, we can't use our internal strength at the same time. Then the one who uses his internal strength first will be seriously injured. Lei Huming touched his bald head and said loudly. Wang Chong's face was uncertain. His internal strength was the highest, but he couldn't compete with Shui Yuqiao and Ma Ming in the field. The problem was, if he didn't do it, who else could do it? Moreover, if he didn't do it, his title as the first in Wulin and all the previous glory would be discounted. And this year's Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference would become a laughingstock in the future. Forget it. Wang Chong smiled bitterly in his heart and was about to go forward. Hero Wang, Lei Huming pulled him back. If you go forward, your life will be in danger. Wang Chong smiled and flicked his sleeve. A strong force bounced Lei Huming's hand away. He looked up and laughed. I know I can't do it, but if I don't do it, who can? If I don't go to hell, who will? Hero Wang. Everyone's faces were filled with reverence when they heard his name. Ha ha, who said only you can be a good person? Can't other people do it? A hearty laugh rang out from behind the crowd. Everyone's vision blurred as they saw a tall and skinny young man flying over their heads like a wisp of smoke, landing on the empty ground in the middle of the field. Hey, you little kid, you're still wet behind the ears. How dare you be arrogant in front of Hero Wang? A gray-haired old man immediately scolded. However, when they saw Xiaohua standing upright in the wind, Wang Chong and Su Bingyi's eyes lit up. They couldn't see through Xiaohua's internal energy, but the lightness skill he displayed just now was far from what Su Bingyi could compare with. Xiaoxia, how should I address you? Wang Chong said with a fist salute. Xiaohua didn't answer. He looked at Shui Yuqiao and Ma Ming and said with a smile, this is not the time to chat. It's better for me to separate them first. Xiaoxia, let me do it. Wang Chong couldn't let Xiaohua go forward. It's better if I come down. Xiaohua smiled. His body moved slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the two. He extended the middle finger of his right hand and flicked it between Shui Yuqiao and Ma Ming's palms. The two immediately felt a suction force coming from their palms. Their palms involuntarily turned and slapped towards Xiaohua's body. Xiaoxia, dodge. When Wang Chong saw that Xiaohua was rash and didn't know how to dodge, he sighed in his heart and hurriedly reminded him. Just as he spoke, Nanfeng Su Bingyi's body swayed, and he reached out to grab Xiaohua's shoulder, wanting to pull him away. But just as Su Bingyi's hand fell on Xiaohua's body, he heard two muffled sounds. Shui Yutiao and Ma Ming's palms hit Xiao Hua's body at the same time. Shui Yutiao and Ma Ming naturally knew the seriousness of the matter, but they couldn't speak just now. At this time, their internal force was transferred to Xiao Hua's body. Their faces were ugly. Not only were their meridians injured, but they also felt that their palms were like rotten wood. There was no trace of internal force to counterattack. Xiaoxia. The two were about to speak, but at the same time, a sweet and fishy smell came up. The two didn't dare to be negligent. They made a prompt decision and sat cross-legged, running their own internal force to adjust their breath. Wang Chong also stepped forward and reached out to grab Xiao Hua's wrist. He said, "Xiaoxia, are you seriously injured? Let me see." How could Xiao Hua let him grab his wrist? He raised his hand and blocked it. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Hero Wang. I'm not injured." Xiaoxia, it's better to use your internal force to take a look. Su Bingyi awkwardly took back his hand and took out a jade bottle. He said, "This is a holy healing medicine that I got before. If Xiaoxia needs it, please take it." Xiao Hua shook his head. "It's okay, it's okay." Benefactor Xiao. Zhang Xiang jumped out in time and shouted, "Oh, Xiaoxia Xiao." Wang Chong heard and cupped his fist. Xiaoxia's internal force is strong. I really admire it. I don't know where Xiaoxia Zhao's sect is. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "This is the reason why I came to Luofeng Mountain today." Wang Chong didn't understand and asked, "What does Xiaoxia Xiao mean?" Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Hee, no other reason. I just came to compare notes with you heroes." Wang Chong smiled and said, "Xiaoxia Zhao's internal force is superb. I'm afraid I can't compare. Hero Wang is joking." Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his fist towards Su Bingyi. "I want to compete with Senior Su in Qinggong." Xiaoxia Xiao, I have seen your skill just now. I am ashamed of my inferiority. Su Bingyi said tactfully, "You little brat, the 5 seniors have already used up a lot of internal force. If you compete with them now, you won't win with honor." The white-haired old man said again. Humph. Xiao Hua felt sick in his heart. He slightly tilted his head and coldly glanced at the old man. Ouch! The old man suddenly felt an aura like a mountain pressing down on him. His vision turned black, and he almost fell to the ground. If Xiaoxia Xiao only wants to compete in Qinggong, I can also do my best to accompany you. Su Bingyi obviously thought that Xiao Hua wanted to use this opportunity to show his talent in Jianghu, and said with a smile, "Please." Xiao Hua didn't say much. He stretched out his hand and said, "Hero Su will be in front, and I will be behind. If I can't catch up to Hero Su in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, then I lose." Good, Xiaoxia Xiao is indeed a straightforward person. Su Bingyi was slightly taken aback. Then his figure flashed in the air, leaving behind an afterimage as he headed for the other parts of the Sunset Mountain. Good. Xiao Hua praised and used ethereal steps to chase behind. However, the two figures ran around the entire peak of Sunset Mountain. Xiao Hua's figure only hung behind Su Bingyi and didn't lead at all. It didn't look like a competition at all. Su Bingyi was also surprised. After waiting for an incense stick to burn, the two people landed on the field one after another. At this time, Su Bingyi's face was flushed and his chest was heaving up and down. He must have used up all his internal force. But when he looked at Xiao Hua again, his complexion was normal, as if he had never used Qinggong. Admirable, admirable. Su Bingyi cupped his fists and said, "Xiaoxia Zhao's Qinggong is astonishing and his style is restrained. Just now you gave me a lot of face. I'm afraid I can't compare to Xiaoxia Xiao." Hiss, at this time, the people who had been looking down on Xiao Hua's Qinggong in their hearts all sucked in a breath of cold air. "Hero Lei, can I ask for your advice?" Xiao Hua didn't directly look for Wang Chong. Of course. Xiaoxia Xiao saved Heroine Water and Hero Ma, and just defeated Hero Su. This match should be between you and me. Lei Hu smiled brightly and assumed a stance. "I am using external hard body skills. Xiaoxia Xiao, be careful." Ayo. Seeing Lei Hu's stance, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. This stance seems a bit familiar. Chapter 1741. Lei Huming's posture was familiar to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, but he didn't answer. He swung his fists and followed up, fighting with Lei Huming. Everyone was shocked again. Even Wang Chong's eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor. He thought that Xiao Hua's internal strength was profound, and that he was a rare youth in the martial arts world. But now he saw him fight with Lei Huming with open fists. His appearance was like a tiger stirring up the wind. A rare dual cultivator in the martial arts world? Which family's disciple is this? Wang Chong unconsciously swept his gaze over the crowd of martial artists at Sunset Peak. Xiaohua didn't care about the astonishment of the bystanders. At this moment, his heart was filled with joy. This Lei Huming's fist technique was indeed extraordinary. Xiaohua had concealed his cultivation and only relied on his physical body and some fist techniques in his memory to fight with him. At first, he was repeatedly hit and fell into a disadvantage. But as Lei Huming's fist techniques appeared from time to time, Xiaohua's memories were awakened, and some familiar moves slowly flashed in his mind. As Xiaohua recalled his moves, Lei Huming was gradually equalized by Xiaohua, and then fell into a disadvantage again. It's really the martial arts world's new generation replacing the old. Lei Huming sighed in his heart. The wind from his fists began to weaken, as if it wanted to end. But how could Xiaohua let him succeed? One fist was faster than the other, and one move followed another. Every move was slightly different from what Lei Huming had seen, but every move was incomparably marvelous. I'll also let you experience this old man's power. Lei Huming also had a competitive spirit. The wind from his fists changed, and a set of incomplete fist techniques that he had learned in his early years was displayed. Xiaohua saw this and was even more overjoyed. The wind from his fists looked even more familiar. Xiaohua had just recalled some things, and even more moves came from his mind. Watch Ai's moves. Xiaohua shouted loudly. He pulled back his fists, and immediately after, a complete set of fist techniques was displayed. This fist technique was like mercury flowing down the ground, without any flaws. It forced Lei Huming to only be able to parry, without the slightest strength to counterattack. A warm current also appeared from the tip of Xiaohua's left foot, and along with the fist technique, it began to temper his bones. After the 108 moves of the fist technique were finished, Xiaohua once again followed the momentum of the finishing move and performed another round in reverse. Only then did he stop, his heart full of vigor. Big Dipper Fist. This fist technique is the Big Dipper Divine Fist. Xiaohua was ecstatic. When Lei Huming saw that Xiaohua had stopped, he cupped his fists and said with a bitter smile, Xiao, this set of fist techniques of yours is like an antelope hanging its horn, without a trace to be found. It's also like the Milky Way spilling out from beyond the heavens, without a trace. Even though this old man knows that you've executed it from beginning to end, I just can't find a flaw. Just this alone. This old man is not your match. Thanks for letting me win. Xiaohua was very carefree inside. How could he care about such a false reputation? He waved his hand and said, Hero Lei, we're only tied. There's no clear winner or loser between us. How can you say we're not opponents? Lei Huming glanced at Wang Chong and smiled bitterly. Xiao. It seems like this old man has to make a move. Wang Chong said with a smile, even though we've already fought here for many days and the challengers have already been defeated, since Xiao can consecutively defeat the three of us, this old man is convinced that you're the world's number one. No need. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, this one only wants to ask Hero Wang a question. As for the matter of the battle, there's no need to mention it. Wang Chong asked curiously, what's the matter? Xiao, please speak. The fist technique that this one used just now, I wonder if Hero Wang has seen it before? After Xiaohua finished speaking, he looked at Wang Chong expectantly. Wang Chong's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. He shook his head and said, this old man has never seen the fist technique that Xiao used. It seems similar to Hero Lei's fist technique, but it's completely different. Forgive this old man for not recognizing it. Forget it. Xiaohua looked at the crowd and said loudly, which hero has seen this fist technique before? The crowd murmured, but no one answered. Forget it, Hero Wang. This one will take his leave. Xiaohua cupped his hands and was about to leave. Where is Xiao going? Wang Chong asked curiously. Xiao still has a battle to fight. It's fine if you don't want to fight. This one just wanted to come here to find his master. Xiaohua was somewhat disinterested. A trace of anger appeared on Wang Chong's face. He was so angry that he laughed and said, Xiao, this old man knows that your martial arts are powerful, and I'm afraid that you're the world's number one. However, we are currently at the Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference. If you didn't come, then so be it. Since you're here, Then let's fight to the end. If you turn around and leave like this, where will this old man's face be? Where will this world's hero's face be? How will we establish ourselves in the world of Jianghu in the future? Ayo, that's right. Xiaohua suddenly realized. He bowed and said, "Many thanks for senior's reprimand. This junior understands. This is my fault." As he spoke, Xiaohua took a stance and used the fist of the North Star. Very good. Wang Chong's face revealed a gratified expression. His body floated. He spread out his palms and used the 9 yin and 9 yang internal energy. Although Wang Chong's martial arts were high, he was still only a Xiantian master. Compared to Xiaohua, he was still lacking. Although Xiaohua only used the fist of the North Star, his skin was rough and his flesh was thick. How could Wang Chong's internal energy injure him? Xiaohua fought with him for a while, but he didn't seem to recall anything. He casually raised his shoulder, and like a street brawl, his shoulder landed on Wang Chong's chest. This move was very ingenious. It dodged Wang Chong's palms. Wang Chong only felt an unparalleled force coming towards him, as if a huge rock was pressing down on him. No matter how he circulated his internal energy, he was unable to resist. Wang Chong could only hurriedly retreat. He wanted to disperse this force. Unfortunately, this force was too strong. Wang Chong lost his balance and fell to the ground. Wang Chong was very anxious, but he immediately thought of a solution. He stretched out his hand, one hand supporting himself on the ground, the other hand casually grabbing the broken stones on the ground. He circulated his internal energy and threw them behind him. He even shouted, "Look at my hidden weapon." Although the rocks and other objects Wang Chong threw over were extremely powerful and comparable to crossbows, they were not worth mentioning in Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua smiled and raised his hand, about to use his strength to smash them down. However, when he swept his gaze over, he saw that there was a small green bottle in the middle of the rocks. There was a tightly sealed stopper at the top of the bottle, and there were some exquisite dark green leaf-shaped patterns on the body of the bottle. What is this? It looks very strange. Xiaohua thought and stretched out his hand to grab it. But just as he stretched out his hand, the green bottle suddenly fell. With a poff sound, it actually disappeared from the ground. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He quickly released his divine sense and swept it towards the place where the bottle disappeared. Unfortunately, the bottle disappeared like a ghost. There was no trace of it. Even if Xiaohua grabbed the broken stones again and released his Buddhist sense, he still did not find anything. Strange, could it be some kind of divine object? Xiaohua secretly sighed. At this time, there was a burst of thunderous cheers on Sunset Peak. When Xiaohua came back to his senses, he saw that everyone was actually cheering for him. Hee, Xiao Xiao Xiao, you are indeed a dragon among men. Wang Chong jumped up from the ground and laughed. This old man still has one last flying sword technique. If Xiao 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 can solve it, this old man's title of number 1 in the martial arts world will fall to Xiao Xiao Xiao. When Xiaohua saw the mysterious bottle disappear, he felt somewhat disappointed. He knew that he was not on the same side as Wang Chong and the others. It was useless to stay here any longer. Thus, he cupped his hands and said, "Hero Wang's internal strength is profound. This one is not your opponent." Then, he raised his head and shouted, "Heroes present, which one of you has seen this Xiao before?" Unfortunately, other than envy, jealousy, and enthusiasm in everyone's eyes, no one answered, even if Xiaohua shouted 3 times in a row. Just as Xiaohua sighed and was about to leave, a rough voice came from the mountain path. "I know who you are." Xiaohua was overjoyed at first, but when his divine sense swept over, his face turned from joy to anger. The voice said again, "You are the frog at the bottom of the well who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After practicing martial arts for a few days, you think you are number 1 in the world. Who are you?" Xiaohua did not speak, but Wang Chong shouted with a cold face. "I am the person who came to teach you the immensity of heaven and earth. I will let you know what a true divine ability is." As the voice spoke, it walked out from the mountain path. When everyone saw the owner of the voice, they could not help but cry out in shock. They saw a large tiger with white eyes and a white forehead coming out from the mountain path. This tiger seemed to be suspended in the air, and on top of the tiger sat a pale old man. This old man's cultivation was around the 7th layer of qi refining. His face was very kind, and his hair and beard were snow-white. However, his kind face could not hide the disdain and contempt in his eyes. What shocked everyone the most was that the old man was holding a few bloody heads in his hand. One of them was the burly man Xiao Hua saw at the bottom of the mountain. Taoist Yuna, where did you come from? Although the people of Jianghu were chivalrous, they also had the courage to fight. A few of the heroes standing on the periphery waved the weapons in their hands and blocked in front of the old man. They angrily shouted, "This is the location of the Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference. How can you trespass into Setting Sun Mountain and kill our mountain guards? Ha ha ha, you are just a group of self-righteous pitiful worms." The old man sneered and used his cold eyes to sweep the crowd. He casually clapped his hands and threw out several fireball talismans. Damn! Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly slapped his forehead, wanting to send out his fastest flying sword. However, he was still far away. Before his flying sword could fly out, he heard a series of rumbling sounds. Those fireball talismans had already smashed into the bodies of those brave men blocking in front of the old man. Several miserable screams sounded. Needless to say, these people were all killed by the fireballs. Their broken bodies and limbs flew all over the ground. To be continued. Chapter 1742. Seeing several people being killed by this immortal-like old man with a raise of his hand, the surrounding people were shocked and involuntarily took a few steps back, creating an empty space. Sir, is the legendary immortal? Seeing this, Wang Chong's face was extremely angry, but he still asked very carefully. Hee, I am the immortal you all speak of. The old man smiled as he urged the tiger to slowly walk into the field. The surrounding people hurriedly made a wide path for him. Since you are an immortal, then don't lower yourself to the same level as us mortals. The corpses in the hands of immortals are all living people with flesh and blood. How can immortals take people's lives so easily? Wang Chong said forcefully. And just now, several fellow martial artists were just asking about the origin of immortals, yet they were killed by immortals? Good. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and almost gave Wang Chong a thumbs up. A man should have some fears and some fears. Under justice, even the strong have to be questioned. Ha ha ha, in this immortal's eyes, you all are just ants. What is wrong with this immortal casually crushing a few of you? The old man still smiled as he replied, then looked at Xiao Hua. Just now, I heard you shout loudly. You have the highest martial arts here? Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Wang Chong hurriedly said, This old man is Yin Yang, the #1 person in the martial arts world. Xiao just lost a challenge. Since it's not you, then what are you howling for? Finished speaking, he slapped his hand and took out a flying sword talisman from his storage bag. Seeing an old Qi refining stage 7 cultivator showing off in front of him, Xiao Hua only sneered and raised his hand again. Since you know this old man is the #1 person in the martial arts world, does a mortal want to teach me? Wang Chong quickly walked to the chair he was sitting on and picked up a long sword from it, coldly looking at the old man. Just you? The old man's mouth showed disdain. His hand formed a seal and urged his magic power. The flying sword talisman flew into the air and turned into a flying sword, floating in the air. When Wang Chong saw this, he felt bitter in his mouth. He hurriedly activated the genuine qi in his body. With the sound of a sword flew out of the scabbard in his hand like a swimming dragon. It also flew into the air. Haha, I didn't expect you to know about flying swords too. The old man smiled and pointed with his finger. The flying sword talisman streaked across the sky and flew towards Wang Chong's flying sword. Wang Chong also tried his best to circulate his inner energy. His flying sword also flew towards the old man shakily. Ka! With a light sound, the flying sword talisman cut the sword into two. Haha, the old man laughed wantonly. You call this a flying sword? As he spoke, he pointed his finger again, and the flying sword talisman shot towards Wang Chong's throat like a bolt of lightning. Sai, forget it. Sai. Wang Chong knew that he couldn't escape in time, so he closed his eyes and sighed. You call this a flying sword? Just as Wang Chong was in despair, Xiao Hua's voice sounded. Xiao Hua opened his mouth and a small green and red sword chased after the flying sword talisman. This small sword was very strange. It grew with the wind and in an instant, it was a foot long. With a cheap sound, the Dream Slayer caught up to the flying sword talisman and cut it into 2 pieces. Which sect are you from? The old man immediately shouted. I am Bai Ming of the Spirit Husbandry sect. I don't care which sect you are from. Since you take others to be ants, Little do you know that you're similarly an ant in the eyes of this young master. Xiaohua sneered, and he didn't pay the slightest attention to the old man's begging for mercy as he urged his flying sword to stab towards Bai Ming. Bai Ming felt his heart palpitate, and his expression changed. He didn't dare to be careless. He threw away the head in his hand and slapped his storage bag, taking out several yellow talismans. At the same time, he slapped the big tiger under him. The big tiger roared and pounced toward Xiaohua. A fishy wind rose. You're courting death. How could Xiaohua care about the man and the tiger? The dream slayer turned into two in the air. One stabbed at Bai Ming and the other at the big tiger. Let's go. Bai Ming held back the indescribable fear in his heart. He flicked the yellow talisman in his hand, and several fireballs appeared to block the flying sword. He used a flying talisman on himself and urged his magic power to escape. Rumble. The fireball talisman exploded. But how could the fireballs block the Dream Slayer? The Dream Slayer's cold light pierced through the flames and went straight for Bai Ming. Bai Ming saw the Dream Slayer coming and waved his hand again. An ice talisman blocked it. However, the Dream Slayer shook again, and another identical flying sword flew out. When Bai Ming's body flew up about 10 feet, the flying sword stabbed at his throat. Fellow, please spare me, Bai Ming was shocked. His godlike face was distorted in fear. He shouted, I have a secret. I will tell you now, please. Secret? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. However, when he thought of the burly man who warned him 2 hours ago at the foot of Sunset Mountain, Xiaohua's Dream Slayer paused for a moment and swept past Bai Ming's throat. Bai Ming's throat flickered with light. However, under the Dream Slayer, it couldn't resist at all and was immediately annihilated. At the same time, the big tiger didn't even have the strength of a first-rank spirit beast. Naturally, it couldn't resist the Dream Slayer. The sword flashed and passed through the white spot on its forehead. After a loud roar, it fell to the ground. Effortlessly, a 7th-layer Qi refining cultivator and his spirit beast were annihilated by Xiaohua with a wave of his hand. The green-red Dream Slayer circled around Sunset Mountain and turned into another. Although the Dream Slayer didn't target the men of Jianghu, the boundless karma contained in the sword was so powerful that even cultivators would find it difficult to resist. These people who only knew martial arts felt that the end of the world had come. Seeing the Dream Slayer being swallowed by Xiaohua, the pressure in everyone's souls disappeared. At this time, they didn't know how to face Xiaohua. Xiao, spiritual master, thank you for saving my life. Wang Chong shouted and was about to kneel on the ground. Wang Chong's face was deathly pale. It was obvious that he was heavily injured from using the flying sword. However, there was a trace of redness on his face. It should be due to the excitement of facing Xiaohua, the immortal they called Xiaohua. How could Xiaohua let him kneel? He waved his hand and stopped him with a smile. Hero Wang, there's no need to be so courteous. You and I have become friends through martial arts. Please rise, please rise. Spiritual Master Xiao, we thank Senior Immortal for saving our lives. Lei Huming and Su Bingyi also knelt on the ground. Similarly, everyone else present also knelt on the ground. They knew that with the ruthlessness of Bai Ming's attack just now, if it weren't for Xiaohua, they wouldn't have been able to survive. AI, forget it. Xiaohua looked at this group of hot-blooded and chivalrous mortals. He clapped his hands and took out a jade bottle, throwing it into Wang Chong's hands. Your inner strength has succeeded, but your meridians have been damaged. Your lifespan shouldn't be far. This is my Taoist's marrow cleansing pill. It should be useful for you. Chapter 1743. Soon after, Xiaohua looked around and saw the people kneeling on the ground. He smiled and said, It's fate that brought us together. This poor Taoist doesn't have anything good, so these pills are for everyone. I hope that everyone will remember the word chivalrous and always put kindness first. Don't bully the weak because you're strong. With that, he waved his hand, and the remaining pills of the lowest level were divided into several portions. He pointed his finger, and the pills flew out like a fairy scattering flowers. There was one in front of everyone. Thank you, Taoist Xiao. Everyone was overjoyed and shouted in unison. Their voices shook the entire Sunset Peak. I'm leaving. Xiaohua smiled and shouted in a low voice. At the same time, he waved his hand and took away the storage pouch and a spirit storage pouch on Bai Ming's waist. The big tiger's corpse was also put into the storage pouch. When Xiaohua's figure flew into the air, another strand of true samadhi fire fell on Bai Ming's corpse. In a short moment, it was completely burned. Farewell, Taoist Xiao. Everyone led by Wang Chong cupped their hands and bowed deeply in the direction Xiaohua flew away. Only after Xiaohua's figure had disappeared for a long time did Wang Chong and the others withdraw their gazes. Wang Chong looked at the crowd and said loudly, "Fellow Wulian friends, we have always defeated others with martial strength. Who hasn't done anything outrageous before? Even this old man doesn't dare to say that everything I do is based on my own benevolence, and that kindness is the most important thing. Now that we have met Taoist Xiao, it is a great opportunity for us. It is also the time for us to reflect and find a new path. In the future, we will follow Taoist Zhao's instructions and help the weak. We will walk the Jianghu with chivalry. We will listen to Taoist Wang's instructions and follow Taoist Zhao's instructions." Everyone shouted in unison. "Good, we have received Taoist Zhao's kindness. This Luo Feng Mountain Sword Conference is really perfect." Wang Chong held the jade bottle given by Xiaohua and said, "We don't need to go down the mountain. First, we will take the pills given by Taoist Xiao in case there is an accident. Before I take the pills, I have to make a heart oath that I will follow Taoist Zhao's example and follow Taoist Zhao's good deeds. I hope that everyone in Jianghu will also make a heart oath." "Good. We will follow." At this moment, everyone's blood was boiling. How could they not follow? Even if he had objections in his heart, he probably wouldn't disobey. Wang Chong distributed the medicinal pills in the jade bottle to Lei Huming and the others. Zhang Xiang was next to the five of them, and since there were no medicinal pills in front of him, Wang Chong naturally gave him a portion of the medicinal pills. After everyone had made their heart oaths, they took the pills on the spot and adjusted their internal energy. Xiaohua had already flown far away. After doing a good deed, his mood was always very happy. However, Xiaohua still felt some pity for the life of that burly man. That burly man looked very fierce, but his heart was quite kind. Moreover, Wang Chong and the others gave Xiaohua a very good impression, so he gave them the pills that he didn't need. Of course, Xiaohua also had a sense of propriety. These pills would only be beneficial to them and would not harm them. And then what is the secret that Bai Ming spoke of? Xiaohua's mind slightly moved. It's a pity that he acted ruthlessly. As a cultivator, although he has heaven-defying divine abilities, he still has to treat others kindly. Not to mention Jianghu people with internal energy. Even children without the strength to truss a chicken have to smile. A secret exchanged with the lives of these people. This young master disdains it beneath contempt. Hee, it's a pity that this young master doesn't know any soul-searching techniques, otherwise, I could use it on this guy. Xiaohua's mouth hung a cold smile. This guy is so fierce, who knows how many vengeful souls he has on his hands. If I use the soul-searching technique on him, even the heavens would be happy. At this moment, an extremely comfortable feeling suddenly came from the Buddha's saraira. Xiaohua couldn't help but be greatly alarmed. He didn't dare to let his imagination run wild and immediately descended from the sky, looking for a secret place to investigate. When Xiaohua inspected the Buddha's heart of the Buddha's saraira, he couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Previously, this Buddha's heart had some brilliance similar to fire, but this brilliance was different in brightness and darkness, and the color was also different. But now this brilliance was more than 100 times more. Moreover, it was already divided into 9 colors, like a cluster of lively Buddha's fire. The dream execution, cloud-suppressing seal, the 8-sword pills, and the shabby small bucket that was thrown to the side were all enveloped by the Buddha's fire. What surprised Xiaohua the most was that at the root of the Buddha's fire, there was actually a strand of faintly discernible golden thread. Why did the immeasurable karmic fire suddenly change so much? Xiaohua sat cross-legged, pinched his chin, and was rather puzzled. Moreover, what is this golden thread? This golden thread seems to be within the immeasurable karmic fire, but it also doesn't seem to be within it. It should have just been formed, right? Alas, I'm afraid that if I have time in the future, I'll have to make a trip to the Buddhist sect's ruins. I don't know if this immeasurable karmic fire is a good thing or not. It's not a good thing to always be in the Buddha's saraira. I need to find a proper way to thoroughly understand the secrets of the Buddhist sect. Xiaohua thought to himself, and then thought for a long time. He didn't find anything useful from the exquisite leaf scripture, so Xiaohua could only fly out from the hidden place and continue to fly towards the west. However, Xiaohua didn't know that the formation of this immeasurable karmic fire was related to specific karma, and not related to the cultivator's cultivation. Xiaohua saving a 9th-layer qi refining cultivator was the same as saving an ordinary person, and the karma of killing an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator was also the same as killing an ordinary person. He just saved so many Wulin people from Bai Ming's hands. How could this kind of good karma be small? Moreover, Xiaohua's good deeds also affected these powerful heroes in the Wulin, and their good deeds were also Xiaohua's karma. This kind of karma had a huge impact. In particular, Wang Chong was afraid that the medicinal pills given by Xiaohua would make others do bad things. So he actually made everyone swear a heart oath. What was this heart oath? It was the condensation of one's thoughts. Wang Chong also wanted everyone to follow Xiaohua's example, and Xiaohua was an immortal in everyone's eyes, so this was the condensation of one's beliefs. Under these coincidences, under the effect of Xiaohua's Buddhist sex karma, a strand of golden thread was born in his Buddhist heart. As for what the golden thread was, Xiaohua would probably only know after arriving at the Buddhist sex ruins. After flying for a few more hours, Xiaohua saw that they were already far away from Luofeng Mountain, and the sky was also bright. Xiaohua clapped his hand, and a thunder sound transmitting talisman was sent out. The yellow talisman flew into the air, and with the sound of thunder, it actually flew towards the north? Aya, why is that? Xiaohua was a bit puzzled. Should we wait here for a while? Xiaohua still remembered the agreement with Sun Shu and the others. However, after waiting for only the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he didn't see Sun Shu and the others coming. Instead, a transmission talisman was sent over, and there were only 4 short words in the transmission talisman. Quickly come and help. Xiaohua was shocked. Sun Shu's voice in the transmission talisman was very panicked. Obviously, they were in a critical moment. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He used the awakening thunder escape. After flying a few hundred li to the north, he actually heard bursts of thunder and the sound of fireballs exploding in the distant mountain forest. Xiaohua's Buddhist awareness swept over, and he unconsciously frowned. He saw that in the valley between 2 mountain ranges, Sun Shu and the other 2 were surrounded by 6 cultivators, who were also at the 12th layer of qi refining. The 6 cultivators were wearing the same attire, and they took turns to attack the 3 of them. Among them, there were also high-grade yellow talismans like fireball talismans thrown out. Looking at Sun Shu and the other 2, Sun Shu's Thunder Lock and Kuan Fian's Thunder Trapping Bead were both raised above their heads, and a defensive brilliance protected them. Qian Diheng's body was suffused with a faint brilliance. Obviously, it was his defensive magic treasure. Under the attack of so many magic treasures, the defensive brilliance had already dimmed a lot. Moreover, Sun Shu and the others' attacks were also barely enough. The fireball talismans and icicle talismans were also thrown out in the gaps of the defense. They were far from being a threat to the other 3. What surprised Xiaohua the most was that in the valley, other than the 3 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and the 6 enemy disciples, there was also a centipede-like spiritual insect flying in the air. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and flew to Qian Diheng's side to attack from time to time. Qian Diheng's defensive magic treasure was very powerful, but every time the centipede flew in front of the brilliance, it would shoot out sticky black water from its body. This black water was obviously very corrosive, and could always corrode the brilliance of the magic treasure a little. Damn it! Could these 6 cultivators be from the spirit husbandry sect? Xiaohua instantly thought of the spirit husbandry sects by Ming that he met last night. Io, there's also the corpse of a spiritual beast over there. Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness could see that not far from where the 9 people were fighting, there was the corpse of a monster that was 10 feet in size. This monster looked like a rhinoceros, and there was a single horn on its head that pierced into the stone wall at an angle, hanging the entire corpse on the stone wall. The back of the corpse was charred black, and it was obviously killed by a thunder attribute magic treasure. Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness scanned the corpse, and he understood the reason in his heart. At this moment, a few spiritual wills swept over from the valley, and it must be the disciples of the spirit husbandry sect who were alerted. Thus, Xiaohua's lips curled into a cold smile, and his body suddenly descended, burrowing into the ground. Haha, in the valley, a disciple of the spirit husbandry sect laughed loudly. Fellow Taoists from the Imperial Thunder sect, there's no need to struggle anymore. It's all useless. Look at how long you've been waiting for your message talisman, and you still haven't seen your fellow disciples coming over. I'm afraid they've already escaped when they saw us here, right? Pui, when Sun Shu heard this, she was already furious, and she spat, "You little thieves from the spirit husbandry sect. You're usually very respectful, and in front of the Imperial Thunder sect, you're as obedient as a grandson. Why did you change your face the moment you got the chance? If I knew this, I would have." When Sun Shu was distracted, her thunder lock immediately couldn't hold on any longer. The defensive light flashed, and the entire thunder lock seemed like it was going to fall from midair. The spirit husbandry sect's cultivators were obviously trying to distract her, and when they saw this, a cultivator immediately separated from Qian Diheng's side. He pointed his finger, and a cone-shaped magic treasure pierced the thunder lock. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Qidian. Come. Chapter 1744. Sila Lob, the sharp, all-magical treasure, actually created a black hole in the light of the lightning lock. Sun Shu was shocked when she saw this and did not dare to say anything to the spirit husbandry sect disciple. She raised her head and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Immediately after, she quickly formed hand seals and hit the lightning lock that had just absorbed her blood essence. Pa pa pa, there was also a series of crackling sounds. Purple lightning shot out from the lightning lock and hit the sharp, all-magical treasure. Different from the previous lightning, this purple lightning easily destroyed the sharp, all-magical treasure. It turned around and was about to fall from the sky. The spirit husbandry sect disciple who took out the magical treasure was not shocked but happy. He pointed his finger, and the sharp, all-magical treasure flew back into the sky. He smiled and said, "This girl has already used her final move. Junior brothers, let's work harder and take care of these three little things first. Then, we will wait for their other disciples to fall into the trap." Haha, that's right. The other disciples also laughed. The Imperial Thunder Sect disciples have always been known for having many treasures. Look at this disciple. He actually has a defensive magical treasure on him. The storage bags of the other two female disciples should also have some good stuff, right? That's right. The spirit husbandry sect disciples roared with laughter. Sun Shu collected her thoughts and did not dare to be distracted anymore. However, she prayed in her heart, "Junior brother Shao, I was wrong just now. I should not have called you over. You must not come over." Different from Sun Shu, Qian Diheng had been looking out of the valley. He seemed to be very confident in Xiaohua. Even if the other party had 6 disciples who had the same cultivation as them, as long as Xiaohua arrived, these disciples would immediately become useless. "Damn it, Junior brother Shao, why aren't you here yet? If you still don't come, I will become a lonely ghost." Although Qian Diheng had a defensive magical treasure, he could not withstand the attacks of 3 spirit husbandry sect disciples. Furthermore, there was also a spiritual insect with martial arts. The magic power in his body was getting weaker and weaker. Just as Qian Diheng patted his storage pouch and swallowed another elixir to replenish his vital energy, a black centipede flew out from somewhere in the valley. The centipede's body was pitch black, and the tentacles in front of its head were swaying violently. It was actually charging towards the centipede-like spirit insect in front of Qian Diheng in an overbearing manner. "Oh my, Herculean centipede?" The disciples of the spirit husbandry sect obviously knew about this creature, as they exclaimed in shock. Then they controlled the centipede-like spirit insect to fly over. They immediately acted according to their plan. 2 of the disciples flew 5 feet into the air and used their spiritual senses to scan the area where the Herculean centipede flew out. "Junior brother Shao, don't come over." Sun Shu's face was pale. He knew where the divine power centipede came from and couldn't help but shout. With Sun Shu's shout, his magic power clearly stagnated. The cultivator holding the sharp, all-magic tool grinned and pushed his magic power to the limit. The sharp all suddenly elongated like a flying sword. With a pu sound, the lightning lock's brilliance was finally broken. Sun Shu's magic power was exhausted, and he fell to the ground. At the same time, the lightning lock also lost its brilliance and fell from the sky. Wong, a sharp buzzing sound was heard. From the side where Sun Shu fell, the cloud-suppressing seal flew out from the ground. Countless amounts of spiritual energy gathered on it and shot towards the sharp awl. Quick, the moment the cloud-suppressing seal appeared from the ground, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The disciples of the spirit husbandry sect obviously didn't expect Xiaohua to escape from the ground. The disciple who attacked Sun Shu shouted and rubbed his hands. The sharp awl also made a loud noise, and a green gas shot out from it towards the cloud-suppressing seal. At the same time, the other disciple who attacked Sun Shu also stopped attacking Sun Shu and used his magic tool to smash towards the side of the cloud-suppressing seal. The two disciples who flew into the air and looked at the Herculean centipede were also stunned. They looked at each other and flew towards the left and right of the cloud-suppressing seal. There were actually 4 disciples who wanted to pincer attack Xiao Hua, who escaped from the ground. However, when the 2 disciples flew less than 3 meters, a green and red flying sword suddenly flew out from the stone wall behind one of the disciples. The moment the flying sword appeared in the air, it had a terrifying aura and quickly pierced towards the disciple's armpit. Ah! The disciple was obviously panicking. This panic came from the bottom of his heart. The flying sword was too close and too fast. Before he could retrieve his magic tool, the flying sword had already pierced his waist. Quick! The disciple clearly also had a secret technique. Seeing that he couldn't block the flying sword, he clenched his teeth and swung his left hand downward. A 3-inch-long thunder palm shot out from his hand and struck the flying sword. He wanted to destroy the flying sword. With a crisp sound, the thunder palm hit the flying sword. However, just as the disciple relaxed, he immediately turned pale. The flying sword didn't turn into a talisman like he expected. Instead, a green light flowed out and pierced through the thunder palm, piercing his waist. Another pa-pa sound rang out. The defensive yellow talisman that the disciple had placed on his body was easily pierced by the execution dream. After a few flashes of light, the execution dream pierced through the disciple's body and came out. Ah, that unlucky spirit husbandry sect disciple seemed to be very unwilling to accept this. He turned his head to look at the stone wall where the flying sword had pierced through. He wanted to see who was so ruthless. Unfortunately, when he fell from midair, he still didn't see Xiao Hua's figure. Shit! When the disciples heard their junior brother's scream, they were all shocked. The person who worked together with this disciple was a short and fat cultivator. When he saw the dream slayer piercing through his junior brother's body and flying towards him, he quickly put away his magic tool that looked like a jade scepter. With his magic power, the jade scepter immediately shot out a string of white balls of light, blocking the flying sword. The dream slayer was very brave and didn't stop at all. The green and red light flashed. Pew-pew-pew. With a series of soft sounds, the balls of light were pierced by the dream slayer. However, as the balls of light exploded, the speed of the dream slayer also decreased. When the last ball of light exploded, the dream slayer actually stopped in front of a ball of light the size of a fist. Seeing that his magic weapon had blocked the flying sword, the short and stout disciple smiled. However, just as he smiled, he saw his senior brother, who had attacked Qian Diheng, looking at him with a horrifying gaze and his half-open mouth. What's going on? The short and fat disciple looked over with a questioning gaze. Behind? At this moment, the senior brother called out, "Shit!" Just as this thought appeared in the short and fat disciple's mind, he felt a pain in his chest. When he lowered his head to look, he saw a black spear protruding from his chest. Only then did he feel the intense pain. Who? The short and fat disciple was just like the disciple who was killed by the dream slayer. He really wanted to turn his head back to take a look. However, before he could do so, his vision turned black and he fell from the sky. Chapter 1745. Hiss! The remaining 4 disciples of Spirit Husbandry sect gasped at the same time. They looked at Xiao Hua, who had a calm expression on his face and had just pulled out his hand from their junior brother's back. They had made preparations and made many backup plans. However, they never expected Xiao Hua to use the earth escape technique to appear. Furthermore, before he even appeared, he had already used so many baits to distract them. Furthermore, before Xiao Hua even appeared, he had already killed one of their junior brothers. Furthermore, in midair beside them, the spiritual insects of Spirit Husbandry sect were being suppressed by the God Power Centipede. They were being attacked by the God Power Centipede until they couldn't tell which direction was north. Even if they spat out poisonous silk, they couldn't hit the God Power Centipede. Go! Although the 4 of them were timid, their gazes swept over the corpse of the monster on the ground, and their eyes unconsciously revealed a fanatical look. They exchanged glances with each other, and all of them waved their hands at the same time. Their hands formed seals, and they did their best to activate the artifacts in the air for the final battle. In contrast to the disciples of Spirit Husbandry sect, Sun Shu and the others were extremely surprised. Previously, they were being suppressed by 6 opponents. The moment Xiaohua appeared, he killed 2 of them. Now it was 4 against 4. However, under the cover of Xiaohua's cloud-suppressing seal, Sun Shu could only protect himself. It wasn't a one-on-one situation yet. However, would Xiaohua care about this at this moment? Xiaohua pointed his finger, and the cloud-suppressing seal made a buzzing sound. It flipped in midair and smashed towards the Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple who used the sharp, all-magical artifact just now. An incomparable fear rose in the Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple's heart. It was as if there were many small invisible hands in the cloud-suppressing seal grabbing at his soul. The Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple slapped his hand, and the spiritual insects that he hadn't taken out all this time came out from his storage bag. These spiritual insects were the size of 3 fists. They had 6 wings on both sides of the spiritual insects. Their oval-shaped heads were also pitch black and took up more than half of their bodies. Furthermore, there was only 1 eye on each of their heads. Below the eye, there was a slender spike sticking out of the slender mouth. The blue glow on the spike indicated that it was extremely poisonous. These spiritual insects were none other than Du Ming. However, when the 3 Du Ming flew out of the storage bag, they didn't fly out in all directions and attack Xiaohua according to their master's orders like before. Instead, Du Ming seemed to be extremely afraid of the cloud-suppressing seal's power. He flapped his wings and tried to fly back into the storage bag. Quick! How could the Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple allow Du Ming to return? He slapped his hand and took out an old yellow talisman. He spat a mouthful of blood on it and activated the disciple's magic power. Instantly, it turned into a ball of bright red light. Following which, the Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple chanted an incantation. This ball of light split into 3 and landed on the 3 Du Ming. The 3 Du Ming instantly gave off a red glow and seemed to have increased in size. They flapped their wings and circled in the air, avoiding the cloud-suppressing seal and flying towards Xiaohua. Haha! Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh coldly. He didn't summon Little Yellow or Little Silver. He pointed at the cloud-suppressing seal and smashed it towards the Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple. At the same time, he activated the Execution Dream and stabbed it towards Du Ming. Seeing that Xiaohua was using his flying sword to stab Du Ming, the Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple couldn't help but laugh coldly in his heart. Not only was Du Ming's poison powerful, his black shell was also famous. How could a flying sword and talisman pierce through it? He only needed to dodge the cloud-suppressing seal and control the sharp all to cooperate with Du Ming and his senior brother to attack Xiaohua. Seeing the cloud-suppressing seal smashing towards him, the Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple clapped his hands and tried his best to activate his flying talisman. He wanted to escape from the range of the cloud-suppressing seal's power. However, at this moment he heard Xiaohua shout, "Then stay here." Following Xiaohua's words, the cloud-suppressing seal suddenly increased its speed and smashed towards the Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple. It turned out that the cloud-suppressing seal's slow speed was done by Xiaohua on purpose. He waited until it was within his range of control before suddenly exerting force. As the power of the cloud-suppressing seal approached, the powerful pressure from the cloud-suppressing seal crushed the flying talisman on the Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple's body. Furthermore, the defensive yellow talismans around the disciple's body flickered a few times before they were destroyed. They turned into talisman papers and fell from the sky like the disciple. Naturally, when Xiaohua attacked the disciple, the other Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple also flew towards Xiaohua. A triangular magic treasure flashed with a yellow glow and smashed towards Xiaohua's forehead. The Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple saw that Xiaohua was attacking his junior brother with all his strength, and he was unable to help. He could only think of killing Xiaohua first. Perhaps this would be of use to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. However, would Xiaohua give him the chance to do so? Seeing that this triangular magic tool was very similar to his own black dust from before, Xiaohua understood its attack method. Without waiting for the earthen yellow light beam to strike, he clapped his hands, and similarly, his black dust flew out. First, a light beam went up to meet the attack. Seeing that Xiaohua had taken out another magic treasure, the Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple was completely stunned. They were both Qi refinement stage level 12 cultivators, but they could at most take out 2 magic treasures for attack and defense. Not only was their spiritual force insufficient, Even the dermic powers around them were turbid. However, Xiaohua had already taken out a magic treasure and a flying sword talisman, and took out another magic treasure that had the same function as his own magic treasure. Is this still a Qi refinement stage cultivator? The disciple didn't dare to be slow. He activated his dermic powers and shot out a yellow light beam. Pu-piu-piu, a series of muffled sounds rang out as the two light beams collided. The light beam from Xiaohua's whisk dust seemed to have hit a piece of rotten wood as it broke the light beam from his opponent's magic treasure. In the blink of an eye, it hit the main body of the magic treasure. This time there wasn't any sound. Under the attack of the light beam, the magic treasure suddenly flew backwards and crashed into the stone wall of the valley with a pung, creating a huge hole. Run, the spirit husbandry sect disciple's magic treasure was damaged, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, a thought appeared in the spirit husbandry sect disciple's mind. If two different magic treasures collided, it would be impossible to tell how strong the other's dermic powers were. However, the magic treasure of the spirit husbandry sect disciple was clearly the same as Xiaohua's magic treasure. In this clash, the difference between the two was immediately revealed. Xiaohua's dermic powers were much stronger than his. Pa! At this moment, a loud sound rang out. It was the sound of the cloud-suppressing seal landing on the ground. The entire ground shook. As for the disciple who was hit by the cloud-suppressing seal, although he didn't cry out in pain, no matter if it was the spirit husbandry sect disciple or the imperial thunder sect disciple, they didn't think that he could escape alive. Haha, go and die. This time, it was Qian Diheng who laughed sinisterly. He had been holding back for a long time and finally got the chance when the spirit husbandry sect disciple was distracted. He activated his halberd and two colored balls of light under the cover of a slightly larger ball of light hit his opponent's heart. Following Qian Diheng's laughter, the balls of light exploded. Not only did they explode his opponent's defensive light shield, they even blew a bowl-sized hole in his body. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to survive. This was great. Out of the 6 spirit husbandry sect disciples, 4 had died in an instant and only 2 were left. The disciple who was fighting with Xiaohua didn't even turn his head to look. The moment he heard the loud sound of the cloud-suppressing seal, he immediately formed hand seals and flew towards the sky. He wanted to use his flying speed to escape. Junior brother Xiao, quickly chase after him. Qian Diheng was also infuriated by the spirit husbandry sect disciple. As he waved his halberd to help Kuan Fian, he immediately shouted when he saw the disciple escaping. Haha, can he escape? Xiaohua laughed loudly, but his body didn't move at all. The spirit husbandry sect disciple was slightly delighted when he scanned with his spiritual will. However, before he could fly another 10 feet, an indescribable feeling pressed down on his head. He only scanned with his spiritual will, and his soul immediately flew out of his body. The dream executioner who was fighting with Du Ming just now had unknowingly flown to the top of his head. The green and red sword light flashed and pierced through his head. Haha, junior brother Xiao, your flying sword talisman is really useful. Qian Diheng laughed as he fought with Kuan Fian against the last spirit husbandry sect disciple. Of course, I found this flying sword talisman in a shop in Weeping Moon City. I spent a lot of spiritual stones on it. Xiaohua didn't say anything. With a wave of his hand, the dream executioner landed in his hand. With a wave of his hand, he kept the dream executioner into his Buddha heart. After that, Xiaohua looked at the last spirit husbandry sect disciple who had a pale face. He then looked at the spiritual insects whose bodies had been destroyed by the divine power centipede. With a wave of his hand, the cloud-suppressing seal slowly shrunk and landed in his hand. Not far from him, the 3 Du Ming were already cut into 6 pieces by the dream executioner. Although Xiaohua wanted to keep Du Ming just now, Du Ming, who had been activated by the spirit husbandry sect disciple's essence blood, seemed to have entered a crazy state and wouldn't stop until he was dead. Senior Sister Sun, are you injured? Xiaohua landed beside Sun Shu. At this moment, Sun Shu's pale face was slightly red and sickly. I'm all right. Thank goodness junior brother rushed over in time. Sun Shu's beautiful eyes were filled with an indescribable feeling. There was respect and also shock. She didn't expect Xiaohua, who was in the 10th level of Qi refining 10 years ago, to be so much stronger than her now. Although Xiaohua hadn't built his foundation yet, a 12th level Qi refining cultivator wasn't his opponent. This doesn't make sense. Sun Shu thought. We're both in the 12th level of qi refining, but Xiaohua only failed to build his foundation once. Furthermore, he entered the 12th level of qi refining later than me. How can he be so strong? Although Sun Shu was shocked that Xiaohua escaped from the blood formation in Ling Pei Mountain Village, she didn't see it with her own eyes. Today, Xiaohua killed 4 12th level qi refining cultivators in front of her. This had long surpassed Sun Shu's understanding. How could she not be moved? Chapter 1746. Seeing the expression in Sun Shu's eyes, Xiaohua frowned. He didn't want to reveal too much of his abilities, but the cloud-suppressing seal was too inconvenient and inflexible. It would be fine if it was against one opponent, but against 3 opponents, it would take a lot of time. Sun Shu was already in danger, so Xiaohua didn't dare to hold back. Xiaohua was slightly embarrassed. He glanced to the side and knew that Qian Diheng and Kuan Fian had the upper hand. He said, "Senior Sun, you should take the pill first. I will protect you." "Thank you, junior brother Xiao." Sun Shu smiled sweetly and placed the pill into her mouth. She immediately sat down cross-legged and dissolved the medicinal power of the pill, activating her heart technique to heal her injuries. It can't be. She won't even take out her lightning lock? Seeing Sun Shu being so confident in him, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He clapped his hands and took out the black dust to protect Sun Shu. He then looked at the battle in the distance. At this moment, Qian Diheng and Kuan Fian had deep hatred on their faces. They didn't hesitate to attack the remaining Spirit Husbandry sect disciple with their magic weapons. The disciple was tall, and his cultivation was between the two of them. Although he had the upper hand when he was fighting against 4, he didn't expend much of his magic power. However, he was already exhausted from dealing with the 2 of them. Furthermore, there was a person who had killed 4 people of the same cultivation level as him and was staring at him from afar. How could this Spirit Husbandry sect disciple be in a good mood? Fellow Taoists, the Spirit Husbandry sect disciple dodged an attack from Qian Diheng and Kuan Fian and shouted anxiously, "I have a secret to tell both of you." "Humph, what secret? Is it to exchange for your life?" Qian Diheng was already furious. If he didn't have a protective magic weapon, he would be in a worse state than Sun Shu. Now that he saw his enemy begging for mercy, he couldn't help but laugh coldly. "Fellow Taoists, as long as you make a heart oath to let I go, I will tell all of you the secret of why I used this dust-repelling beast and where I used it." Qian Diheng's hand paused as he looked at Kuan Fian. Kuan Fian had the same hesitation in her eyes. If it was before today, she could make the decision. But today, there was a trace of fear in her heart. When she saw Qian Diheng looking at her, she immediately gave Xiaohua a look. Qian Diheng immediately understood and hurriedly shouted at Xiaohua, "Junior apprentice brother Xiao, you come over first. This guy wants to use the dust-warding beast's secret to exchange for his life." When Xiaohua heard this, he acted as if he didn't hear it. He stood there motionlessly and coldly said, "We're already enemies who won't rest until we're dead. What's there to be merciful about? They could just kill him. What secret? There are so many secrets in this world." But Qian Diheng was still somewhat hesitant and was about to ask again. Kuan Fian smiled and said, "Junior apprentice brother Qian, we still have many things to do. Why are you thinking about the secret of the dust-repelling beast? If you let this guy go, who knew if he still had any fellow apprentices? It's better to listen to junior apprentice brother Xiao." As she said that, she rubbed her hands. The thunder-confining bead in midair suddenly spread out and circled above the head of the Spirit Husbandry sect disciple, surrounding him in an oval shape. Then, from one of the thunder-confining beads, lightning that had been stored beforehand struck down. In the time it took to smoke half a cigarette, the power of the thunder-confining bead started to decrease. The Spirit Husbandry sect disciple's magic weapon was also struck down. The yellow talisman in his storage bag had long been used up. Despair appeared in the eyes of the Spirit Husbandry sect disciple. When Qian Diheng heard Xiaohua's instructions, he also had a plan in his heart. During this period of time, he had been forming hand seals to activate the Ming Hao halberd in midair. When he saw Kuan Fian's attack slowing down, he laughed coldly. "I was still trying to reason with you guys just now. You guys didn't listen at all. Why are you thinking of using the secret to exchange for your life now? Go back and dream." As he spoke, he finally completed the hand seal. Ming Hao halberd glowed with 3 different colors. 3 different lights rushed towards 3 parts of the Spirit Husbandry sect disciple's body. The spirit husbandry sect disciple's face turned pale. He didn't say another word. He clapped his hands and took out an old talisman. Under the activation of his magic power, the talisman instantly turned into a piece of crystal. He slapped it on his forehead. Howl! A painful howl came from the disciple's mouth. The disciple's body seemed to have inflated by 3 times. The Taoist robe on his upper body had already burst open, revealing his blood-red skin. Furthermore, mysterious blood marks had already appeared on his skin. As the blood marks became clearer, sharp blood thorns that were like hair gradually pierced out from the blood marks. Transformation talisman? When Xiaohua saw this, he couldn't help but frown. Senior Kuan, hurry up and use more strength. Qian Diheng quickly called out to Kuan Fian, as his magic power seemed to be lacking. All right. When Kuan Fian heard this, she gritted her teeth and replied while activating the thunder-trapping pearl. At this moment, the upper body of the spirit husbandry sect disciple had already transformed into a blood-red spiritual beast. His face was also covered with blood thorns and his eyes were red. With a crisp sound, the first ray of light from Ming Hao halberd hit the body of the transformed spirit husbandry sect disciple. Howl! As if he had gone mad, the spirit husbandry sect disciple's body shone with light. He clenched his fists and roared towards the sky. Then he raised his fist and smashed it towards the second ray of light. With a prung, the second ray of light from Ming Hao halberd was blocked by the fist. It seemed to have been destroyed. Then the third ray of light flew over and merged with the second ray of light. It turned into another color and started to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Go and die! The spirit husbandry sect disciple raised his fists and smashed it towards the ray of light. With a boom, the ray of light was destroyed by him again. All the rays of light turned into light spots and scattered in all directions. Qian Diheng's face was pale as he quickly turned his head to look at Xiaohua. But at this moment, the spirit husbandry sect disciple roared again. His 2 fists first smashed the ground with all his might. Then he strangely raised his fists and hit his own face. At the same time, the blood spikes on his face suddenly exploded, covering his entire face and covering it completely. Howl! Then, starting from his face, neck, shoulders, the blood thorns on his entire upper body exploded one by one. The spirit husbandry sect disciple was blasted into a bloody mess. At the start, he was still making some noises as he jumped up and down in midair. But in the end, he could only lie on the ground. His bloody fists smashed the ground powerlessly. What is going on? Qian Diheng and Kuan Fian quickly put away their magical artifacts and protected themselves as they dodged to the side. Prung! With a loud sound, the upper body of the spirit husbandry sect disciple that was lying on the ground exploded and disappeared completely. His flesh and blood were all over the ground. It was a tragic sight. Chapter 1747. Xiaohua was in a good mood and took out the jade scroll again. When he checked it with his divine sense, he felt something was wrong because the soul-searching technique was cut off at the end. It didn't seem to have ended, and there should be other contents. There seemed to be restrictions in the jade scroll, but his cultivation wasn't enough, and he couldn't use it. Now that he thought of Buddhism, he naturally had to check it again with his Buddhist consciousness. It was when Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness had just penetrated the jade slip. He only felt that there were many restrictions like black gas inside the jade slip. These restrictions were different from what he usually saw, and the place where the soul-searching technique was located had been broken by someone. I got the method to control Buddhist consciousness, but I didn't have time to practice it. Now I can practice Buddhist consciousness and break the restrictions at the same time. Xiaohua smiled and temporarily put the jade scroll into his space. He took out the golden puppet that Han Yi gave him and checked it with his Buddhist consciousness. He practiced the control of Buddhist consciousness one by one. A few days passed, and Xiaohua was cultivating when he saw a communication talisman fly to his eyes. It was the one he left for Sun Shu. Xiaohua knew that the 3 of them should have finished resting and put the golden puppet and the jade scroll into his space. He opened the formation and left the cave. As expected, Qian Diheng and the others were waiting in front of the cave. When they saw Xiaohua coming out, they smiled and said, "Junior brother Xiao, we are ready. Can we set off today?" Of course. Xiaohua smiled. "Senior brothers, your bodies are good, so we can set off. What a pity, after fighting with the disciples of Spirit Husbandry sect, you didn't break through to Foundation establishment. Qian Diheng said regretfully. Foundation establishment? Kuan Fian said sarcastically, if you break through to Foundation establishment, do you think you can still escape with your life when the 6 disciples of Spirit Husbandry sect are all in Foundation establishment? Then he looked at Xiaohua and smiled. If such a situation happens, even if junior brother Xiao arrives in time, the consequences will be serious. That's right. Xiaohua smiled. Let's go to Netherworld. Then Xiaohua said to Sun Shu, Senior Sister Sun, do we still have to hide our tracks? What do you think, junior brother Xiao? Xiaohua thought for a while and smiled. Since we are already in Netherworld, we shouldn't be afraid of others finding out. There's no need to hide. And, if junior brother Xiao thinks there is no need, then there is no need. Qian Diheng laughed heartily and said, if you keep hiding, it will make the disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect seem stingy. Great. Sun Shu and Kuan Fian clapped their hands. Under Sun Shu's guidance, the 3 of them flew towards Mingxi. Unknowingly, several months had passed. The weather was gradually turning cold. Autumn was coming, and the autumn wind and rain were very strong. As he gazed at the red leaves that covered the mountains beneath his feet, Xiaohua pointed with his hand and said with a smile, we're not far away from Mingxi, and the best time for Mingxi to enter hasn't arrived yet. Why don't we descend and enjoy autumn first? Very good. Sun Shu's face lit up with joy. He clapped his hands and said, to be able to steal half a day of leisure from a floating life. This is how it should be. Qian Diheng also agreed. Only Kuan Fian was a little hesitant. He said in a low voice, Junior brother Xiao, in order to enter the Netherworld, I still need to make some preparations. Looking at the time, if we delay again. All right then. Xiaohua glanced at the mountain range that was dyed red with frost, feeling rather regretful. Sun Shu was naturally unwilling. Qian Diheng rolled his eyes and said, how about this? Since Senior Sister Kuan is going to prepare something, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to wait at the side. Why don't we delay here for a day, and Senior Sister goes alone? Great. Kuan Fian clapped his hands and said, I will wait for you all in front. Senior Sister Kuan, be careful. Xiaohua said worriedly, if there's any danger, we'd better follow along. It's also good to guard at the side. A slightly complicated expression flashed across Kuan Fian's eyes. He smiled and said, no need, no need. The people in front are also familiar friends. There won't be any danger. Then Kuan Fian bid farewell to the 3 of them and flew away. Xiaohua and the other 2 landed in the maple forest. Senior Sister Kuan is a little strange. Qian Diheng had just landed when he said curiously, along the way, I've never heard her mention anything about preparing anything. Moreover, there's no town in Mingxi. Who did she find to exchange? Sun Shu said disapprovingly, maybe she didn't find anything useful at the trade fair last month. So she sent a message to other familiar friends. That's even more wrong. The reason we went to Mingxi was to avoid people first. We didn't want others to know about that place. With her doing this, wouldn't everyone know that we went to Mingxi? Qian Diheng retorted. Then the 2 of them looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled and said, everyone has their own secrets. Didn't this little brother also separate from you all for a few days? With this little brother as a precedent, I'm afraid you can't blame Senior Sister Kuan. The 2 of them nodded slightly. Xiaohua took the 2 people up the mountain on foot. As they walked, they looked at the jagged rocks of grotesque shapes. The strange trees were hidden, and the palm-sized red leaves really looked like palms with 5-leaf tips. They faced the wind and swayed frequently, as if countless hands were beckoning them. Oh, right, Senior Sister Sun. Looking at the hands that looked like a sea of blood, Xiaohua thought of something. He patted his hand and took out the jade slip that Sun Shu lent him. He handed it over and said, this little brother has already seen this jade slip and memorized the soul-searching technique. Sun Shu was obviously very confident in Xiaohua's memory. She took it without saying anything. But, Senior Sister Sun, this jade slip seems to have a restriction. Xiaohua glanced at Sun Shu, who didn't seem to care, and asked in a low voice. Master got this from a trade fair. Sun Shu put away the jade slip and said with a smile, it's said to be an item from Mianshan. I'm sure junior martial brother Xiao knows that those in Meng Mountains are soul cultivators, and they are very proficient in the cultivation of the soul. That's why their soul-searching technique is so unique that even chi-refining disciples like us can master it. It's completely different from the magic of our Imperial Thunder sect. Xiaohua nodded. Exactly. As he spoke, he returned Qian Diheng's jade slip. When it comes to soul-searching technique, Mianshan's technique is still more powerful. Qian Diheng took back the jade slip and said, "Unfortunately, we are Taoists. It's fine if we play with the elementary soul cultivation technique, but if it's too advanced, it will affect our Tao heart." "It's more than just affecting our Tao heart," Xiaohua said with a smile. "It's completely different from our cultivation technique." Qian Diheng and Sun Shu were descendants of the Imperial Thunder sect. Naturally, they were experienced and knowledgeable. After hearing this, they nodded repeatedly. They didn't know that Xiaohua had been diligently practicing the control of Buddhist sense every day for the past few months, practicing how to break the restriction in the soul cultivation jade slip. But in the end, Xiaohua found that his cultivation base was limited, and his understanding of soul cultivation was limited. It was impossible for him to break the restriction. At most, he could bypass the restriction and read the contents of the jade slip. At this point, Xiaohua was already extremely satisfied. Wasn't his purpose to read the contents of the jade slip? Speaking of which, it was strange. This jade slip was from Mianshan's Mianshan, but the characters recorded in it were not the soul cultivation characters that Xiaohua saw in the secret auction. Instead, they were the characters used by cultivators. It was the same as the soul-searching technique that he had already deciphered. Moreover, there was a lot of content behind the soul-searching technique. Although Xiaohua couldn't practice it now, he still remembered it in his heart. Of course, in addition to the soul-searching technique, there was also a set of soul cultivation technique in the jade slip. It was an ordinary technique for cultivating to the human rank pure spirit heaven. Xiaohua didn't understand what an earth rank technique was, but after reading the explanation at the back of the jade slip, he understood. It turned out that soul cultivators cultivated the 3 spiritual and 6 physical souls of people. There were 3 spiritual souls, 1 was the heaven soul, 2 was the earth soul, and 3 was the life soul. There were 6 physical souls, 1 was the heavenly charge, 2 was the spiritual wisdom, 3 was the power, 4 was the center, 5 was the essence, and 6 was the hero. According to the 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls, soul cultivators divided the realms into 4 stages: human, earth, heaven, and saint, which were collectively known as the 9 heavens of the spirit origin. Among them, the 6 heavens of the spirit soul were surrounding chi heaven, clear spirit heaven, bright ruah heaven, full reality heaven, condensing channel heaven, and calming heart heaven. The 6 heavens of the spirit soul were surrounding chi heaven, clear spirit heaven, bright ruah heaven, full reality heaven, condensing channel heaven, and calming heart heaven. Aura ring and pure spirit heaven were called human rank. Bright ruah heaven and abundant reality heaven were called earth rank. Congealing heaven and heart calming heaven were called heaven rank. Spirit binding heaven, origin void heaven, and silent void heaven were called saint rank. Furthermore, the jade slip clearly stated that the human stage was equivalent to the Tao Sex Qi refinement stage. The earth stage was equivalent to the Tao Sex foundation establishment stage and golden core stage. The heaven stage was equivalent to the nascent soul stage and the spirit severing stage, and the sage stage was equivalent to the Tao Sex combination stage, tribulation stage, and Mahayana stage. Seeing this, although there was no explanation in the jade slip, Xiaohua already knew that the one who wrote this jade slip was not an ordinary soul cultivator, but a senior of Tao sect. This senior should have secretly learned this skill from millions of Meng mountains, and wrote this skill into the language of cultivation. Of course, Xiaohua did not know the fate of this senior, but since the soul cultivation skill was not spread on Suyu continent, it was enough to show that his operation was not successful. By the way, Master seems to have said that people have 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. Why do soul cultivators only cultivate 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls? What if one of the physical souls is missing? When Xiaohua saw this, he already had some doubts. At this time, he returned the jade slip to Sun Shu and asked, "Who knows?" Sun Shu was slightly stunned, and said with a smile, "The world often says that there are 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. But some people also say that there are 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls. As for who is right and who is wrong, I don't know." Qian Diheng also scratched his head and said, "Since soul cultivators specialize in cultivating souls, they must be right? This person only has 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls? Anyway, this thing has nothing to do with our cultivation. What's the point of asking clearly?" "That's true." Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. This thing really had nothing to do with him, and he did not intend to cultivate this soul cultivation skill that was only of human rank. Who cares if it was 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls, or 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls? There seemed to be 2 injured cultivators in front of the mountain. While they were talking, there was some movement in the mountain ahead. Xiaohua's Buddhist sense swept out and found that there were 2 injured cultivators hurriedly descending from the sky, and without checking, they drilled into a cave. Chapter 1748. Damn it, did this guy go berserk? Qian Diheng saw the situation and shouted in shock. Disdain appeared on Kuan Fian's face as he said, "Definitely. If there wasn't any risk, this guy would have used it long ago. It's because he couldn't control this talisman that he forced himself to use it at the last moment." After that, the 2 of them walked in front of Xiaohua and cupped their hands. "Thank you, junior brother Xiao, for arriving in time. Otherwise our lives would have been in danger." Xiaohua returned the greeting. "We are brothers from the same sect, so we should work together. There's no need to be so polite." "Yes, I need to consume some pills to adjust my breathing. Junior brother, help protect me," Qian Diheng asked politely. "Of course," Xiaohua said with a smile. "There aren't any traces of people nearby, so it's very safe here. Let's quickly recover our magic power." After 4 hours, the sun had already risen halfway into the sky. Only then did the 3 of them stand up one after another. After the 3 of them finished talking about what had happened, Xiaohua said in shock, "What? This dust-separating beast was killed by you guys. After you guys revealed your identity as Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples, these 6 Spirit Husbandry Sect's disciples still forcefully surrounded you guys and wanted to kill you and steal the beast? Junior brother Xiao, please understand. We wanted to go to the Netherworld to train, so why would we get into trouble for no reason?" Qian Diheng said with grievance. "Furthermore, this dust-separating beast is indeed rare, but we wouldn't find trouble with 6 Qi refinement disciples for no reason, right?" Looking at Qian Diheng's appearance, Xiaohua touched his nose and smiled. "I'm not blaming you guys, I'm just curious. What's the secret of this dust-separating beast? It's actually worth them falling out with us Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples?" From what I see, there might not be any secret." Kuan Fian sneered. "Those words were just a trick used by Spirit Husbandry Sect's disciples to gain fame. It can't be taken seriously. I have also encountered these things before, and there were a few times when I almost fell into their trap." "Perhaps." Xiaohua smiled. "It's a pity that we don't know the soul-searching technique. Otherwise we could see what secrets they have. This brother's cultivation is too shallow. I have never thought of using the soul-searching technique," Qian Diheng said. A trace of hesitation appeared on Sun Shu's face, and he said in a low voice, "This soul-searching technique is usually used by Golden Core Stage seniors or Foundation Establishment Stage seniors with special cultivation methods. However, I was very curious in the past and practiced a little. If junior brother wants to know, I can give it a try." Junior sister Sun actually knows the soul-searching art?" Kuan Fian smiled and said, "My Earth Thunder Palace's soul-searching art can only be viewed after Foundation establishment. I's soul-searching technique isn't from the Imperial Thunder Sect. It's something that Master obtained by chance during his travels." Sun Shu stood up and walked to the corpse of the Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple that was closest to him. As he walked, he said, "This soul-searching technique is a little special. Furthermore, the shorter the target, the better. Now that a few hours have passed, I wonder if it will work?" "Senior sister, give it a try." Xiaohua nodded. "Okay." Sun Shu walked to the corpse and sat down cross-legged. Her eyes were tightly closed, and her hands slowly formed a strange seal. Gradually, a trace of black gas appeared in between her eyebrows. After she finished forming the seal, she shouted, "Quick!" She tapped her forehead with her hand, then drew across the air and landed in between the eyebrows of the Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple. Following Sun Shu's finger, the black gas turned into a trace of black gas and entered the disciple's body. "Rise!" Following Sun Shu's shout, her finger moved up bit by bit, as if it was carrying a heavy object. As she raised her finger, a similar trace of black gas appeared in between the eyebrows of the Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple. When Sun Shu's finger was about 3 feet away, the black gas gradually condensed into the appearance of the Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple. "Amazing!" Xiao Hua praised in his heart. However, at that moment, the black gas formed by the disciples of Spirit Husbandry sect seemed to have been blown away by the wind and turned back into wisps of black gas. Sun Shu's face turned slightly pale. Sigh, Sun Shu sighed. She waved her hand, and the black gas dissipated in the air. She said, I failed. This Spirit Husbandry sect disciple has been dead for too long, and I's soul-searching technique didn't work. Haha, it's fine. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and smiled. It's already very good that I was able to witness this amazing soul-searching technique. Sun Shu's beautiful eyes moved, and she smiled. Junior brother Xiao, do you want to practice this soul-searching technique? Xiao Hua was overjoyed and asked, Can I? Why not? Sun Shu smiled. This isn't a secret technique of my Imperial Thunder sect. As she said that, she clapped her hands, and a slightly grayish-black jade scroll was taken out. She passed it to Xiao Hua. This is for Master. You don't have to copy it. Take a look first, and return it to I after your training. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned, then he smiled. Thank you, Senior Sister. However, Qian Diheng said, Senior Sister Sun, if it's inconvenient for you, I have the authentic soul-searching technique of my Imperial Thunder sect. Junior brother Xiao can practice mine. As he said that, Qian Diheng also took out a jade scroll from his storage bag. Why do you have it too? Xiao Hua looked at the two jade scrolls in front of him and asked curiously. Hee, I have a lot of good stuff here. Qian Diheng patted his storage bag and smiled. Junior brother saved my life, and also protected my Imperial Thunder sect's cultivation technique. Letting you take a look is nothing. You can copy this jade scroll of mine. Great. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and took Qian Diheng's jade scroll. However, Sun Shu didn't retract her hand because Xiao Hua took the jade scroll. She still placed the grayish-black jade scroll in front of Xiao Hua and stared at him. This. Xiao Hua smiled embarrassedly, stretched out his hand, and also took it. He said, Junior brother will naturally accept senior sister's kindness. That's right. Sun Shu pursed her lips and smiled brightly. All right, no matter what the secret is, let's pack up and get ready to leave. Xiao Hua took the two jade scrolls and clapped his hands with a smile. That's right. Qian Diheng was exultant. I have long been envious of the Spirit Husbandry sect's spirit storage bag. I didn't expect them to give it to me. Then he looked at the spirit storage bag on Xiao Hua's waist and asked, Junior brother Xiao, where did you get this spirit storage bag? It's hidden so well. The person who killed the Spirit Husbandry sect's spirit insects must be. Hee. Qian Diheng and the other two had all participated in the Feather Immortal Gathering, so they naturally knew about the fight between Xiao Hua and Fan Tong of the Changbai sect. The disciples of the Changbai sect even went to the Imperial Thunder sect for the superpower centipede. Xiao Hua also laughed and didn't reply. There were 6 Spirit Husbandry sect disciples, and there were only 4 spirit storage bags. Moreover, all 4 of them were empty, and there were no spirit insects. However, it was just enough for 4 people, and each person had 1 spirit storage bag. Then, Qian Diheng took out the 6 spirit storage bags and magic weapons and placed them in front of Xiao Hua, asking him to make the decision. Xiao Hua originally wanted to reject it, but the 3 of them were willing to listen? Not to mention the fact that Xiao Hua had saved their lives. Just by looking at Xiao Hua's methods today, he had killed 4 12th layer Qi refining cultivators by himself. This had long since confirmed their thoughts. Xiao Hua's cultivation level was the highest among them. If Xiao Hua didn't make the decision, who would? After thinking for a while, Xiao Hua smiled and said, How about this? I will first divide the items in the spirit stones and pills into 4 portions, and we will split them equally. As for the jade slips and magic tools, we'll follow the following order. I'll pick one first, then Senior Sister Kun will pick the rest, then Senior Sister Sun, then Senior Brother Kan, and then it'll be my turn. What do you all think? Great. Everyone was happy when they saw Xiao Hua's arrangement according to cultivation. Thus, Xiao Hua picked 3 jade scrolls and 2 magic weapons, as well as 1 portion of spirit stones and pills and other miscellaneous items. Xiao Hua's 2 magic weapons were of the worst quality, which made Kuan Fian and the others feel very grateful. When it was time to divide the dust-repelling beast, none of them wanted it, and the entire dust-repelling beast was kept into Xiao Hua's space. Xiao Hua didn't stand on ceremony, because in the end, if he didn't appear, these things wouldn't be theirs, and even Sun Shu and the others would have to leave their lives here. What made Xiaohua the happiest was that there were actually 2 Qian Mo secret stones in the Spirit Husbandry Sect disciples' storage bag. Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony and put the 2 Qian Mo secret stones together. Since he was the one who picked it first, he put it into his own storage bag without a trace. He didn't know if Qian Diheng and the others saw it, but they were already amused by the things in front of them. Even if they saw it, they wouldn't say anything. After putting everything away, Xiaohua thought of another matter. Clapping his hands, he took out some qi-replenishing pills and said with a smile, "I have a request. I don't know if you 3 senior brothers can agree to it?" Qian Diheng asked curiously. "Junior brother Xiao can say whatever you want. Why are you taking these pills?" I wanna. Just now, you all got a lot of Foundation Establishment pills from the Spirit Husbandry Sect disciples. I don't know if you can give the extra to me? I am willing to use these pills to exchange with you 3 senior brothers. Xiaohua said after pondering for a while. Foundation Establishment pills? Qian Diheng was stunned. Why do you want so many Foundation Establishment pills? Not waiting for Qian Diheng to finish speaking, Sun Shu clapped his hands, took out several jade bottles, and handed them over to Xiaohua, saying, "This poor Taoist already has enough Foundation Establishment pills. These are just to exchange for some spirit stones. If Junior Martial Brother has any use for them, take them." Seeing that Sun Shu didn't ask for the reason, Qian Diheng also scratched his head, taking out his extra Foundation Establishment pills and said, "Fine. It doesn't matter who I give them to. I'll give them to Junior Brother Xiao first." Kuan Fian looked at the 2, taking out 2 jade bottles and said, "I still have to leave some for Junior Sister. I won't give them all to Junior Brother Xiao." "Great." Xiaohua was overjoyed, keeping the jade bottles, taking out pills and spirit stones, giving them to the 3 of them. Other than Sun Shu, who was determined not to take them, the other 2 also took them. Looking at the determination on Sun Shu's face, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Anything that could be solved with pills and spirit stones wasn't a big problem, but with Senior Sister Sun's situation, he really had to think carefully. After that, the 3 of them looked at Xiaohua, and with a wave of his hand, the 4 of them identified the direction and flew towards Mingxi. Chapter 1749. The soul-searching technique recorded in Senior Apprentice Sister Sun's jade slip is strange. Why is it completely different from the soul-searching technique of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Xiaohua sat cross-legged in a cave with 2 jade slips in his hands. He frowned as he thought to himself. It had already been over 10 days since they killed the cultivator of the Spirit Husbandry Sect. During this time, Xiaohua and the others had already flown extremely far away. They did not see any disciples of the Spirit Husbandry Sect chasing after them, nor did they meet any other cultivators. Sun Shu and the others let out a sigh of relief. As a result, Sun Shu suggested that they take a short break. After all, the battle before involved their lives and everyone was exhausted. At this moment, the 4 of them were completely different from when they first came out. Xiaohua already had the right to speak without a doubt. Just look at how quiet Xiaohua's cave was right now. Under Xiaohua's approval, everyone found a secret location. Qian Diheng no longer insisted on cultivating with Xiaohua like before. Instead, he found a cave by himself. Today was already the 4th day of their rest. Xiaohua had already finished reading the jade slip that Sun Shu had given him. He had never come into contact with soul-searching techniques before, so he did not take the cryptic words and strange techniques seriously. However, when he finished reading the soul-searching technique in the jade slip that Qian Diheng had given him, he could not help but be stunned. Qian Diheng's jade slip did not only contain the soul-searching technique, but also a few other techniques. They were all techniques that Foundation Establishment and Oris Core Stage cultivators could use. Qian Diheng had probably obtained them from one of his direct elders. These techniques were all upright techniques of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Although they were extremely difficult to learn, they did not seem strange. This was especially true for the soul-searching technique that Xiaohua paid attention to. Sun Shu's jade slip was exactly the same as the one she had used that day. It captured a person's soul and used torture methods to interrogate them. This kind of soul-searching technique was most suitable for people who had just died. However, it was extremely difficult for living people to use it. After all, a living person's soul was closely connected to their body. Of course, the reliability of this soul-searching technique was also somewhat reduced. After all, it was said by the soul. It was like extorting a confession from a person. In this kind of situation, it was hard to avoid lying. On the other hand, the Imperial Thunder Sect's soul-searching technique was useful for living people. It directly used the technique on the person's head, directly searching the person's soul and finding the desired memories from the soul. The difficulty of this technique was naturally obvious. Just as Qian Dihing said, one must have the cultivation base of a Jindan stage cultivator to be able to use this technique. Of course, the things obtained from this technique were credible. Sun Shu's soul-searching technique is simple, but it seems like it's a devil cultivator. Xiaohua very naturally thought of the demonic banner in his space. However, the soul-searching technique of the Imperial Thunder Sect is even more frightening. It can actually search a living person's soul. The pain is obvious. Moreover, the consequences of the soul-searching technique are extremely serious. There's an 80 to 90% chance that it will turn others into idiots. This kind of idiot is better off dead than alive. Xiaohua sighed. He made a copy of Qian Dihing's jade slip and stored it in the space. Then, his gaze fell on Sun Shu's black and gray jade slip. However, at this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Xiaohua immediately froze on the spot. Soon after, his entire body trembled, as if he had thought of something extremely terrifying. My mind is empty. I don't remember anything. Could it be that someone used the soul-searching technique on me? Xiaohua's hands trembled. His teeth creaked as his pair of phoenix eyes widened. I'm afraid that's the case. Xiaohua's eyes burned with raging flames of anger. If it wasn't the soul-searching technique, how could that kind of technique have such consequences? I can't just lose my memories for no reason. Who is it? This young master will definitely take revenge. Xiaohua could no longer calm his mind. He jumped up from the ground with a whoosh. The mighty Vajra involuntarily emerged from his body along with his anger. Like an angry god, he flew into the air. Roar! Xiaohua raised his head and roared. His left fist stretched out with a whoosh and hit the stone wall not far away. Rumble! There was a burst of sound. The milky white brilliance on the stone wall was intense in the cave. Soon after, it was gradually annihilated. Roar! 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 Xiaohua roared again 3 times. The fist of the avatar hit the stone wall again. Fortunately, the magical formation set up by Xiaohua's rabbit spirit talisman was very miraculous. It blocked Xiaohua's fist that had the strength of 1,000 caddies. After the 4 punches, Xiaohua could be considered to be relieved. His figure descended from the air. However, the anger in Xiaohua's heart still hadn't calmed down. Xiaohua's mind moved slightly. Soon after, he swung his fists and actually started practicing the Big Dipper magical fist technique in the cave. Immediately, that cold stream came out from his left foot. It slowly flowed through his entire skeleton along with the Big Dipper magical fist technique. After the 108 moves were finished, Xiaohua's figure didn't stop. He started practicing again. At the same time that cold stream tempered the bones in his body, the Vajra avatar that Xiaohua didn't absorb back into his body also had some golden light flowing faintly on its corresponding body. After an unknown amount of time, the cold stream of the Big Dipper magical fist technique gradually calmed Xiaohua down. After waiting for the cold stream to stop, Xiaohua sat down cross-legged again and absorbed the Vajra avatar back into his body. Sigh, I was too impulsive. At this moment, Xiaohua was a bit scared. However, this was also normal. Ever since he had his memories, he had always been searching for his past. How could he not be impulsive when he suddenly thought that his soul might have been searched? In the future, if I can use this soul-searching technique, then I'll use it. If I can't use it, then I'll absolutely not use it. Xiaohua thought to himself. Moreover, the soul-searching technique is only a guess. I may not be that unlucky. If my soul was searched and I still have my memories, now I can still recall my past memories from time to time, then I should have been searched by a powerful cultivator. How could such a cultivator make a move on a mortal like me? Those who can make a move on mortals are naturally low-level cultivators. If they use the soul-searching technique, can I still survive? Or can I still remember some things from the past? I still lost my memories for some reason. This was the conclusion that Xiaohua came to in a calm state of mind. Soon after, Xiaohua closed his eyes and calmed his breathing. After a moment, the technique in his hand slowly moved. It was the mysterious technique that Sun Shu used before. After a long time, Xiaohua suddenly stopped and said with a frown, This soul-searching technique is extremely difficult in the end. Moreover, it's similar to the techniques used in the secular world to extort confessions. It's really sinister and vile, really harmful to human harmony. It's different from my way of thinking. But immediately he laughed first. This kind of evil technique is naturally used on evil people. This kind of evil person is evil in life and evil in death. So why can't I use it? I'm not a good person, so what's there to be afraid of? Oh, right. Isn't the Buddhist mantra Lin able to transcend the souls of the dead? If I use the soul-searching technique to capture them, then use the transcendence technique to tempt them, I'm afraid it'll also work. Haha, great, great. Xiaohua thought this through and couldn't help but applaud. Sun Xu's soul-searching technique was coercion, while Xiaohua's Buddhist mantra was temptation. The methods were different, but the results were the same. It could be said that they complemented each other. Chapter 1750. Xiaohua was in a good mood and took out the jade scroll again. When he checked it with his divine sense, he felt something was wrong because the soul-searching technique was cut off at the end. It didn't seem to have ended and there should be other contents. There seemed to be restrictions in the jade scroll, but his cultivation wasn't enough and he couldn't use it. Now that he thought of Buddhism, he naturally had to check it again with his Buddhist consciousness. It was when Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness had just penetrated the jade slip. He only felt that there were many restrictions like black gas inside the jade slip. These restrictions were different from what he usually saw, and the place where the soul-searching technique was located had been broken by someone. I got the method to control Buddhist consciousness, but I didn't have time to practice it. Now I can practice Buddhist consciousness and break the restrictions at the same time. Xiaohua smiled and temporarily put the jade scroll into his space. He took out the golden puppet that Han Yi gave him and checked it with his Buddhist consciousness. He practiced the control of Buddhist consciousness one by one. A few days passed and Xiaohua was cultivating when he saw a communication talisman fly to his eyes. It was the one he left for Sun Xu. Xiaohua knew that the three of them should have finished resting and put the golden puppet and the jade scroll into his space. He opened the formation and left the cave. As expected, Qian Diheng and the others were waiting in front of the cave. When they saw Xiaohua coming out, they smiled and said, "Junior brother Xiao, we are ready. Can we set off today?" Of course, of course." Xiaohua smiled. "Senior brothers, your bodies are good, so we can set off. What a pity, after fighting with the disciples of Spirit Husbandry sect, you didn't break through to Foundation Establishment," Qian Diheng said regretfully. "Foundation Establishment?" Kuan Fian said sarcastically, "If you break through to Foundation Establishment, do you think you can still escape with your life when the 6 disciples of Spirit Husbandry sect are all in Foundation Establishment?" Then he looked at Xiaohua and smiled. "If such a situation happens, even if junior brother Xiao arrives in time, the consequences will be serious." "That's right." Xiaohua smiled. "Let's go to Netherworld." Then Xiaohua said to Sun Xu, "Senior sister Sun, do we still have to hide our tracks? What do you think, junior brother Xiao?" Xiaohua thought for a while and smiled. "Since we are already in Netherworld, we shouldn't be afraid of others finding out. There's no need to hide. And if junior brother Xiao thinks there is no need, then there is no need." Qian Diheng laughed heartily and said, "If you keep hiding, it will make the disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect seem stingy." "Great." Sun Xu and Kuan Fian clapped their hands. Under Sun Xu's guidance, the three of them flew towards Mingxi. Unknowingly, several months had passed. The weather was gradually turning cold. Autumn was coming, and the autumn wind and rain were very strong. As he gazed at the red leaves that covered the mountains beneath his feet, Xiaohua pointed with his hand and said with a smile, "We're not far away from Mingxi, and the best time for Mingxi to enter hasn't arrived yet. Why don't we descend and enjoy autumn first?" "Very good." Sun Xu's face lit up with joy. He clapped his hands and said, "To be able to steal half a day of leisure from a floating life, this is how it should be." Qian Diheng also agreed. Only Kuan Fian was a little hesitant. He said in a low voice, "Junior brother Xiao, in order to enter the Netherworld, I still need to make some preparations. Looking at the time, if we delay again..." "All right then." Xiaohua glanced at the mountain range that was dyed red with frost, feeling rather regretful. Sun Xu was naturally unwilling. Qian Diheng rolled his eyes and said, "How about this? Since senior sister Kuan is going to prepare something, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to wait at the side. Why don't we delay here for a day, and senior sister goes alone? Great. Kuan Fian clapped his hands and said, I will wait for you all in front. Senior sister Kuan, be careful. Xiao Hua said worriedly, if there's any danger, we'd better follow along. It's also good to guard at the side. A slightly complicated expression flashed across Kuan Fian's eyes. He smiled and said, no need, no need. The people in front are all familiar friends. There won't be any danger. Then Kuan Fian bid farewell to the three of them and flew away from the original direction, while Xiao Hua and the other two landed in the maple forest. Senior sister Kuan is a little strange. Qian Diheng had just landed when he said curiously, on the way here, I've never heard her mention anything about preparing anything. And there's no town in Mingxi. Who did she find to exchange? Sun Shu said disapprovingly, maybe she didn't find anything suitable at the trade fair last month, so she sent a message to other familiar friends. That's even more wrong. We went to Mingxi to avoid people first. We didn't want others to know about that place. With her doing this, wouldn't everyone know that we went to Mingxi? Qian Diheng retorted. Then the two of them looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua smiled and said, everyone has their own secrets. Didn't I also separate from you all for a few days? With me as a precedent, I'm afraid you can't blame senior sister Kuan. The two of them nodded slightly. Xiao Hua took the two people up the mountain on foot. As they walked, they looked at the jagged rocks of grotesque shapes. The strange trees were hidden, and the palm-sized red leaves really looked like palms with 5-leaf tips. They faced the wind and swayed frequently, as if countless hands were beckoning them. Oh, right, senior sister Sun. Looking at the hands that looked like a sea of blood, Xiao Hua thought of something. He patted his hand and took out the jade slip that Sun Shu lent him. He handed it over and said, I've already seen this jade slip and memorized the soul-searching technique. Sun Shu was obviously very confident in Xiao Hua's memory, so she took it without saying anything. But senior sister Sun, this jade slip seems to have a restriction. Xiao Hua glanced at the indifferent Sun Shu and asked in a low voice. Master got this from a trade fair. Sun Shu put away the jade slip and said with a smile, it's said to be an item from Mianshan. I'm sure junior martial brother Xiao knows that those in Meng Mountains are soul cultivators, and they are very proficient in the cultivation of the soul. That's why their soul-searching technique is so unique that even qi-refining disciples like us can master it. It's completely different from the magic of our Imperial Thunder sect. Xiao Hua nodded. Exactly. After saying that, he returned Qian Diheng's jade slip. When it comes to soul-searching technique, Mianshan's technique is more powerful. Qian Diheng took back the jade slip and said, unfortunately, we're Taoists. The elementary soul cultivation technique is fine, but the advanced soul cultivation technique will affect our Tao heart. It won't just affect our Tao heart. Xiao Hua said with a smile, it's completely different from our cultivation technique. Qian Diheng and Sun Shu were descendants of the Imperial Thunder sect, so they were naturally experienced and knowledgeable. After listening, they nodded repeatedly. They didn't know that Xiao Hua had been diligently practicing the control of Buddhist sense every day for the past few months, practicing how to break the restriction in the soul cultivation jade slip. But in the end, Xiao Hua found that his cultivation base was limited, and his understanding of soul cultivation was limited. He couldn't break the restriction at all. At most, he could bypass the restriction and read the contents of the jade slip. At this point, Xiao Hua was already extremely satisfied. Wasn't his purpose to read the contents of the jade slip? Speaking of which, it was strange. This jade slip was from Mianshan, but the characters recorded in it weren't the soul cultivator characters that Xiao Hua saw in the secret auction. Instead, they were the characters used by cultivators. It was the same as the soul-searching technique that he had already deciphered. Moreover, there was a lot of content behind the soul-searching technique. Although Xiao Hua couldn't practice it now, he remembered it all in his heart. Of course, in addition to the soul-searching technique, there was also a soul cultivation technique in the jade slip, which was an ordinary technique for cultivating to the human rank pure spirit heaven. Xiao Hua didn't understand what an earth rank technique was, but after reading the explanation behind the jade slip, he understood. It turned out that soul cultivators cultivated the 3 souls and 6 spirits of a person. There were 3 souls, 1 was the heaven soul, 2 was the earth soul, and 3 was the life soul. There were 6 spirits, 1 was the heavenly charge, 2 was the spiritual wisdom, 3 was the power, 4 was the center, 5 was the essence, and 6 was the hero. According to the 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls, soul cultivators divided the realms into 4 stages: human, earth, heaven, and saint, which were collectively known as the 9 heavens of the spirit origin. Among them, the 6 heavens of the spirit soul were surrounding chi heaven, clear spirit heaven, bright ruah heaven, full reality heaven, condensing channel heaven, and calming heart heaven. The 6 heavens of the spirit soul were surrounding chi heaven, clear spirit heaven, bright ruah heaven, full reality heaven, condensing channel heaven, and calming heart heaven. Aura ring and pure spirit heaven were called human rank. Bright ruah heaven and abundant reality heaven were called earth rank. Congealing heaven and heart calming heaven were called heaven rank. Spirit binding heaven, origin void heaven, and silent void heaven were called saint rank. Moreover, it was clearly stated in the jade slip that the human rank was equivalent to the chi refining stage of Taoism. The earth rank was equivalent to the foundation establishment stage and gold core stage. The heaven rank was equivalent to the nascent soul stage and spirit stage, and the saint rank was equivalent to the combination stage, tribulation stage, and Mahayana stage of Taoism. Although there was no explanation in the jade slip, Xiaohua knew that the person who had written this jade slip was no ordinary soul cultivator, but rather a senior from the Taoist sect. Presumably, this senior had secretly learned the technique from Millionaire Mountain and had written it down in the language of cultivators. Of course, Xiaohua didn't know what the senior's fate was. However, from the fact that the soul cultivator's technique hadn't been circulated on the Dawn Rain continent, it was obvious that his operation hadn't been successful. By the way, Master seems to have said that people have 3 souls and 7 spirits. Why do soul cultivators only cultivate 3 souls and 6 spirits? What if 1 spirit is missing? When Xiaohua saw this, he already had some doubts. At this time, he returned the jade slip to Sun Shu and asked, "Who knows?" Sun Shu was slightly stunned and said with a smile, "The world often says that there are 3 souls and 7 spirits, but some people also say that there are 3 souls and 6 spirits. As for who is right and who is wrong, I don't know." Qian Diheng also scratched his head and said, "Since soul cultivators specialize in cultivating souls, they must be right, right? This person only has 3 souls and 6 spirits. Anyway, this thing has nothing to do with our cultivation. What's the point of asking clearly?" That's true. Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. This thing really had nothing to do with him. He also did not intend to cultivate this soul cultivation method that was only of mortal rank. Who cares if it was 3 souls and 6 spirits or 3 spirits and 7 spirits? There seemed to be 2 injured cultivators between the mountain peaks ahead. While they were talking, there was some movement between the mountain peaks ahead. Xiaohua's Buddhist sense swept out and found that 2 injured cultivators were hurriedly descending from the sky. Without checking, they drilled into a cave. Chapter 1751. What's going on? Sun Shu and Qian Diheng also noticed and looked at Xiaohua at the same time. Could it be that you 2 senior brothers want to steal the treasure? Xiaohua glanced at the 2 and asked thoughtfully, "Haha, look at what junior brother Xiao is saying. We are the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. How can we be compared to the scum of the cultivation world like the Spirit Husbandry sect? We still have to care about the face of the Imperial Thunder sect. Not to mention that the other party is only at the 10th level of chi refining. Even if they were at the initial level of chi refining, I wouldn't care." Qian Diheng grinned and said casually. Just when Xiaohua was praising in his heart, Qian Diheng unexpectedly said, "Besides, we don't know what kind of magic treasure they have in their storage bags." Xiaohua rolled his eyes at him and said with a smile, "If you have kindness in your heart, then you have it. Why do you have to find excuses for yourself? If you were as bloodthirsty as the scum of the Spirit Husbandry sect, then I wouldn't want to be associated with you." Qian Diheng also revealed a trace of an embarrassed smile. In today's cultivation world, killing and stealing treasures is common. If you don't kill a few cultivators and steal a few magic treasures, then you won't be able to call yourself a cultivator of the Dawn Rain continent. I also have no choice. For the face of the Imperial Thunder sect, for my background, I can only wallow in the mire with others. Forget about wallowing in the mire, it's better to stay untainted. Sun Shu pursed her lips and smiled. She was also a kind person and naturally agreed with Qian Diheng's idea. Of course, it's better to stay untainted. But if we meet someone who bullies us, we will deal with them with thunderous methods. Although the Dawn Rain continent is big, we will chase them to the end of the world and kill them. Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly. His voice actually had some deterrence. Qian Diheng's heart slightly trembled when he heard it. He looked at Sun Shu and seemed to have the same feeling, but he didn't know how to respond. A trace of eagerness flashed through Sun Shu's eyes as she said in a low voice, "Such a pleasant mountain scenery. Let's just play casually." Hee, that's right, that's right. Xiaohua laughed loudly and took the lead to leave. Looking at the red leaves covering the entire mountain, a ball of joy emerged in his heart. The three of them walked very slowly. After 4 hours, they finally got close to the cave where the two of them were hiding. At this time, 2 weak spiritual senses swept over the three of them. Immediately, a man and a woman flew out of the cave. The woman looked at them coldly with a yellow talisman in her hand and screamed, "You've gone too far. I just wanted to go in and take a look. I didn't offend you. Why did you chase me all the way here? Do you really want us to risk our lives?" Although the female cultivator said that, when she saw that the 3 12th layer aura refining cultivators in front of her were far from being a match for the two of them, how could she possibly dare to throw out the yellow talisman in her hand? As for the male cultivator beside the female cultivator, although his face was filled with grief and indignation, he clenched his teeth and didn't speak. His body was slightly tilted, as if he was protecting the female cultivator. "Cultivator Yuna." Qian Diheng was furious. He pointed at the female cultivator and scolded, "No matter what, I'm still a 12th layer aura refining cultivator. How can a 10th layer aura refining cultivator, like you, not know how to respect me? I'm just here to sightsee. How can I be scolded by you for no reason?" "Sightsee?" The female cultivator was dumbfounded. She looked at the male cultivator beside her. Both of their eyes were filled with disbelief. "Hee, junior martial sister, don't panic." Sun Shu first comforted the female cultivator, then glared at Qian Diheng and said, "Junior martial brother Qian, these 2 junior martial brothers are injured and are currently in a state of panic. It's normal for them to react this way upon seeing us. You're so fierce, who wouldn't be afraid? 3 senior martial brothers, are you really here to sightsee?" The male cultivator finally spoke. He seemed very honest and considerate. Xiaohua was helpless. He rubbed his nose and said with a smile, "Of course. Why would I lie to you?" "Haha, senior martial sister, aren't the 3 senior martial brothers?" "Shut up." The female cultivator scolded, "You're so honest. You just listen to what other people say. You were tricked and sold, yet you still help them count the spirit stones." Oh. The male cultivator stammered, but his face didn't show any embarrassment. "Haha, forget it. If this junior martial sister doesn't believe me, we'll go somewhere else." Xiaohua didn't find it strange. He waved his hand and was about to go somewhere else. Seeing Xiaohua and the others turn around and leave, the female cultivator was stunned. However, she still didn't dare to relax the yellow talisman in her hand. "Senior martial sister," the male cultivator said in a low voice, "it seems they really aren't." "Shut up. They're just playing hard to get. When we relax, they'll catch us off guard." The female cultivator glared at him. After a while, the figures of Xiaohua and the others turned around and disappeared at the foot of the mountain. The male cultivator stamped his feet and said, "Senior martial sister, they really aren't. Alas, we don't have enough medicinal pills. It's so hard to meet such easygoing cultivators. Are we just going to let them go like this?" Who knows if it's true or not. The female cultivator was still reluctant to admit it, but her face clearly showed that she was very surprised. The male cultivator couldn't help but say, "Senior martial sister, if they were the ruthless disciples of the splendid sect, how could they just leave like that? People say that 12th layer aura refining cultivators can kill us with a wave of their hand." "Oh, that's true." The female cultivator looked at the yellow talisman in her hand and suddenly realized something. 12th layer aura refining cultivators could control magic tools. How could her yellow talisman fight against them? The female cultivator stamped her feet and explained, "I just feel that these people aren't good. Then we'll do as senior martial sister thinks." The male cultivator didn't say anything and smiled apologetically. "We'd better heal ourselves." "Heal ourselves? How are we going to heal ourselves? The medicinal pills we brought from the clan have already been used up." There's no place to gather medicinal pills in the surroundings. Where are we going to get medicinal pills? The female cultivator said angrily. Since you know, why don't you? I'm just being vigilant. The female cultivator glared at him. I won't go, but I didn't say you can't go. Huh? The male cultivator was dumbfounded. Why aren't you going? The female cultivator urged. Alas, the male cultivator smiled bitterly. He helplessly activated his flying talisman and flew in the direction Xiao Hua and the others disappeared. Not long after, Xiao Hua and the others followed the male cultivator back with indescribable expressions on their faces. Seeing that Xiao Hua and the others had also returned, the female cultivator's face was very embarrassed. She glared at the male cultivator. Although she didn't say anything, her gaze seemed to want to gouge out a piece of flesh from his face. The male cultivator scratched his head and said helplessly, Senior Marshal Sister, I had no choice. The 3 senior Marshal brothers said that if I didn't tell them why I was injured and why we came, they wouldn't give me medicinal pills. I had no choice but to bring them here. However, the female cultivator's expression immediately became serious. She bowed and said, Disciple is Zhong Yuehan, and this is Disciple's junior Marshal brother, Zhong Haoren. We are disciples of Meng country's cultivation families. Greetings, 3 senior Marshal brothers. May I know which family these 3 senior Marshal brothers are from? Chapter 1752. Zhong Yuehan's gaze shifted back and forth between Sun Shu and Qian Diheng. These 2 looked older than Xiao Hua, and their cultivation levels were the same. They must be Xiao Hua's senior Marshal brothers. However, the 2 didn't answer. Xiao Hua smiled and said, I am Xiao Hua. This is my senior Marshal brother Qian Diheng, and this is my senior Marshal sister Sun Shu. We're disciples of Xi's Imperial Thunder sect. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Zhong Yuehan recalled that Xiao Hua was the first to leave. She knew the 3 of them were led by the youngest Xiao Hua. She was surprised and cupped her hands. So it's Imperial Thunder sect's disciples. This disciple has admired you for a long time. Hee, we're all cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent. Don't be so polite. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Tell us what fellow Taoists encountered. Fellow Taoist Zhong, it's not that we're curious. It's just that we're also traveling here. If we know what happened to you, we'll also know. Zhong Yuehan nodded and said, That's what happened. Afterwards, Zhong Yuehan told them about how the 2 of them were injured. As Xiao Hua and the others listened, their faces unconsciously changed. They really didn't expect that Zhong Yuehan and Zhong Haoren's encounter was really related to them. It turned out that Zhong Yuehan and Zhong Haoren also came to Xi to travel. However, they didn't have a clear goal like Xiao Hua and the others. Instead, they went to many places and finally came to the vicinity of Mingxi. Of course, Mingxi was one of the 10 most dangerous places in the Dawn Rain continent. It was far from a place 2 10th layer qi refining cultivators could go. At first, they just wanted to broaden their horizons, but when they arrived, they found there were actually many cultivators in Mingxi. These cultivators weren't just waiting around the entrance of Mingxi. There were also many cultivators who formed a formation and blocked the entrance. Zhong Yuehan and Zhong Haoren were only at the periphery at first, but after a long time, they understood that there was a great change in Mingxi. There was actually a treasure that could help qi refining cultivators advance. The cultivators guarding the entrance of Mingxi were disciples of Splendid Sect, Qiqiao School, and Xuanyan School. They wanted to join hands to block the disciples of other sects so their 3 sects could get the benefits. When Zhong Yuehan saw this, she thought of her family's difficult situation and naturally had an idea. She and Zhong Haoren, who was not very willing, joined in the conflict with the Shanghua sect and the other 2 sections. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos to rush into the netherworld. Just as they approached the entrance, they were discovered by a Shanghua sect disciple. That disciple abandoned his opponent and attacked the 2 of them. The 2 of them used all of their strength to barely block the attack and were only able to escape with injuries. The Shanghua sect disciple didn't plan on letting the 2 of them go and chased after them. Fortunately, the 2 of them were lucky, and there were other cultivators rushing in. The Shanghua sect disciple had no choice but to chase after them for a few kilometers before bitterly retreating. Therefore, Zhong Yuehan became a bird that was startled by the twang of a bow. When she saw Xiao Hua and the others appear, she thought that they were disciples of the Shanghua sect. This caused the so-called misunderstanding. Fellow Taoists are truly bold. Hearing the description of the two, Xiaohua's face changed slightly. He smiled bitterly and said, but no matter what kind of treasure it is, you still have to be alive to enjoy it. Shanghua sect, Qiqiao sect, and Xuanyan school are the three great sects of my country of Xi. How can you afford to provoke them? We're all aura refining disciples. Why don't we have the slightest chance? Zhong Yuan said, unconvinced. TCH, Qian Diheng looked at the aristocratic family's disciples who were even more arrogant than him and sneered. Today, if it weren't for us, if it weren't for Junior Marshal Brother Zhao's kindness, I'm afraid your lives would really be in danger. If worst comes to worst, I'll just die. I already had this awareness when I came out for experiential learning. Zhong Yuan was still stubborn. I already told you what happened. Fellow Taoists, can you give us the medicinal pills now? Oh, don't be impatient. I have 2 questions. Xiaohua said with a smile. Isn't there still some time before the entrance to the netherworld opens? How can it be open now? How would I know? Maybe something has happened inside, and the entrance to the dark mystery has changed. Zhong Yuan shook her head and said, the opening of the netherworld entrance will change after a period of time. Maybe now is the time to change. And what is the treasure in the netherworld entrance that can allow aura-refining cultivators to advance? This. Zhong Yuan's face was embarrassed. She said in a low voice, I don't know. Xiaohua was stunned. Zhong Haoran beside him also said with embarrassment, those cultivators only said there was a treasure, but they didn't say what it was. Xiaohua glanced at Sun Shu. Sun Shu's eyes were also somewhat confused. I have another question, Xiaohua asked. What are the cultivation levels of the disciples guarding the netherworld entrance? Naturally, they are aura-refining disciples. Most of them are in the 12th layer of aura refining. Zhong Yuan said in a bad mood, if there are foundation establishment seniors, how would I dare to go forward? Xiaohua nodded and gave Qian Diheng a meaningful glance. Qian Diheng clapped his hands and took out the healing pills from the Imperial Thunder sect and handed them to Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan saw that Xiaohua did what he said, so she naturally beamed with joy. She told Zhong Haoran to use spirit stones to exchange for the pills. Soon after, she smiled apologetically and said, I don't know if Senior Brother Qian can give me more pills. These are only enough for me to heal my injuries. The journey back to Meng country is still very long. Junior Sister Zhong, you don't have a reason. Just now when we met, you spoke so viciously. Now that you have a request from you want to take a mile after taking an inch? Qian Diheng said in a bad mood, Senior Brother, I also came to travel. I also need these pills. If Junior Brother Xiao didn't want to ask you something, I wouldn't exchange these pills with you. Zhong Yuan's face turned red. She was clever and eloquent, but she wasn't shameless. She could only bite her lips and said in a low voice, in that case. Thank you, Senior Brother Qian. I will take my leave now. Sigh, Xiaohua looked at the 2 people and scratched his head. He clapped his hands and took out 4 bottles of pills. He threw them in front of Zhong Haoran and said with a smile, you 2 should quickly find a place to heal your injuries. Consider these pills as the fate of our meeting. See you later. After saying that, he flew towards Mingxi. Sun Shu and Qian Diheng also didn't delay. They cupped their hands and said, farewell. Then they also flew away. Zhong Haoran held the 4 jade bottles in his hands. He looked grateful and said, Senior Brother Xiao, don't go. This little brother will give you spirit stones. Dang! Zhong Yuan raised her head and knocked on his head. She scolded, you idiot, you don't want the things people give you? We don't have enough spirit stones. I'm afraid we can't pay for these 4 jade bottles of pills. But Zhong Haoran handed the jade bottles to his senior sister and said with grievance, Senior Sister, the Imperial Thunder sect is a cultivation sect that is not inferior to the Magnificent sect. How can their disciple be so humble and kind? This kind of broad-minded cultivator is a good friend for you and me. How can you take advantage of him? These are 4 bottles of pills from the Imperial Thunder sect. What are you going to use to return the favor? These pills are very precious in your eyes, but in Xiaohua's eyes, they are obviously worthless. Otherwise, how could he give them to you so easily? Senior Sister, you can't say that. As the saying goes, a drop of water should be returned with a gushing spring. We must remember fellow Taoist Zhao's favor. If there is a chance in the future, we must return it. It doesn't matter whether he cares or not. Zhong Haoran said with a face full of worship. Moreover, didn't you see this senior brother Xiao? He is so young, but his cultivation is actually higher than his two senior brothers. Those two senior brothers still have to listen to him. He looks young. That's because he took something to preserve his youth. Otherwise, how could he still look 18 years old when he is at the 12th level of qi refinement? Senior sister, even if he took something to preserve his youth, and we can't see his exact age, but senior brother Qian also calls him junior brother. How old can he be? Maybe he is even younger than you and me. Tisk, how is that possible? Zhong Xiuhan curled her lips. She seemed to feel that it was not impossible and immediately changed the topic. We should hurry and heal our injuries. After we recover, we will contact third granduncle and the others and return to Meng together. Yes, senior sister is right. Zhong Haoran nodded. I wonder if third granduncle and the others found the Qian Mo secret stone. Don't mention the Qian Mo secret stone. If it wasn't for it, would our spirit stones have been stolen? Zhong Xiuhan said angrily. Can we not mention it? The magic tool that the clan refined was prepared to be an ancestral magic tool. Can we not use the Qian Mo secret stone? Hurry and heal your injuries. Zhong Xiuhan glared, and a jade bottle flew into Zhong Haoran's arms. The two of them then activated their flying talismans and flew into the cave. In the distance, Xiaohua slightly frowned. He looked at Sun Shu, who also seemed to be thinking about something, and asked, Senior Sister Sun, do you think the treasure that the Zhong siblings talked about and the thing we are looking for is the same? Sun Shu seemed to have thought about it carefully and shook her head. In Ai's opinion, they are two different things. She then looked at Qian Diheng and said, we had an agreement beforehand. When we arrived at Mingxi, we would clearly explain the ins and outs of this matter. Since Senior Sister Kuan is not here at this time, it would be better not to say it. However, Junior Brother Xiao can rest assured that the thing we are looking for is only effective for shaping the body and for practicing the lightning escape technique. I have not heard that it is effective for all aura refining disciples to increase their realm. Xiaohua slightly nodded. He understood that Mingxi was one of the 10 most dangerous places in the Xiaoyu continent. If there was some kind of treasure that could increase the realm of aura refining disciples, it would not be strange. However, this treasure appeared at the wrong time. It actually conflicted with their plan. He was afraid that it would be a bit troublesome. Haha, Qian Diheng laughed. Isn't this just right? We can kill two birds with one stone. We can get that thing and also the treasure to increase our realm. Isn't Senior Brother Qian too confident and too greedy? Xiaohua laughed. With Junior Brother Xiao here, and Shanghua sect having no foundation establishment seniors, who is afraid of who? Qian Diheng's smile became even brighter than before. Xiaohua's heart was also moved, but he still said, let's wait for Senior Sister Kuan to come back and tell us the ins and outs of the matter. We will go and inquire about the origin of that treasure before making a decision. You're tuning in to the Bli Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.